Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Chapter 1, Act 1 Goodbye. All Might Ed is 3 when his quirk manifests. It's mid-afternoon and Daddy isn't home from work yet. The sun is still high in the sky and it's a warm day, so Mummy spreads a large picnic blanket out on the lawn and gives Ed his favorite plushie to play with. The smiling face of All Might is squished, clutched between small, sticky fingers. Mummy falls asleep in the lawn chair with baby Ul. She's always napping, but Ed isn't allowed to poke her awake. The last time he tried, Daddy ended up putting Ed on the naughty step for 3 whole minutes and Ed cried. Daddy hugged him afterwards. Mummy needs her rest, he'd told Ed, his glasses sliding off the end of his nose. She looks pretty because she has a green shawl wrapped around her head and it's the same color as her eyes. He likes her eyes, even though they don't match his. His eyes match Daddy's and his hair does too. Daddy's hair is yellow, like the sun. Mummy used to have hair the color of red clay mud. She cries sometimes, because she misses it, but Ed secretly thinks green is much prettier. Green is like the grass and the leaves on the trees. The green grass is soft and tickly, and the trees are fun to climb in. Mummy is sleeping, but Ed wants to play. He's bored of the plushie, and he's not allowed to go anywhere on his own yet. He toddles over to the white picket fence and peeks through one of the gaps. Winry isn't there but Mrs. Rockbell is weeding her flower beds and catches him staring. Mrs. Rockbell is older than Mummy and Daddy. Ed knows this because she has lines and only old people have lines. He used to think being bald was just for old people too, but now he knows that isn't true. Mummy is bald, but she isn't old because she doesn't have lines on her face. Mrs. Rockbell's lines crinkle even more when she's smiling, so Ed thinks it's probably a good thing that she doesn't smile very much. Mrs. Rockbell comes over to the fence and peers down at him. "Hello, young man," she says, crossly. She always sounds a bit cross, but she has taffy in her apron pockets, so Ed likes her. Ed holds out a hand. "Can I have a taffy?" he asks. Mrs. Rockbell exhales grumpily and raises a gray eyebrow. "What's the magic word?" Ed thinks for a moment and then smiles triumphantly. "Can I please have a taffy?" He widens his eyes, looking up at her. "Please." "You may," she stresses the word and roots around in her apron, pulling out a paper-wrapped piece of pastel blue taffy. "Mind you don't choke," she warns as she reaches down to hand it to him. The taffy tastes like bubblegum, and Ed squeaks in delight as he munches on it. Mrs. Rockbell glances over his head with a frown on her face, but she waits until Ed has finished his sweet before she speaks. "Is your mummy asleep again, Edward?" Ed bobs his head emphatically and turns to look at Mummy. Her chest rises and falls softly, and her mouth is open. She must be very sleepy. "She's always sleeping," he looks back at Mrs. Rockbell. "Baby Ul is sleeping too. I'm bored, can Winry come and play with me?" Mrs. Rockbell shakes her head. "Winry isn't here today. You make sure to play quietly for your mummy, you hear me?" She looks down at him sternly. "Don't you start behaving like a little rascal now. I'll be keeping an eye on you." Ed deflates, the prospect of a playmate now a distant dream. Mrs. Rockbell keeps an eye on him a lot. He isn't sure what it means, but she stays out in her garden when she says that, and scolds him when he's too loud or tries to climb the fence. He might get a taffy again if he's good, but now he has to be quiet. "Okay," he says glumly. Mrs. Rockbell reaches over the fence and pats his head. "Run along then." She bustles away and Ed watches through the gap as she gets to her knees, pulling weeds with vigor. He tries to play quietly, but there's nothing really to do, and he ends up lying on the picnic blanket, hitting All Might with a stick he digs up from beneath the weeping willow. All Might doesn't look upset at this sudden mistreatment, his grin still wide and aimless. Ed feels immediately guilty, and hugs him tight, because he knows that sometimes people smile even when they're sad. Like Daddy. Daddy is sad all the time, but he smiles at Ed anyway and lets him play with his glasses. Daddy's glasses make everything all blurry and Ed thinks he must really like it because he's always wearing them, even when he kisses Mummy. Ed likes kisses, especially Mummy's kisses, because they're soft. Daddy gives him kisses too, but those ones are prickly and tickle his tummy. Ed doesn't not like them, but he likes Mummy's more. He misses Mummy. He's not sure it makes sense because she's right there, but she's also sleeping, and that means no cuddles and no kisses. When he looks back at her, his chest feels tight and weird, and he wants to scream but is not allowed, and All Might is still grinning. Ed hates him. All Might turns to dust in his hands. Ed is 5 when Mummy falls. She's folding laundry, and Ed is helping. All thinks is helping, but he really isn't, and Ed has to scold him because Mummy is tired and she likes to keep her energy for housework and hugs. All is whining because he's bored. Ed takes a pair of socks and holds the seams together, pulling and pressing the woven fabric. All watches in rapture, his little face gleeful as he beholds the sock puppets his brother hands him. "I'm gonna have a quirk like yours," All says. Then there is a strange clatter behind them and they turn to look. Mummy is umming and swaying, clutching her head as her legs tremble. "Call Daddy," she chokes, and her green eyes meet Ed's own. "Eddie, Edward, call." She stops and falls to her knees and her eyelids flicker once, twice, before she is folding in half, her head cracking against the tiled floor. Ed feels frozen, his legs stiff and uncooperative. His heart beats off kilter, fluttering erratically against his rib cage. He opens his mouth, but he can't draw enough breath to make a sound. "Mema." All, tiny, not yet 4 years old, trips forward, patting Mummy's pale face with his chubby baby palms. His green-gold eyes are wide with fright, but he isn't crying. Then again, neither is Ed. Wake up." All tugs on her fingers. "Mema." It's All's despondent whisper that rouses Ed, and he clambers towards Mummy, climbing onto her stomach and pressing an ear to her chest. For a moment he can't hear anything, but then there is the steady thumping against his cheek. He remembers the books Daddy reads to him, when it's late enough that the sun has set, and Mummy and All have gone to bed. Biology, chemistry, human anatomy. He knows he has to check Mummy's breathing. He knows he has to find her heartbeat. All doesn't like those books. All likes dragons and fairies and princesses. All likes the princes too, the ones that dash in on steeds, rescuing those in need, the heroes. All likes stories. Ed prefers science. Mummy is breathing. Ed can feel the soft puffs of air against his palm as he holds his hand over her nose and mouth, but she won't wake up, no matter how All wails and clings. "Call Daddy." But he doesn't know how. He hasn't been taught that yet. Mummy and Daddy's mobiles are for emergencies only. There's only one number he knows. He finds her phone in her trouser pocket and taps the green icon. 119. Ed presses the digits carefully. He holds it to his ear, because that's what Mummy does when she's calling someone. The glass is cold against his cheek and his fingers aren't long enough to wrap around the back, and he can't help it when the phone starts to slip. 119. What's your emergency? The voice in his ear is tinny, and he has to strain to pick out the words. Mummy fell, Ed whispers. She won't wake up, he starts to cry then, and he can't completely hear what the voice says next. Please help, he sobs, because he's scared. Please, please. Ed is 6 when Mummy stops coming home. It's gradual at first. Sometimes she doesn't come back for weeks, but then she's there again, smiling with crinkles at the corners of her green eyes, a matching scarf tied around her head. She's home when they go to the doctor for their checkups, and she holds All as he bawls. Daddy is there too, frowning. Ed clutches at his trouser leg, pressing his face into the back of his knee. All is nearly 5, but he doesn't have a quirk yet. Daddy used to laugh and say that he must just be a late bloomer, but Ed doesn't think he'll say that anymore, because the doctor says All is quirkless. "I want to be a hero," All hiccups into Mummy's blouse. She soothes him, running skeletal hands over his blonde tresses, clutching him to her rib cage. It's not fair. Ed doesn't think it's fair either. All wants to be a hero, wants to save people. Ed wants to be a doctor. He doesn't need a quirk, not like All does. "You can have mine," he clambers through Daddy's legs, reaching for All. "I don't want my quirk, All, you can have mine." He is lifted before he can finish and held against a warm chest. "It doesn't work like that," Daddy murmurs, when Ed looks up. "Quirks can't be transferred, Edward. You can't give yours to All." He sounds like he's crying. Ed feels like crying too, and he buries his face in Daddy's neck, squeezing his eyes shut when Owl's wails grow louder. When they get home, Mummy holds Ed and Owl close. "Remember, boys," she says, softly. "It isn't the quirk that makes the hero, it's the heart." She presses her lips to the crown of Owl's head. "I know you both have very special hearts. So I can be a hero." Owl whispers, with wet eyes. Even if I'm quirkless." "I know you can," she murmurs, rocking them both gently. "I know you'll both become amazing heroes. You just have to be brave, my darlings. No matter what happens, I need you to be brave." Ed rests his ear against her sternum, listening to her steady heartbeat. "We'll be brave, Mummy," Owl tells her solemnly. "I know," she whispers. "I know you will." They have to take Mummy back to the hospital that very night, because she starts to bleed and doesn't stop. Daddy is shaking, but he hugs Ed and Owl anyway and tells them that everything will be okay. It's not the first time Daddy has said that, but it's the first time Ed doesn't believe him. Mummy doesn't come back home again. They visit her in a white room, wearing white robes and white masks, holding her hands through LTX gloves. She smiles and calls them her boys. Ed's throat gets tight sometimes, when he lays his head on her bony chest, but he shows her his schoolwork diligently and she asks the nurses if they would tape his sums to the white walls. They see her every day, but they can't all day, and she always looks a little sad at home time. Ed wonders if the white room is lonely. On the day of his first funeral, Ed is 6.5. Daddy is crying and Owl is crying. Mummy is in a box because the doctors couldn't save her. "I'm sorry, but we couldn't save her. Could I have saved you?" Ed whispers, when it is his turn to throw a flower into the grave. "If I tried." She doesn't answer, but Ed doesn't expect her to because she is dead. Dying means leaving forever. He wishes he could have saved her. Things change. Mrs. Rockbell becomes Mrs. Pinako. Then she becomes Granny. They move, because the house is too big for such a small family. By the time they've packed everything up, the garden is overgrown and Ed has to fight his way through the thicket to climb the mahogany cherry tree and hide within the willow's drapery. The apartment is only about half a mile away, but it's in an area of the city Ed has never been to before. The paint is peeling from the walls and Ed finds mold in the corner of Owl's bedroom and demands they SWSH. He's read about the effects mold can have on the respiratory system, and Owl is littler than he is. It only makes sense. Daddy stops working. At first is paid for it, but then he isn't, and by the time Ed turns 8 they've run out of money. The power goes out and it doesn't come back. It's winter and the days are dark and frigid, and Owl develops a cough that won't go away no matter how many spoonfuls of syrup Ed gives him. They sleep together in Owl's room, tucked beneath both their quilts because it's the only way they can retain any heat. In the mornings their breath condensates in the chilly air and they pretend to be dragons. Owl says that Ed has to be a fire dragon because he wants to be a water dragon and they can't both be the same kind of dragon. Ed isn't sure how much sense that makes, but he does think it would be nice to breathe fire, to breathe warmth. If only so Owl would stop pressing his icy toes against Ed's ankles. Daddy cries and sleeps and drinks funny-colored medicine that comes in large glass bottles. He drinks a lot of it. It's scary sometimes, because he's sleeping and taking medicine, and it reminds Ed of Mummy and hospitals and sickness. He wonders if Daddy needs a doctor. He knows they can't afford it, because they can't take Owl to one even though his cough is getting worse. Daddy checks Owl for a fever every day, the way he used to check Mummy, and Ed quickly learns how, for the bad days, when Daddy is crying so much he can't eat or sleep or stand, and Owl's breathing is labored, the short walk from his bed to the kitchen leaving him flushed and heaving. They run out of cough syrup, and there's no money for more. Ed tries to give Owl some of Daddy's medicine and it's not right. Owl chokes from the taste and goes all floppy and weird, and the sight makes Ed's heart stutter. He doesn't give Owl any more medicine. The next day, Ed wakes up warmer than usual, though seasonal frost still coats the window pane. He curls towards Owl and finds a furnace. Pressing against him hurts and Ed tumbles out of bed from the shock, before scrambling on top of the duvet, touching his frozen fingertips to the rosy flush on his brother's cheeks. Owl's usually straight locks are curling, damp against his clammy forehead. His breaths are shallow, rattling audibly as he gasps and his lips are turning blue. Ed knows the symptoms of pneumonia by heart. He's spent hours researching using Daddy's old laptop, reading page after page of medical texts, scanning articles on home remedies for chronic coughs and chest infections. He knows how sick 𝐼 is. He's pushing open the door to Daddy's bedroom before he realizes he's even moved. The air is stale. There are empty bottles all over the floor again, and Ed has to kick them aside before he can reach the bed. Daddy is sleeping. He smells like his medicine, sour and sweaty, but Ed grabs his arm anyway and shakes. Wake up. He sees Mummy on the tiled floor. Daddy, wake up. Ed's not strong enough to rouse him, not from a sleep this deep, but he has to, because he grasps the frame of the bed. It's varnished oak, and smooth beneath his palms. He pulls. The bed frame shatters and Daddy lurches to his feet. Daddy braces 𝐼 against his chest. Ed feeds his brother half of a crushed paracetamol tablet, because 𝐼 is too little for a whole one, and too sick to swallow pills. Then Daddy makes Ed hold 𝐼. They're a year and a half apart and almost the same size, and it's difficult to support his weight, but Ed manages by leaning 𝐼 against the wall and sitting on his other side so he doesn't fall. It seems like being upright is helping though, despite the way 𝐼's head lolls against his shoulder. His breathing isn't quite so shallow, and his lips aren't as blue, and his eyelids flutter as though he's fighting unconsciousness in a way that eases the tightness in Ed's own chest, because 𝐼 is a fighter. Daddy leaves to make a call, and when he comes back there's relief in his red-rimmed eyes. He sits on the bed and pulls 𝐼 into his lap, and tucks Ed beneath his arm. He still smells sickly, but Ed hides his face in his shirt and clings to his warmth as they wait. The sound of the doorbell has Daddy standing, still cradling 𝐼. Ed stays where he is, listening to the murmuring voices as they make their way down the corridor. Daddy carries 𝐼 back to the bed, settling against the headboard as two more people walk in. The first is a tall blonde man that Ed vaguely recognizes, but can't remember where from, and the second is Granny. Ed immediately launches himself into her arms. She lets out a surprised huff but doesn't push him away, gently petting his hair as he buries his face in her stomach. He's reminded of Taffy, and of scoldings and quiet playtime, and he wishes. You remember Dr. Rockbell, don't you, Ed? Daddy's voice sounds far away. Winry's father. He does. He hasn't seen Winry for years though. She wasn't allowed to come over to play towards the end, and then they moved. It's been such a long time. It feels like he's spent every second of it alone. Oh dear, Granny says, and Ed realizes that he's sobbing into her blouse. He is shepherded into the kitchen, away from Daddy and 𝐼 and the doctor, and he watches as Granny surveys the piles of dirty dishes and their empty fridge, and the bottles and cans lining the counters. There's a tightness to her expression that he doesn't remember being there before, and she looks, for a moment, like she is very, very sad. Ed doesn't doubt that she is. He knows how to recognize sadness, he's grown with it. How about we run a few errands together? She suggests, and when she makes eye contact with him the tightness has dissipated. Okay, Ed's voice shakes and she takes his hand. They drive to a supermarket and Granny pays for a shopping trolley. They pick up essentials first, and the cart is filled with rice, meat, vegetables. Ed hasn't been to a store this big in months, because Daddy sold the car and there isn't one within walking distance, but they never have enough money for a full grocery shop anyway, so it's not like it matters. They buy toilet paper, laundry powder, and washing up liquid. Granny spends a long time with the cleaning supplies, and they end up with more bottles of antibacterial spray than Ed would ever know what to do with. He usually only uses it to wipe down the kitchen surfaces when he's making dinner. They pass shelves filled with the same medicine Daddy drinks, and Ed asks if they could maybe get some more for him. He calls it medicine, does he? Granny sounds upset and Ed worries that perhaps he shouldn't have asked. It does look expensive. Maybe she can't afford it. It isn't medicine, she says. It's a grown-up drink. A dangerous, grown-up drink. Ed mustn't taste it. He mustn't ever give it to 𝐼 again, because it's not medicine. She's trying not to look angry, but he can see that she is and he thinks he might have done something bad, but he's not sure because he doesn't understand. Why didn't Daddy? Granny buys 𝐼's cough syrup and some children's cold and flu medicine. Daddy should have, his head hurts. The last aisle before the checkouts is full to the brim with confectionery. He's prepared to walk straight past. Chocolates and cake are for kids who have money they can afford to waste. Ed has to feed his little brother. But Granny stops and tells him to choose anything he wants. It's almost overwhelming, because there is too much choice, but Ed hardens himself against the sudden rush of anxiety. He isn't one to turn down food, and he knows Ol wouldn't either. Some nights they struggle to sleep, their tummies aching with hunger. Ol cries and clutches his empty stomach. Ed cradles him and tries to keep himself together. One such night, when the outside world was blanketed in a thick layer of white, they scraped some snow from a neighbor's fence into their mugs and pretended it was ice cream. It filled them up at first, but then the chills set in and Ol got sicker. Ed remembers holding his little brother through the tremors. He picks up a pack of iced biscuits and one of caramel chocolate, placing them reverently into the cart. Granny makes a noise in her throat, and he looks hesitantly at her. "One more," she says gently. Ed swallows, and glances again at the shelves. He's already chosen two of Ol's favorite treats and he can see another he knows his brother will like, but maybe it wouldn't hurt to look around a bit. He makes his way along the aisle, and really, everything looks good, so he might as well go back and pick out a splash of blue amongst the sea of tin foil boxes and off-brand biscuit packets catches his eye, and he's suddenly reaching for it, grasping the bag in his small hands. Bubblegum taffy. He turns to show Granny. For a moment he thinks he can see tears in her eyes. When they return, the doctor is gone. Daddy is alone in the kitchen, surrounded by pamphlets and clutching a form with shaking fingers. The apartment hasn't quite lost its chill, but the radiators feel hot when he touches them and there's a whirring coming from the boiler that he hasn't heard in months. Ed sinks into the cracked leather sofa crammed behind the table, burying his face in the musty upholstery. He's forgotten how nice it feels to be warm. Granny calls him to put away the ingredients, and then sends him away to Ol's room while she and Daddy scrub at the surfaces with strong-smelling chemicals that make Ed's nose tingle. Ol is asleep, but his cherubic face is relaxed and he's no longer struggling for breath. He looks better, despite the fever-bright spots adorning his cheeks. Dr. Rockbell has a healing quirk, he later learns. Ol has been given a course of antibiotics, paid for by the doctor. He's going to be okay. Granny makes dinner, and Ed thinks it might just be the most delicious thing he's ever eaten, though it's nothing more than rice and chicken. He's been hungry for a long time. He tells her this and she smiles sadly, patting his head. She's glad he likes it. That night, he overhears Daddy and Granny in the kitchen. It's hours past his bedtime and Daddy is crying. "You can't keep living like this, Van," Granny is saying. She sounds subdued, far removed from her usual bustling self. "They can't live like this. They are children." "I know," Daddy croaks. "And you know who they'll end up with if you're considered unfit," she continues darkly. "I'm surprised he didn't show up after." "I didn't tell him," Daddy interrupts. There's an edge to his tone, and Ed doesn't need to see him to know that the corners of his mouth are downturned. He doesn't know, Pinocchio, and he won't. Granny huffs. "Can you honestly tell me you think the way they're living now is any better?" "Yes," Daddy says immediately. "You don't know him the way I do. If it were just Edward, then maybe, but with the way Alphonse is. I can't." He breaks off, and Ed can hear the fridge open and then close again, followed by a faint pop hiss. "When was the last time you were sober?" Granny mutters. It sounds like a question, but Daddy doesn't respond and Granny doesn't make him. "You're going to those sessions, Van. You need to get yourself together. If you don't, I'll call him up myself. I will not let you ruin those boys." "He'll ruin them," Daddy whispers brokenly. He sighs, defeated. "I'll go, Pinocchio." "You better," she says, and it sounds like an ending. The power doesn't go out again. They see Granny often after that first visit. At least once a month, sometimes twice, when the fridge begins to look barren again. Warmth is now a constant and Ol gets better quickly, the doctor's quirk working in tandem with the antibiotics he'd prescribed. Ed no longer has to listen to his brother's wheezing gasps at night. He still sleeps in Ol's bed. Sometimes he's afraid he'll wake up and find his little brother blue-lipped, burning hot, chest heaving, but he never does. The fear doesn't leave though. It remains cold, coiled in the pit of his stomach, twisting into nightmares and terrors. The bottles disappear, for the most part, and Daddy gets a part-time job at the corner shop. He only works during school hours and never on weekends, because he goes to a group therapy on Saturday mornings. Ed and 𝐿 go with him, though they aren't allowed to sit in on the actual meetings, and instead have to go to the kids' club 2 doors down. The lady who runs the kids' club is called Maria Ross. She insists that they call her Maria. She says they are friends, so it only makes sense to call each other by their given names. Ed doesn't know if he likes being friends with her. She asks a lot of questions and sometimes he doesn't know how to answer them. Sometimes he doesn't want to. He goes anyway, because 𝐿 likes her. Maria is very kind, and she's quirkless too, so Ed doesn't mind her. Not many people are kind to his brother. The kids at school will talk to 𝐿, but they don't ever want to be friends. It's so stupid that the other kids only want to play with Ed. 𝐿 is 10 times friendlier than he'll ever be. Maria isn't the only person who makes him talk. On Fridays, their social worker comes to their house and snoops around. Mrs. Curtis has beady eyes and a mean expression, and she asks difficult questions that Ed answers in twisted truths and lies. He doesn't know if she believes him, but he knows if he says too much Daddy might get taken away. Sometimes they split siblings up in foster care, and he can't risk that because 𝐿 is quirkless, and if Ed isn't there to protect him, what are you coloring, Edward? Maria smiles from where she's kneeling beside him. Her dark hair is clipped back and she's wearing a yellow sundress that clashes vibrantly with her pink earrings. He looks down at the drawing. A knight, he answers honestly as he scribbles in dull grey. Why did you choose that one? She's still smiling at him. Ed jrks a thumb in 𝐿's direction. 𝐿 likes 𝐿. 𝐿, who up until now had been studiously coloring in another medieval-themed workbook, glances up with bright eyes. Yeah, he exclaims excitedly. Miss Maria, will you look at mine? Do you like it? Oh, I love it. 𝐿 gives him a sly smirk and Ed grins back. They look after each other, him and 𝐿. He makes sure 𝐿 has enough to eat and takes baths and goes to bed on time, and 𝐿 handles the social situations when Ed gets overwhelmed. It works well for both of them. Ed doesn't hate the kids' club anyway, because at least he doesn't have to be in charge. He knows Maria will look after 𝐿, and maybe he doesn't hate being her friend either. She's the kind of person who knows how to make the people around her happy, a bit like 𝐿. The world would be a better place if there were more people like 𝐿 in it. Ed catches them just outside the school gates because he'd recognize those cries anywhere. Alphonse! Get away from him, he shouts, tears of anger smarting in his eyes as he throws himself between his little brother and the biggest bully. Why don't you pick on somebody your own size? What, like you? The boy sniggers. He's older than Ed by at least a few years, and he sneers, his sharp features contorting. You're even more of a runt than he is. Shut up. Ed snarls, standing on his tiptoes so he's at least level with 𝐿. Just shut up. His brother is 1.5 years younger than him at nearly 10, and Ed's only just turned 11, so there's really not that much difference between them. He's not that short. Why don't you make me? The boy laughs. I bet you can't. I bet you're just as worthless as that piece of 𝐒𝐻T behind you. He leans in, smirking. I bet you're quirkless too. Quirkless isn't an insult. Ed, for once in his goddamn short as all hell life, as Granny would say, keeps his mouth shut. Thought so, the bully laughs and swings his hand back. His friends leer with stupid grins on their faces behind him. He brings his fist forward and Ed pushes 𝐿 to the floor, diving, slamming his palms to the sticky gravel. The ground shudders, and as Ed pulls, the bullies sink rapidly, stuck up to their calves in asphalt and toppling like bobblehead trinkets. Ed helps 𝐿 to his feet. I do have a quirk, he tells the purpling bobbleheads. Don't mess with my brother again. On the way home he describes, in depth, a medical textbook he'd borrowed from the local library during break time. 𝐿 looks appropriately bored, and Ed pretends not to notice the awe-filled glances his brother gives him every time he turns back to the pavement. Daddy is furious, the lines on his forehead more prominent than ever. The school calls him that evening, and he turns on Ed quicker than a WHP. I've told you, he's shouting and Ed can hear panic behind the anger. You mustn't use your quirk in public, Edward. It's not safe, but why? Ed snaps. They were hurting 𝐿. They were going to hit me. I know it's legal in self-defense. I'm not even in trouble with the school, not after you explained. It's not about that. Daddy lowers his voice, turning away as he massages his temples. I'm sorry, Ed, I know it's not fair, and when you're old enough I promise I'll explain, okay? But for now, just do as you're told. Do not use your quirk outside this apartment. Even if 𝐿's in danger. Ed bites back. Even then. Bitter tears spring to his eyes and he turns away to hide them. Edward, he feels a hand on his shoulder. Ed, kiddo, don't be like that, leave me alone. Ed rips himself from his father's grasp. Stop touching me. You're wrong. You're wrong. I don't care why you think I shouldn't, 𝐿's more important. 𝐿's always more important. You're a terrible dad. I hate you. I hate you. Edward, Daddy's voice is shaking. Leave us alone, Ed sneers coldly, words spewing from his mouth like vomit. We don't need you. Daddy turns and walks out of the room, and the icy anger trickles away, leaving something worn and hollow behind. We don't need him, Ed thinks viciously. We don't. That night, after Daddy has drunk himself to sleep and it's past even Ed's bedtime, 𝐿 whispers to him, you should be a hero, Ed. But that's 𝐿's dream, not his. Ed knows better than to take something like that from his brother, not when the odds are as stacked against him as they already are. I'm going to be a doctor, Ed says, as he always does. You're the one who's going to be a hero, 𝐿. I know you can do it. They've had this conversation before, but this time it's different. 𝐿 doesn't smile at him with a mixture of awe and pride, as though Ed has handed him the world on a platter through raw determination and belief. 𝐿 turns away from him. I can't, Ed, he whispers. You know I can't. Please don't lie to me. I'm not lying, Ed says, and he means it. 𝐿 laughs bitterly, and it's wrong, coming from his little brother, because 𝐿 isn't bitter. He's gentle and loving and kind, and quirkless. The words come unbidden to Ed's mind. Wouldn't you be bitter too, if around every corner the world was against you? Listen to me. Ed feels a new sense of urgency, and his heart pounds as he turns the younger towards him, grasping his shoulder tightly. Listen to me, 𝐿. Don't listen to them. They don't know you, I do. I know you can become a hero. I know that you will. How? There are tears in 𝐿's eyes, but also a cautious hope. How, Ed? I don't have a quirk, I can't fight villains, he scrubs at his eyes. I don't know what to do. Ed has thought about this before, he's done what he can to make 𝐿's dream come true, after all. He's looked into latent quirks, researched the logistics of fighting without the advantage of a strong physical quirk, and there are heroes out there who work in the shadows, with quirks not strong enough for a fair one-on-one fight. Support weapons, is what he says. I've sketched some designs for you. We can try building them together. Most of the mechanics are simple, it will just be a case of getting the materials. Oh, 𝐿 breathes. Oh, Ed. And I've designed protective gear as well. I've based it off, well, actually I'll show you. Stay here. When Ed returns, he's carrying a picture book with several drawings tucked into the margin. He's stuffed one of Daddy's empty beer cans under his arm after a sudden flash of inspiration, and he lays his spoils on 𝐿's bed, opening the book and unfolding the research pages and diagrams. 𝐿's eyes are wide, an almost thirsty look in them as he drinks in the sight. This is amazing, Ed, he breaks off, as though suddenly short of breath, before his flinging himself into Ed's arms, nearly crumpling the papers beneath him as he sobs. Thank you, thank you. Ed clings just as tightly, because 𝐿 shouldn't have to sound so grateful, just to be given the same chance as everyone else. They pore over the pages, whispering to each other about tension and maneuverability, and 𝐿 is helpful, suggesting things Ed hadn't thought of. 𝐿 has always preferred physics over biochemistry, and it shows, the diagrams spilling over with annotations and scribbled side notes. An hour later, they have much more than just a theory, and 𝐿 is beaming, his cherubic face lighting up as he stares at the pages filled with harsh pencil lines and blue ink and the rough sketch, for neither of them are artists, of his hero costume, shaded in soft grays and silver. This is so cool, he whispers, enamored. This is so cool. Ed grins, because it kind of is. This is gonna be you, 𝐿, he says. He casts his gaze over the drawings in satisfaction, before a gleam of metal catches his eye. Oh yeah, He picks up the forgotten beer can, shaking it in his brother's face. Remember this. Ol blinks, leaning back a little from the abrupt turn of conversation. You brought that with you. He frowns, confusion evident in his expression. Why? Just watch. Ed furrows his brow, summons all of his willpower and presses. The can crumples, metal sheets folding together seamlessly. He starts with the general shape first, arms, legs, the helmet, before moving on to intricacies. It's hollow, there wasn't all that much base material to begin with, but the helmet is detailed and there are joints carved into the arms and legs, a suit of armor. It's misshapen, certainly, for Ed really isn't an artist, but its form is unmistakable. The end result isn't large, perhaps the width of his palm, but Ol takes it reverently. I don't understand, he whispers, in a tone that suggests that perhaps he actually does. Eddie, they didn't have quirks. Ed hands him the picture book. The Heroes of Camelot. Nobody did in those days. Ol sniffles. I wish I could look like that. I know, Ed squeezes his arm. I know, Ol, and it sees that you can't right now, but you will one day, you hear me? You will. I'll make sure of it. Just keep that, okay? Maybe it'll help you remember. It's not the quirk that makes the hero, it's the heart. You know that. I remember. Ol clutches the little figurine. I think I know what I want my hero name to be. Yeah. Ed isn't crying. He isn't. The Tin Can Man. Ed stifles a sob. Oh. Ed is 11 and almost a half on the day Ol turns 10. It's a quiet affair, just the two of them and Daddy, sitting at the kitchen counter eating store-bought cake. Ol is wearing a sweater that Ed made for him out of their old, too small clothing. It was cheaper than buying one from a shop, and he did use his quirk to make it, so it wasn't exactly difficult, but Ol had beamed after unwrapping it from the crumpled sports pages of that week's Sunday Times, and proclaimed it was the best birthday present he'd ever had, right after he'd opened the new sci-fi novel Daddy had found for him at the local charity shop. Daddy hadn't looked upset at all at the revelation, and Ed had caught him staring at the sweater with pride. Which doesn't make sense, because it was Ed who made it, not Daddy. Ol doesn't have friends over because he doesn't have any. The kids at school still won't talk to him. Ed does what he can, but Ol is in the school year below him, and while he's able to hang out with his little brother at playtime, Ol is on his own in lessons. Next year, when Ed transfers to their local junior high, Ol will be on his own during playtime too. It's not something he likes to think about. He doesn't know what he's going to do. For all that his teachers call him a genius, he honestly has no idea how to protect his brother. But that isn't today, it's not even tomorrow. They have time, or rather, Ed has time. He'll think of something. He has to. And if worst comes to worst, he can just flunk his exams so they hold him back a year. Anything is better than Ol getting hurt, and if that's the way it has to be then he'll do it. It shouldn't stop them from living their lives. Ol will still be able to have a normal life. Ol's the one who matters. Can we get a cat, Daddy? Ol asks, curiously. Daddy, who is sober and eating a second slice of birthday cake, chuckles. You know, kiddo, a cat is going to be a lot of work. Are you sure you want one? Ol, the newly 10-year-old boy, who likes cats and birthdays and heroes, matters more than the rest of the world, to Ed a hair. Ol stuffs another bite of fluffy icing and crumbs into his mouth. I'm sure. Cats are my favorite. Cats are a lot of work and they're expensive, even if they take in a stray, because of vet bills and cat food and all the other things cats need. Daddy has a part-time job now, so they don't exactly have no money, but they sure don't have much to spare. Ed grimaces, because he knows Daddy can't say no to Ol, and they really can't afford another mouth to feed. Sure, kid, Daddy says lightly. I'll pick up a few extra hours at the shop. We'll get you a cat. Really? When? Ol grins, eyes bright as he peppers Daddy with questions. Can we call it Butter? Do you think we can get a kitten? Should we get a boy or a girl? And do you? Ed tunes them both out. He's already started thinking about how he's going to break the news to Ol. There's a reason Daddy's not in full-time work, and there's a reason he doesn't usually pick up extra hours at the shop. Daddy's usually crying when he's not working, or he's drunk, or both. So they won't be able to afford a cat. He thinks Ol probably knows all this, but his little brother is and always has been an optimist. Daddy is the same. Daddy is optimistic, for someone who's so often sad, but it always shows itself at the wrong time. Like now, because he somehow thinks he's going to be able to pull himself together enough to buy a cat of all things, and Ed is going to have to pick up the pieces. If we get a girl kitty, Ol stabs at Ed's shoulder with his index finger until he's listening. She can have babies and we can sell them. You're gonna be a cat breeder. Ed is skeptical. I thought you wanted to be a hero. Heroes can breed cats, Ol replies confidently, with the air of a hero who does just that. I can do both. Can I have another slice, Daddy? Sure thing, Kiddykins. Daddy heaps another sickening helping of jammy Victoria sponge onto Ol's plate. Tell me again, what's your hero name going to be? It's supposed to be a good day. It's Ol's birthday, and Ol is turning 10, which is his first foray into double digits, and from then on out he's going to have to get through another 90 years until triple digits, so Ed reckons this is kind of a big deal. It has been a good day. Ol's been happy, which is Ed's measure for the good versus the bad days, doubly so since Ol deserves to be happy today, not that he ever doesn't of course, but Ed is sure even Daddy understands the importance of being happy on birthdays. But then Daddy disappears, maybe an hour after the cake, and Ed's heart practically sinks through the floor, even as he lugs himself off the couch to go searching, because they've been here so many times and he knows what's going on before he's even set foot in his father's bedroom. He enters anyway, because they've played this game before, only it isn't so much a game as it is a worn-out, bone-wearying farce of a routine. Daddy is sitting cross-legged on the floor, his shoulders against the bed frame. He's clutching a half-empty bottle of clear liquid, vodka, Ed feels confident enough to presume, in one hand and his face in the other. He's crying, and he reaches for Ed when he sees him. Ed takes a step back. It's Ol's birthday. Daddy's face twists. Eddie, your mother, don't call me that. Edward, he doesn't want to know. He doesn't want to know why Daddy's suddenly talking about her again, and in most of the ways that matter, he doesn't actually care. It's Ol's birthday. Ed snaps, and suddenly he's crying too. Ol's birthday. This has nothing to do with Mummy. Why are you so obsessed with her, Dad? She's dead. She's dead and she's never coming back and you're never, ever going to see her again. He wants to scream and hit his stupid dad in his stupid face but he doesn't, because he doesn't want to hurt him, he just wants. Daddy's eyes are wide, and for a moment Ed thinks he isn't going to speak, before, get out. Ed stumbles back another step as Daddy rises to his feet. Get out. Daddy's fist is clenched. I mean it, Edward. Leave. Ed will look back on this moment with regret, because maybe he could have said something else, done something else. Maybe Daddy wouldn't then have ended up drinking the other half of that bottle, and maybe things would have been different if he hadn't. Maybe all, but tomorrow Ed is not today Ed. Today Ed doesn't know what he will or won't regret. Today Ed is an 11-year-old child trying desperately to be a parent to his 10-year-old younger brother. Today, Ed is angry. What if I don't? Ed goads, adrenaline making him bold. What are you gonna do, Dad? Are you gonna hit me? Daddy hasn't hit him before. Daddy, as far as Ed knows, has never hit anyone. But, in that moment, Ed finds himself flying back against the half-open door, cheek red and throbbing. You? Ed stares. He stares, because all of a sudden he doesn't know the man in front of him. He doesn't know Daddy. You actually did it. Daddy's still sobbing. I told you, he slurs his words. Get out, Edward. Ed gets out. They're making dinner for two. Pasta and tomato sauce, bubbling on the stove, just as merry as it would have been on any other day, which is why if Ed could hate pasta he would, because he's spiteful like that. But that isn't going to work out at all, because he's hungry, and he thinks he might be incapable of hating anything edible at this point. At least they don't have to eat anything green today. Ol's using the healthy portion of tonight's dinner as an ice pack against Ed's face. Ed is mostly humoring him, as much as fidgeting, cross-armed and frowny-faced, at the counter counts as humoring. Daddy hit you, didn't he? Ed scowls. He doesn't say anything, because he doesn't like lying to Ol, but all the same, some things are better left unsaid, and this, he thinks, is one of them. I want to tell someone, Ol presses the frozen peas a little too forcefully against Ed's cheekbone. Maybe on purpose. We're gonna tell someone, right? Ed must take too long to answer, because Ol gasps and shakes his shoulder. Ed, we have to. No, Ed finally finds his voice, though even he can hear how much it's shaking. No, Ol. It was my fault he did. I practically begged him to. Ol frowns. He's always quiet when he's thinking, which is pretty much the opposite to how Ed works. Ed is loud and shouts his unfiltered thoughts and gets into trouble because of it. In all honesty, Ol is probably this way because he's quirkless. It helps him to be unnoticeable, which is sad, but Ed won't begrudge him the only way he has to defend himself. But just because Ol's quiet, it doesn't mean he's not smart. Ed knows this better than anyone. Which is probably why Ol comes to the conclusion he does. I don't think it matters what you did, is what he ends up saying. I don't think Daddy should have hit you. I think he was wrong to do that. Ol's right. Ed knows Ol's right. He hasn't spent most of his life advocating for his little brother not to know what abuse is. He knows Daddy doesn't always treat them right, that's why he's the one looking after Ol. The problem is, Daddy is sick. It's not the stomach ache kind of sick, or the fever kind. Daddy says it's inside his head. He tries to look after Ed and Ol but he's sick and so sometimes he can't, and that is why Ed has to make sure Ol eats his peas and goes to bed on time. When Daddy drinks the way he does, he's just trying to cope. It's not his fault. And even though they argue a lot, Ed loves Daddy, and he knows that Daddy loves him and Ol too. If we tell, Ed counters as though he's brandishing a sword made of putty. For all that he knows he's right, he doesn't want to hurt Ol. We might not be allowed to live here anymore. He meets Ol's golden gaze. His little brother's eyes are wide with uncertainty. You do understand that, don't you? Ol swallows almost nervously, and Ed only comprehends why when he begins to speak. Would that be so bad? He stares at the floor, refusing to make eye contact even when Ed looks for it. Maybe it would be better. We might be split up, Ed says plainly. I know, Ol's voice shakes, a telltale sign that he's about to cry. But, Ed, I don't want you to get hurt. If Daddy is starting to hurt you, I think we have to tell. You think you can protect yourself? Ed suddenly finds himself standing, the peas falling to the floor as he grasps Ol's shoulders. It'll be like it is in school but worse, Ol. You're quirkless, so they're gonna try to get you like they always do, and then you're not gonna be able to defend yourself because you're quirkless. It's a vicious CYCL, and Ed knows that Ol won't make it. He knows his brother, maybe better than he does himself, and he knows that if he allows the world to beat Ol down like that, the younger boy will break. Ol's expression belongs on a cracked mirror. Ed doesn't think he's ever seen him look like that before, and he has to swallow down the shock as he's shoved away, as Ol chokes on his tears. You think I can just stand by and watch you get hurt? His little brother is almost shouting, which is wrong and weird, and how can I become a hero if I do that? Ed, heroes don't just watch. They save people. Ol takes a juddering breath. If I can't become a hero because I'm quirkless, then, you can, Ed hurriedly interrupts. Of course you can, Ol. I've told you, you just said I couldn't. Ed is stunned silent. You said I couldn't. Ol sobs, and is crying, and it's Ed's fault. He made his little brother cry. You said I couldn't defend myself because I'm quirkless. I want to be a hero so I can save people. I want to save you, but if I can't even defend myself then I don't know how I can. He dissolves into tears, the rest of his sentence unintelligible amidst the bawling. I didn't, Ed swallows. He's messed up. He has to fix this. I didn't mean it, Ol. I want to protect you. You're my little brother. I can't do that if we're not together. Yeah, well you can't do that if Daddy hits you either. Ol's chin juts out defiantly. He's bigger than you, and he's crazy too. He might kill you. Crazy. Ed hasn't ever thought about it like that. Daddy's sick, not crazy. There's a difference, but it's a difference that their father has explained to Ed. Neither of them have ever talked to Ol about it, because seeing Ol cry is the worst thing in the world. So, Ol doesn't understand, and that's probably a mistake. They're at an impasse, because it's not like either of them are going to back down and just let the other get hurt for their own sake. But they can't stay this way either, red-faced and teary and glaring. Ed holds out an arm. Hug, he gestures weakly, hurriedly scrubbing at the few saltwater tracks that have made their way down his own cheeks with his other hand. Please. It's only when 𝐼 is clinging steadfastly to him that he realizes something is wrong. It takes him just a few seconds to identify it, but he can smell smoke, and where there's smoke, there's fire. In their crummy apartment block with its poor ventilation and papier-mâché walls, the possibilities are almost universally disastrous. So it's with a stiffness that comes from having his fraught nerves wound one too many times that Ed pulls back, shoving at his brother until they are face to face. We've got to get out of here. Somewhere in the near distance, alarms begin to blare. There's smoke in the hallway. Ed can barely breathe and he makes 𝐼 stay back in the closed-off kitchen, because his brother's lungs still aren't quite as good as they had been before his bout of pneumonia. He knows better than to open the front door, even for a peek, because he knows how fast fire can spread. It's a frightening thought, how thin a wall there might be between himself and a blazing inferno, but he pushes past it, throwing his father's door open as though he hadn't been fleeing from that same room earlier. The air is thick, stagnant and almost hazy from the tendrils of smoke wafting under the door. Daddy isn't in bed. No, instead he's on the floor. It's not the first time Ed has found him collapsed against their threadbare carpet, but it never fails to turn his BLD to ice, because what if he's dead? What if Ed finds himself on his knees, narrowly avoiding a puddle of vomit, pressing two of his fingers against his father's neck before he takes in the nearly imperceptible rise and fall of his chest. When he digs his fingers in further, he finds a thready pulse. It's weak and unsteady, but it's there, and Ed has to choke back a sob because he can't afford to crack now. Not when 𝐼 and Daddy are relying on him to get them all out of here. The smog is burning his lungs, and as Ed gasps for breath he realizes that if he's struggling, the fragile string his father's life hinges on might very well snap, and so he pulls him quickly into the recovery position, grimacing as he swipes inside the man's mouth for any vomit that might be remaining. He's simultaneously relieved and disgusted that he did when he pulls his hand away covered in sick. Ed. 𝐼. Ed wipes his hand on the floor and pushes himself to his feet. What are you doing here? I told you to. 𝐼 starts coughing. There's smoke everywhere, he gasps, as Ed pulls him into the room, slamming the door shut behind him. The kitchen doesn't have big enough windows, we need to. He suddenly pushes himself away from his brother, lunging for the comparatively larger windows of their father's bedroom. Ed, why didn't you open them? Ed feels stupid. Maybe it was because he found Daddy dying on the floor, choking on his own vomit, or that amidst his panic he just forgot, but he can't dwell on that now. He clambers over their father, reaching to help 𝐼 with the latch, pushing the glass panes wide open, and inhaling blessed, smoke-free air. What do we do? 𝐼 whispers, clutching at Ed's forearm with shaking fingers. We can't go out the front, I think that's where it's coming from, Ed. He glances down at the floor, at the prone form still lying there, perfectly still. And Daddy, he's crying, Ed realizes. 𝐼's crying again, but for once the thought doesn't make him sick to his stomach, because there'd have to be something really wrong if 𝐼 wasn't crying. It's normal to cry when the world is burning, isn't it? Ed reaches up to touch his own dry face. I don't know, he whispers, with a sickening clarity. I'm not sure there's anything we can do. The whole apartment block must be on fire, if the number of siren wails are anything to go by. It's not safe to leave the flat. It's probably not safe to leave the room, so Ed stuffs a blanket against the thin gap under the door, and the steady stream of smoke pouring through it becomes a little less steady. With the window open they won't suffocate, though even the air outside is becoming markedly hazy, and the roar of flames is suddenly audible, loud and unsettling. Their sirens are getting closer, the screeching almost unbearable, and there's a blistering heat that Ed knows must be from one of the apartments below them. The thought makes him nauseous, because he'd known that at least a few of the flats had caught fire, but the confirmation sends a tingle of fear up his spine. It's aggressive, he can hear that much. He's not sure whoever lives there is going to survive this, and he knows that if their own front door is unable to withstand the flames, they very well might not survive this either. He might not be able to keep 𝐼 safe. He sticks his head out the window, and even through the thick smoke and billowing heat, He can make out the telltale red of the fire trucks and the white ambulance vans, because there's no way they won't be needed. People are going to die, and people are going to get hurt, and there probably won't be enough medics for everyone. There's even a few police cars, and a number of people wearing strange costumes who, Ed discerns with a startle, might actually be heroes, begin to pile out of them. They each survey the scene with a look of horror, and something inside him begins to crumble further. Ed watches as they scatter, before he can even begin to call out, to ask them to look up. It doesn't stop him yelling though, because he has to try. Even as hot smoke lights at his throat, even as Ol tries to join him and immediately starts heaving bile, because Ol's lungs are still a little sick and he's beginning to realize his younger brother can't cope. Daddy is still breathing, and that matters too, but not quite as much because there's only one of Ed and one of his brother and he can't even begin to start figuring out where their father fits into his mental landscape. Please. He chokes, his face red from the heat and voice hoarse from the smoke and the screaming. Please, we're here. He can't use his quirk. The building is so unstable it'll probably come crashing down on everyone if Ed isn't careful. And he doesn't know how to be careful, not with so much at stake. He knows there are people here who want to save him, people who are good, who chose to become heroes, just like Ol wants to be, but Ed's never been the sort to look at the world and just believe. Believe that everyone who needs to be saved is saved. Believe that good will win. Believe that winning doesn't come without a price. Ed knows none of this is true. He knows that something has to give. That there's no life without loss, that somewhere there's an equivalency to be had. His whole life has been a series of reminders that if he wants something, he has to get it. He's not like Ol. He can't just sit here and hope for rescue, and believe in heroes like some kind of child. He has to be willing to pay the price. Which is why he hoists himself onto the windowsill, ignoring Ol's strangled protests amidst his hacking coughs and wet GGS, because if he doesn't then they're going to die, and at least if Ed makes himself more visible they stand a chance. Something crumbles and Ed slams his hand into the brick wall pushing, and suddenly there's an indent and he curls his fingers, grasping his homemade handhold as he desperately tries to find his footing. He clings to the open window with his other arm, probably putting far too much weight onto the hinge, but he doesn't have a choice, because of Ol and Daddy, and because getting noticed might make the difference between life and death, and Ed screams. And someone's suddenly staring at him, all the way from the ground, looking up, face a picture of shock, and then they are shouting, eyes wide and fixed upon something above him, eraser. The hinge, rusted and old, breaks under the pressure. Ed is falling. Until he's not. A strip of cloth, that feels a little like rope, is encircling his ribcage. A few of his ribs are probably cracked, because the pain of the cloth cutting into him is almost unbearable, but he's alive, inches from the ground, seconds from becoming yet another body, because he knows those are piling up. Arms reach for him, taking the weight off of his chest, unwrapping the cloth in what seems like practiced ease. A low, almost familiar, voice murmurs things he can't quite catch and that are probably meant to be comforting but fundamentally aren't. He's lifted up and cradled as though he's a much younger child. It's not until he moves his arm to cling to the stranger's shoulder that recognition floods through him, because there's a strange metal box in the way, and that means this is one of Ol's heroes, and maybe even Ed's too a little bit, because the radio show is actually kind of soothing to listen to, and, Ol, my brother, he gasps, and the man carrying him falters. There's another child in there. And now, Ed definitely recognizes the voice as belonging to Presenter 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Ed twists and nearly vomits from the pain. He's still in there, he means to say, but he can barely breathe, and every other gasp is a cough. Please, okay, Presenter 𝐒𝐴 murmurs, tightening his arms around Ed and moving a whole lot faster all of a sudden. Which apartment? Ed gives him the number, and the hero reaches to fiddle with something by his ear, which Ed quickly realizes must be some kind of earpiece. You got that, Dante? There must be an affirmative because Presenter 𝐒𝐴 doesn't say anything more to the person on the other end, instead turning to Ed and humming a silly nursery rhyme that would be condescending in pretty much any other situation, but somehow isn't in this one. It's gonna be okay, kiddo, he sings gently as they arrive at an ambulance. You're going to be okay. And when Ed is told to let go and he finds he can't, Present MIC sits down with him instead and stays, even as they listen to Ed's chest and tape up his ribs. "I'm on civilian duty," is all he says when the paramedic questions it. "There's not much I can do against a fire like that." Ed understands the need to feel useful, to be doing something. He remembers doing his best to heal Ol's injuries after he'd been roughed up by a couple of older kids, remembers seeing his brother bleeding on the pavement, bullies long gone, remembers pressing the wounds together as though Ol were a sock puppet, all seams and stitches of his skin's own making, and he hates having to do that, but he will for Ol. He remembers the sickness he'd felt, the burning in the pit of his stomach, seeing his baby brother hurt so badly, how he'd rushed to help and how even wiping away Ol's tears had felt like the smallest of triumphs, because at least Ol was hurting that little bit less. He wonders whether that might be how present MIC is feeling right now, so he turns and tugs at the man's sleeve from under his arm, whispering "thank you" when he glances down. The smile he gets back is a bit sad, but maybe a little genuine, because the hero squeezes him gently, murmuring just as quietly, "You're very welcome, little listener." Present MIC is a good person, Ed affirms, because present MIC is just as kind as Ol, who is very clearly still trapped somewhere in that building, because he's not here and yet he should be, because he's definitely injured. The fire service and heroes are barely keeping up with the flames. The air is still burning even as the ground becomes sodden, water running in rivulets under the wheels of the ambulances and fire engines and police cars. The ambulances are peeling off, one by one, and even fewer are returning, and Ed is transferred to wait with the police because he's not a high-priority patient. Which is okay, because he's not leaving without Ol. "My brother," he croaks, as they watch the carnage unfold from the boot of a police car. "He's not here." Present MIC doesn't reply for a moment, though he looks down at Ed, pulling him more firmly against his side. "I can't ask for updates, kiddo," he finally responds. "Distractions like that could jeopardize someone's safety." "Will they tell you?" Ed whispers, "when they find them." Them. And suddenly, the hero isn't by Ed's side at all, but crouched in front of him. "It's not just your brother in there. Daddy too," Ed swallows. He's not supposed to talk about their father, in case they get taken away, but it's probably important, and it's not as if he decided not to tell, he just kind of forgot, because Ol is more important, isn't he? He's drunk. He drank a whole bottle. Present MIC's eyes are impossibly wide. "I'm sorry," Ed says shakily. "I forgot. I'm sorry, I forgot, He cuts himself off, pressing hard against his eyes with clenched fists. "I'm sorry." Hey, large hands cover his own, pulling them away from his face. Present MIC's soft smile is back. "It's okay, kiddo," he says. "It's okay. It just means I need you to answer a few questions. Do you think you can do that for me, bud?" Ed bobs his head numbly. "Your dad and brother," Present MIC asks seriously. "Were they conscious?" "Ol was." Ed closes his eyes. "He was coughing, but he was awake. Daddy W wasn't." He chokes, and Present MIC squeezes his hands gently. There's a roaring in Ed's ears. I put him in the recovery position, his shaking suddenly, tremors racking his body. There was sick in his mouth, but I pulled it out. He was breathing. I checked. He gasps for air because he's not sure there is any anymore. He was breathing. "Kid, hush, it's okay. No more questions, you did good. You did so well. Now, how about we slow down, yeah. In and out. Yeah, exactly like that." Ed clenches his eyes shut, clinging to the words and clutching the hands gently grasping his own, trying to emulate the hero's exaggerated breaths. "That's it," Present MIC murmurs. "You're okay. You did well, kiddo. I've just got 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. He stands, placing a hand on Ed's shoulder and beckoning a police officer over. "I've got to relay some info. Mind sitting with this little one for a moment." The officer's shadow falls over him as Present MIC moves away, before the man is settling into the spot next to Ed. "Rough night?" he offers, his tone a little wry. Ed can't help the shocked giggle that escapes him. It's not funny. Nothing about this is funny, but all the same, he finds himself snorting at the remark. "I guess," he mumbles, pulling his legs up to tuck his knees under his chin. There are some good heroes here, kid. The officer waits until Ed glances up at him before carrying on in that same, gentle tone Present MIC had used. A solid rescue team. I know it's hard to believe right now, but there's a good chance your family is going to be okay. Heroes can't save everyone. The officer's eyes are momentarily shadowed, an expression not quite akin to bitterness etching itself across his face. No, they can't, he says, and maybe there's a little grief in his voice. Ed knows what grief looks like. The moment passes just as suddenly as it came, and the man squeezes Ed's forearm gently. It's always good to hope, though. His lips twitch, as though attempting a smile, though Ed can't help but think it's not quite as sincere as Present MIC's. It'll be okay, buddy. It'll be okay. He doesn't know if he can quite believe that. They are both silent after that, and Ed watches Present MIC pacing rapidly back and forth. He's clearly still talking into his earpiece, and the grim look on his face is doing nothing to reassure Ed. And then he just stops. The officer beside Ed stiffens. Stay here. One moment he's speaking sharply to Ed, and the next he's striding towards Present MIC, grabbing the other man by the shoulder in a grip that looks like it hurts. Something's wrong. And then they are both sprinting towards the building. Just as the main entrance doors are being flung open, a man staggering out, hauling something, something over one shoulder, cradling another something, it must be a person, but they're so goddamn small, and 𝐿's tiny little head lolls sickeningly, flopping over the man's arm, and Ed doesn't know when he started running. 𝐿. He's screaming, he knows, and he can almost feel the eyes on his back as heads turn. 𝐿, please be okay, please, please, please. The same cloth from before snakes around his middle, pulling taut, and he's flying backwards. His vision whites out for a moment, his taped ribs screaming in protest as he collides forcefully with something solid. He doesn't even have time to struggle before there's an arm looping around his chest, pinning him in a crushing but gentler hold. Calm down, kid, there's a low voice in his ear, but he can barely hear anything above the roaring fire in his head. Present MIC is pulling Daddy onto his back at the same time the police officer takes 𝐿, and the man who had been carrying the two of them slumps to the gravel drive, breathing heavily. Two paramedics rush to help him, even as half a dozen more are running towards his little brother and father, strapping them into stretchers, wheeling them towards the ambulances, carrying them away. That's my brother. Ed shouts. That's my dad. He digs his heel into his captor's shin. Let me go. There's a sharp intake of breath, and Ed feels the cloth loosen from around his torso. He isn't released, the grip on his shoulders twisting in a way that forces him to turn until the ambulances are behind him. There's a hand on the back of his head and dark eyes that stare down at him from a scruffy face. The stranger won't let him look away, simply moving into Ed's line of sight every time he even tries, and it's only when the sirens finally fade into the distance that the man drops into a crouch in front of him, murmuring, "It's going to be okay. I'm a hero, kid. You're safe now." And even though Ed is heartily sick of those words, even though he knows it won't be, there's something about this man that reminds him of Present MIC, who reminds him of 𝐿, his little, baby brother who might die, might already be dead, and there are tears sliding down his face, and he sobs, pulling his arms around his chest, which kind of hurts, because his ribs are aching and everything just feels hollow. Don't leave, Ed begs. The hero reaches for his hand, squeezing it tightly. I'm not going to. Ed can barely remember the first time he rode in an ambulance. He recalls phoning the emergency services, though at the time he only knew he was calling for help, and he remembers the doctor who held his hand as he watched medics load his mother into the back of the van, but the ride itself is hazy at best. He thinks he can remember crying, but he isn't sure if it had been 𝐿's or his own. He doesn't have to this time. The hero, Eraserhead, carries him to a police car and sits beside him in the backseat while Present MIC takes the front and the officer, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲, settles behind the wheel. Eraserhead helps Ed with the seatbelt, tugging on the strap a few times, before making sure it's not too tight on his ribs. What's your name, kid? Eraserhead turns to him as soon as the car begins to move. Ed can't help but stiffen. He doesn't like questions, he always says too much, and it tends to be safer not to give answers. Even this kind of question, which should be harmless, always devolves into a much longer conversation, because Ed's name isn't Japanese. Not that he can really refuse to give his name to two pro-heroes and a police officer. Edward Elric, he whispers, and watches in dismay as Present MIC sits up a little straighter. You speak any English, little listener? And oh, he hadn't been expecting that. Yeah, Ed replies, suddenly flummoxed. He hasn't spoken English since his mother died. Daddy had just stopped speaking the language, stopped replying when Ed and Ol did. They'd learned quickly not to, after that. It was my first language. English sounds the way his mother felt, like safety, warmth, comfort, even from the lips of a stranger. Ed finds himself relaxing, a tightness in his chest that he hadn't realized was there in the first place easing, and he takes a shuddering breath. You all right? Eraserhead nudges him gently. Ed glances up to see the man grinning stiffly down at him. Why yeah, Ed takes the transition from English to Japanese as poorly as anyone fluent in both languages can. Switching between the two comes as easily as riding a bike with a rusted chain. That is, if the chain had been rusting for 5 years and the bike not ridden since. He flushes. I haven't in a long time. Spoken it, I mean. Sorry, he directs the apology towards the front seat, but the words come out rushed and garbled in their DLVY and he winces, clamping his mouth shut and staring desperately out the window. Beyond the patches of light thrown down by street lamps, the world appears drenched in shadow, swallowed by the stillness of the night air. It's okay, little listener. Present MIC is concerned and utterly soft, swapping to Japanese flawlessly. No, Ed wants to whisper. I wasn't upset. It just reminded me of Mummy. But that's personal, and so he doesn't. He turns back to the occupants of the car instead, and waits for the inevitability of more questioning to befall him. Your face, Eraserhead prods further at his wounded pride. It's bruised. What happened to it? His face. Oh. It feels like an eternity ago. It looks like somebody got a hit in. Eraserhead's eyes narrow, and despite his calm tone, Ed thinks the man might actually be angry. He's drunk, Ed had told Present MIC earlier. He drank a whole bottle. It's too late. They know, he's sure of it. Eraserhead already knows who hit him, but is asking anyway, and Ed really isn't sure why. Maybe so they have proof, so they can take Ol and Ed away from Daddy, and shouldn't Ed really be doing something to stop that? He's read so many stories online about kids who get separated from their siblings in foster care, and Ol is quirkless, and if that isn't a disaster waiting to happen, he can't let them take Ol. Except that they already have. I want to tell someone, Ol had said. Ed is horror-struck when he realizes that if Ol does die, if Ol is dead, that will have been his last request. He doesn't have a choice, not really, because Ol wants Ed to tell. Somebody did, he finally whispers, twisting his hands in his lap, keeping his gaze straight ahead. Who? Eraserhead's voice catches on the word, low and just as stiff as his smile had been. Ed feels similarly caught, but it's his own fault for willingly walking into a trap that he'd known was there. There's a soft shouter from the front of the car. Ed blinks at the familiarity shown, but otherwise doesn't move. He thinks it might have been a reprimand, but Eraserhead doesn't give any signs of backing down, and Ed doesn't really want him to. My dad, he tells them, as though he's walking to the gallows. He was drunk. He allows the trap to snap shut without fanfare, and waits until he's sure the man beside him has mentally pocketed the evidence before turning to look up at him once more. Eraserhead's expression is dark, his eyes shadowed as they flicker over the bruise marring Ed's face. He reaches carefully, movement steady as though not to startle, grasping the boy's shoulder with a light pressure. The middle seat between them isn't much of a seat at all, and Ed can almost lean into the contact. He wants to, but the space is just enough that the act would come across as purposeful, and he's forgotten how to seek comfort not freely given. There's been a distance between Ed and the adults in his life for a long time, and he feels too awkward to ask for closeness now. Maybe that distance stretches between Ed and the world as well. It is, at the very least, an arm's length, because Ol is usually holding his hand, and Ed likes to keep the rest of the world away from his vulnerable little brother. Brave for telling us, the police officer is saying, doubtless speaking to him, but Ed is feeling spacey. Though it's not exactly difficult to guess what the man is talking about. My brother wanted me to, he says, shrugging, jostling Eraserhead's hand from his shoulder as he does. 𝐿 is usually right. So is Ed, but if he can help it he'll put 𝐿's judgment above his own, in the rare occurrence that they come into conflict. So he's older than you, Eraserhead surmises, the corners of his mouth turning down. He doesn't look as though he's angry though. He's wearing the same expression 𝐿 sometimes does, when there's a problem to solve and the pieces of the puzzle aren't fitting together right, and sure, maybe it's actually a logical conclusion to make. Ed knows that older siblings are kind of supposed to bully younger ones a bit, because they do in all the storybooks, but Ed and 𝐿 have never been like that with one another. No, I'm 11. 𝐿, Ed swallows, hesitating, because it's kind of horrible, isn't it? The way today, of all days, has turned out. 𝐿's birthday is today. He's 10. There's a silence then, and it's close to becoming stale before Eraserhead finally breaks it, voice rough, I'm sorry, kid. Ed sniffs back threatening tears. You didn't start the fire. Somebody did, Eraserhead insists, and sure, if he wants to care that much, it's not like Ed can stop him. You didn't deserve this. Neither of you. His lip curls into a grimace. I'll find whoever's responsible for this. Ed can't help but envision a dark hero in a black jumpsuit and goggles, wielding an off-white scarf against whichever terrified office bureaucrat was in charge of building regulations in the poorer areas of Musutafu. You don't have to do that, Eraserhead. Why not? Present MIC interjects, twisting in his seat to do so. There's a funny expression on his face, a bit like Eraserhead's, and just like Eraserhead, Ed doesn't quite know what to make of him in that moment. You probably can't, Ed says haltingly. It could have been anyone. A lit cigarette, a gas stove. The walls are like paper, it'd only have taken a spark. Obvious, all too obvious to Ed, but maybe not so to these heroes. Maybe they've never lived in the kind of places he has. It feels like that should make him bitter, but there isn't any room for bitterness anymore. He's not sure even that could displace the dread, the terror, the grief. Something's been lost, even if just a home, even if an entire family. I see, Eraserhead murmurs, something a little like resolve flickering across his countenance. Thanks kid, I'll see what I can do. And the thing is, he sounds like he actually means it. Ed briefly considers that his vision might come to pass. The hospital is busy. Ed can tolerate present MIC's insistence that he hold his hand as they weave their way through the swathes of patients and nurses and crying mothers, but he can't help but be a little indignant over the strange scarf looped around him in a loose hold. He knows they just don't want him to get lost, but he's not a little kid. He's not going to run off. Besides, they're not going the right way, because he saw a sign pointing towards the intensive care unit, which is where 𝐿 has to be, but they took a wrong turn 3 blindingly white corridors ago and he's feeling sicker with every step. My brother, he pleads, tugging on present MIC's sleeve. Where is he? Where did they take him? Can I see him? Present MIC's mouth is pressed into a thin line, and he's shaking his head. It'll be all right, little listener, he says. We'll find out for you once we've had you looked at, yeah? But Ed doesn't want that. He doesn't know what he wants, but it's not that. He wants 𝐿. He wants the peace and quiet of the car, those simple questions he'd thought he was going to hate but that actually helped reorganize his cluttered mind. He wants to take 𝐿 and leave. More than anything, he doesn't want to stay. It's hurting his eyes. The walls are too white, the smell too sterile, the lights too blinding. It's barely a memory, but he knows it's bittersweet, and he remembers the pain. He stops, pulling his hand from present MIC's and turning to walk back the way they came, because he's been going in the wrong direction and he has to find 𝐿. He has to move. He can't. Eraserhead holds tight to the scarf wrapped loosely around Ed's middle, even as he stoops low, pulling them both to the side of the corridor. It's okay, he says quietly, from somewhere far, far away. It's okay. I want you to try breathing with me. Can you do that? He exaggerates his own breaths, his chest rising and falling visibly when he does. And Ed tries, but there's something stopping him, constricting, and he can't. It's not really the scarf, it's something else, hurting deep within his chest, and maybe he's not so sure it's a cracked rib this time. Take it off, he whispers, because something is squeezing, choking him and he can't breathe, and take what off? He doesn't know. He can't, please, I can't, 2 pairs of hands work swiftly and the scarf is removed in mere seconds, but Ed still, he thinks he remembers, because the light is so blinding and the walls are so white, and perhaps Ed can tack his sums to the plaster here too. Mummy, he gasps, because he's here, but he's also there, and maybe he can be in 2 places at once when they are the same. I want Mummy, please, please, there's a hissed God from someone nearby, and it must be presently because Eraserhead is still crouching in front of him, hands on his shoulders, dark eyes wide and mouth taut with concern. Shouter, don't ask, Ed his present mic start, but is cut off when the other hero shakes his head dismissively. I know, Eraserhead's eyes track upwards for a moment, before his focusing again. He covers one of Ed's hands with his own, resting the clenched fist against his chest. I want you to breathe with me, he repeats. It's just us here, kid. No white walls. No hospital. Just them. When Eraserhead takes another breath, Ed does too. That's good, the hero says gently. All right, Elric. Ed nods shakily. You think you can tell us what set you off? The question is cautious. There's an opportunity to back out, somewhere there, but the storm raging inside him is calmer now, his pulse walking a steady gait. Ed has no reason to lie, and for once it's freeing. The truth on the tip of his tongue doesn't burn when he allows it to pass his lips. It reminds me of Mummy. Present MIC kneels beside them, his hair tower somehow even taller at eye level. What does, little listener? The hospital. Ed has to watch his expression crumple. He doesn't like it, because with the blonde hair and kind eyes, present MIC reminds Ed a little too much of Ol. They are similar. He's always known Ol has it in him to be a hero, but now, confronted by the possibility of that future, something settles in his chest. He was right. He's always been right. It's not a quirk that makes a hero, it's the heart. Ol's heart. We're taking you to the pediatrics ward. Eraserhead squeezes his shoulder. His eyes are sad. It doesn't look like the rest of the hospital does. Have you been there before? Ed shakes his head. The hero looks like he expected that. We don't have far to go now. You can walk if you like, but if you let one of us carry you, you'll be able to keep your eyes closed until we get there. He hesitates, briefly, gaze flickering over Ed as though gauging his reaction. Is that all right? Will you leave? Ed whispers. Are you going to leave me there? He doesn't want to be left alone. Not if you don't want us to. Ed stumbles forward, reaching out to cling to the hero's black jumpsuit. Don't, he mumbles into the fuzzy fabric. Please don't. His face is full of scarf, and the words come out muffled and distorted, but he thinks they understand anyway. Eraserhead lets out a heavy sigh, pulling Ed into his arms as he straightens. Let's go, kid, he sounds tired. Ed's tired too. When he closes his eyes, he drifts. The summer sun burns brightly. It's a warm day, warmer, perhaps, than is usual at this time of year, when the green leaves threaten to curl in on themselves, darkening to the color of Mummy's hair. He's found us, Mummy is. Whispering. She isn't anywhere Ed can see, her voice bodiless and malformed. He's found us, Van, and after Malachi, I just can't lose them too. Why else would he be here? Van, it's okay, Daddy whispers, standing tall, the way he hasn't since Ed was just a little boy. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. A fire rages, blazing, the sky now aflame. The sun has set the sky on fire, Ed thinks. Ol climbs to his feet before him, next to Daddy, burning, flesh blistered and sooty, hair charred. His head lolls sickeningly to the side, and his green-gold eyes are closed, and maybe he isn't standing, not anymore. Not anymore. No, Ed clutches at his brother's limp arm. No, Ol. Please, wake up. Wake up, kiddo. Daddy kneels, his hand on Ed's head. Come on now. Ol, Ed lays his palm on the child's body. Please, Ol. Please, please. It's okay, little listener. Daddy takes hold of Ed's shoulders. You're okay. Ol, Ed cries and cries. Please, I love you. Please wake up. Elric Kuan, Daddy shakes him. Wake up, buddy. Come on, Ed is crying. There's an arm around his shoulders, levering him into a sitting position, and a leather jacket pressing against his cheek, damp and sticky, because leather probably isn't meant for tears. It's okay, someone soothes, words lilting. Just breathe, kid. It's all okay. It's all okay. Ed says in a shaky breath. He recognizes the voice. He remembers, remembering hurts. Presently the words are hushed as he pulls away, blinking up at the hero through bleary eyes. He sees hair as blonde as owls, and eyes that are green, like the grass in his garden used to be, green like mummies. Mic smiles gently as he settles into a chair beside the bed, a hospital bed, Ed realizes. That's right, kiddo, he keeps hold of Ed's forearm, a light pressure that's almost grounding. Ed needs that right now. His head is spinning so much he thinks he might begin to float if it doesn't stop soon. It was real, wasn't it? He whispers, squeezing his eyes shut against the tears still threatening to fall. It was real. Not all of it, he thinks. But enough. The nightmare. Mic asks, brow furrowing when Ed nods. Ah. Okay, well. Mind telling me what it was about? All was burning. All's head, lolling sickeningly, charred and broken, and Ed blinks, clenching his fists around starched bed linen. It's colored, like the rest of the room. The pediatrics ward, he knows, is a ward of the hospital built specifically for children, and it looks the part. The walls are painted forget-me-not blue, and the curtains drawn across the hospital windows are decorated with sparrows. There are glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling, and the lights are soft. It doesn't look like the rest of the hospital. It doesn't make him think about Mummy. He supposes that's a good thing. Your brother didn't burn, Elric Kuan. Mic squeezes his hand. The smile has dropped from his face, though his expression is still gentle, still something akin to pitying. He's alive. Your father, too. Ed swallows. Alive. There's something about the way it's said. He's alive, not his okay. Maybe he isn't okay. But he didn't burn. He's alive. Doesn't that mean something? Mic ducks his head, catching Ed's eyes. Hey now, he says softly. It's okay, buddy, it's not. Ed chokes out hoarsely, a sob escaping before he can stop it. It's not, and I don't know what to do. He hates it. He hates the way the hero's eyes widen, hates the pity and the hurt that he knows is for him. It's just one more reminder that he's failed his little brother, in some way, because there's something the man isn't telling him, and Ed is afraid. Let us sort it out. Mic catches Ed's hand in his own. We're not going to leave you to face this by yourself, kid. But there's nobody left. It's just Ed and Ul now, by themselves, and Ul's alive. There's nobody left except Ul. They are alone, because there's no way they'll be given back to Daddy after everything that's happened. Your father, too. Is he a terrible person for not really caring? He loves Daddy, just like he loves Mummy, but it doesn't change the fact that they've both left him now. Ed doesn't blame Mummy, not at all, but sometimes he wishes, wonders, about what might have been if she'd never died. Would she have stayed? Would Daddy have looked after them all like he was supposed to? He trusts that Mummy would have stayed. He thinks Daddy might have found another reason to fall apart, another reason to drink, to hurt and abandon. We're not going to leave you to face this by yourself. Mic is a hero. It's practically demanded of him to be kind, to be a good person. To care, even. He's implying more than one person that cares, which is two more than Ed has ever thought would. He kind of suspects the other might be Eraserhead. Which makes sense, because Eraserhead is a hero too. Heroes care, even if they can't save everyone. Heroes are good people. But even good people tell lies, especially grown-ups. Mic is lying to make him feel better, not about Ul, he thinks, because that would be a bad thing to lie about, but he's definitely lying about the other things. It's not going to be okay. That's a lie. That's always been a lie. So, strike one. They will leave him. Nobody stays, not for long. Not for a quirkless little boy and his brother. Daddy is the only one who's ever tried, before the bottles of medicine stole him away from them. Strike two. And Ed is alone. With or without Ul, he's always been by himself, and to promise otherwise it's a lie. Little listener. Mic asks cautiously, because Ed is taking too long to reply, and apparently that's cause for concern. You good, kid? It's a lie. Ed wants to scream. You don't have to pretend, he hisses cattily, bitterness churning in the pit of his stomach. He almost chokes trying to force the words out of his mouth. It's okay. You don't have to pretend. We're fine on our own. He tries to be angry, but it comes out broken and scared. Like him, he supposes. In the wake of his outburst, present MIC stares, eyes widening. With poorly concealed horror, before his blinking rapidly, turning away until his face is hidden. Are you? Ed starts, before cutting himself off. He doesn't really know what to do, because he's made a hero cry. He hadn't thought that what he'd said was really that mean, but maybe it had been. I'm sorry, he squeaks. He flounders for something to say. When Ol cries, Ed gives him a hug. When Daddy cries, he ignores Ed and Ol and locks himself in his bedroom with his bottles. Ed doesn't know how to comfort adults, but present MIC is really, really similar to Ol, so maybe, do you want a hug, he whispers shakily. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you cry, I'm really, really sorry. He's interrupted when present MIC turns back to him, head shaking insistently. You didn't, kiddo. He still isn't smiling, and his eyes are suspiciously watery, but his face is dry. That, at least, hadn't been a lie. I'm sorry, you dig. I let my emotions get the better of me. That wasn't cool, since I'm the grown-up round these parts, he sighs, and it was really nice of you to offer a hug, buddy, but I don't want one unless you do, yeah. You shouldn't have to do anything you're not comfortable with. There's so much there that Ed just doesn't understand. Grown-ups do get to be sad, and he's done something wrong and now he has to fix it, but present MIC is being confusing and kind, even though Ed hasn't been. Even though Ed doesn't deserve it. But I hurt you, he curls in on himself, ignoring the way his ribs twinge. I snapped and then you got sad, and that was my fault. He has to be careful, too, because saying the wrong thing can make people really sad, and then they leave for a long time and don't go to work, and Ed doesn't get enough money to buy food for all. You didn't hurt me, present MIC explains patiently, and I'm not really sad, he pauses, frowning slightly. I'm concerned, he offers after a moment. You've told me some very concerning things that I can't leave alone. Honestly, little listener, I don't think, we won't be allowed to live with Daddy anymore. Ed cuts in, dully, will we? It's not a question, not really. No, present MIC says softly. He wasn't looking after you, kiddo. I can look after myself, Ed whispers weakly, and I'll, too. I have been, for 5 years, maybe, ever since Mummy died. Or longer, because she was sick and sleeping, and Daddy was working and, for how long? Present MIC prompts. Ed doesn't know. He stares at the starched sheets covering his knees, fighting the urge to curl up completely. What's going to happen to us, he asks, instead of answering. He's quirkless, and I know they might split us up if we go into care. I don't want him to get hurt. He doesn't say it outright, but he doesn't have to. Being quirkless invites pain, and foster care is going to make that a whole lot worse. Present MIC makes a noise of understanding in his throat. That's why you never told anyone, he surmises. He frowns, the corners of his mouth turning down. I'm sorry, kid. I don't want him to get hurt, Ed repeats. It was my decision, he hesitates. Ol wanted me to tell, though. He's said so already, he recalls, in the police car. He wonders if present MIC remembers. What's going to happen to us, he asks again, because the hero still hasn't answered and Ed's starting to wonder if it's for a reason. Ol's alive, not Ol's okay. Why did he say it like that? There are some things you need to know, kid, the hero finally murmurs. Tell me, Ed demands, nails digging into his skin through the sheets. Please, just tell me. Present MIC tells him, and Ed cries. There are so many wires. Ed's scared to get too close, scared because if he jostles something, breaks something, touches anything at all because he doesn't trust himself, Ol could get hurt, and Ed's already hurt his little brother enough. If he'd just listened, then maybe, you coming in, kid. There's a man, dressed in the same green hospital pajamas that Ed is in, seated by Ol's bedside in one of the flimsy chairs dotted around the room. His eyes are dark, just like Eraserhead's, but his black hair is cropped short. There's a smear of soot over his left temple, and scratches across his cheek. He looks worn, but the stare he gives Ed is anything but defeated. Ed hesitates, glancing back at the hero standing mere inches behind him. What if I hurt him? Present MIC gives him a reassuring smile. You won't, kiddo. He puts his hands on Ed's shoulders, gently nudging him into the room. Here, let's get you sitting down. Those ribs of yours must be giving you trouble. They are, a little, and Ed can't help the sigh of relief as he sinks into the cheap, plastic chair, opposite the man already sitting down. Present MIC pulls one up beside him, settling into it and resting a hand lightly on Ed's forearm. It's a warning as much as it is a comfort, Ed thinks, because they are distanced enough from the bed that he wouldn't quite be able to reach for his brother. Ol looks so vulnerable lying there. So small, swathed in sheets and covered in wires, hooked up to a ventilator, because his brother can't even breathe on his own. Comatose, Present MIC had told him, his voice softer than ever, as though each next word might be the one to break Ed, in the pastel room with the ceiling covered in stars. Oxygen deprivation due to the amount of smoke Alphonse inhaled. Unlikely to ever recover full function. A chance of brain death, rapid deterioration. They just don't know. It's Ed's fault. If he'd just taken his brother with him, lugged him onto the windowsill somehow. Ol's taller, but he could have found a way. He should have found a way. Or maybe if he hadn't upset Daddy earlier that day, his father could have helped them. Daddy is clever, and he would have, Ed knows, if he'd just been sober, because even though he's sick he still loves them so much. He would have died for them, and the worst part is that Ed wishes, terribly, horribly, that their father had been awake enough to do that, because, isn't that what parents are supposed to do? It's what Ed would do, for Ol. It's what he wishes he'd done. And now Ol might not even be there. Hey now, Present MIC sounds alarmed, his hand moving to squeeze Ed's own lightly. We're supposed to be breathing, bud. That's not right. Ed can breathe just fine. Ol's the one who, the world tilts. Whoa, Present MIC's arm curls around his shoulders, pinning him against the back of the chair. We're definitely not doing the whole falling over thing right now. Come on, little listener, breathe with me, yeah. We're going to take a deep breath in, counting to 4. There's a scrape of plastic against linoleum and the sound of footsteps as Present MIC counts and Ed heaves. He's almost more lightheaded as the air rushes in, choking because the iron band sitting heavily around his lungs is unyielding and he can't breathe. He hears, more than actually sees, someone kneeling in front of him. It's not your fault. The words are like a life jacket, and Ed clings to them, forcing his eyes wide open and meeting the speaker's own dark gaze. It is, he gasps, his own voice garbled and barely there. It is. I was supposed to look after him. I left him. You left to save him, Present MIC murmurs. You told me where he was. You did everything right, kiddo. But I couldn't save him. Ed takes another, shuddering breath. It's easier, somehow, just hearing those words. Even if they aren't true. I couldn't. He doesn't ask why, because he already knows. Heroes can't save everyone. Ed isn't even a hero. You still tried, the man in front of him presses, a flicker of something in his gaze, though Ed can't quite figure out what. Sometimes that's all we can do, kid. All we can do. It's him. You're Dante, Ed whispers, watching as the man's eyes widen minutely. He remembers the name of the hero Present MIC sent to find his brother. You tried too, didn't you? I did, the hero, Dante, says. I'm sorry I couldn't, kid. It's not your fault, Ed shakes his head. It is mine. I was scared and I forgot my dad was there. I mean, you carried them both out. That slowed you down, didn't it? If I'd said so earlier, you could have asked for backup. Dante's expression darkens, and his gaze flickers towards Present MIC before coming back around to rest on Ed again. Your father was drunk, he near snaps, and Ed flinches before he can stop himself. Present MIC actually scowls. At least try to have some tact, Roy. Sorry, Dante winces, taking a slow breath, as though centering himself. Listen, kid, what happened was not your fault. Your father shouldn't have been that drunk around you in the first place, and he hesitates. If I'd thought that saving him would be detrimental to your brother's safety, I would have asked for help. They were unconscious when I got to them, and it's highly likely that this would have happened whether or not I'd had backup. I just didn't get there fast enough, and for that I am sorry. It's not your fault, Ed insists. It's mine. No, it's not. Dante looks like he's trying really hard not to glare. Stop blaming yourself, kid. You stop blaming yourself, Ed snaps, before he can shove down the frustration that's been bubbling up inside him. He doesn't mean it, and he especially doesn't mean it here, at his comatose brother's bedside. He doesn't want there to be a fight here. He doesn't want a fight at all. I'm sorry, he says quickly. I'm sorry. Don't shout, please, all could hear you. Please don't shout. Present Mic and Dante share a grim look that Ed doesn't understand. Nobody is going to shout at you, bud. Present Mic murmurs soothingly, his arm tightening a little around Ed's shoulders. This is a difficult situation, it's okay to be upset. I was rude, Ed says softly. That makes people mad. When they get mad, they shout. Dante stares at him, his gaze seeming to catch on Ed's cheek, the same way Eraserhead's had. Do they do anything else? Ed hadn't thought they did, but now he knows that they do. Daddy just hadn't gotten angry enough before, he supposes. They do if they get really cross, he answers truthfully. That's when they hit you. Dante startles, naked concern playing across his face as he glances up at Present Mic. His Archie. Present Mic shakes his head, Shouter's dealing with it. Eraserhead is Shouter, Ed remembers. Present Mic called him that on the car ride to the hospital. They're familiar enough with each other to use first names, all three of them. He wonders whether they are friends. If they work together often, it would make sense for them to be. Ed wouldn't know, he doesn't think he's ever had friends before, besides Winry and Ul, and he hasn't seen Winry in a long, long time. Now Ul is as good as gone too. Present Mic jostles him gently, you still with us, kiddo? Yeah, Ed scrubs at his eyes, at the tears threatening to fall. I'm fine, I promise. It's okay if you're not. Maybe for other people, but never for Ed. Breathe, kid. Because he can't again. Hey, buddy, it's okay, let's get back to counting, yeah. Something cold nudges his fingers, and he glances down. He can't stop the tears then, and Dante tries to withdraw his hand but Ed snatches at it, clutching it in both of his own. Where did you get that? His voice is cracking wildly as he tries to stifle his sobs. Where did you get it? He doesn't dare touch the object held within, because, your brother was holding it, Dante says quietly. Ed can barely hear him over his own, ragged breathing. Is it yours? It's his, Ed chokes out, shivering with sudden chills and rolling nausea. It's his but I made it for him. Made it? Present Mic asks oddly, his brow furrowed as he blinks at the intricate figurine in Dante's grasp. It's my quirk. Ed's teeth are chattering from how much is trembling. I can make things and break them down, if I understand them enough. That's a powerful quirk. Dante sounds thoughtful as he pulls his hand gently from Ed's own. You should keep this, kid. He presses the figurine into Ed's palm. You'll want it later on, even if not now. For the memories, is what goes unsaid, and it's true. Because even if Ol wakes up, he won't become a hero. If he wakes up at all. Ed takes the tin can man reverently. I do want it. The metal is cold, but it burns when it touches his skin. Naomasa Tsukochi's coffee is tepid, overbrewed and barely palatable. He drains the mug anyway, bitter granules and all, only just resisting the temptation to scowl at the file currently splayed across his own desk and half the neighboring one. It's been a while since he's worked on a case this tragic. Mother deceased, father incapable of caring for his young children. One brother missing, another comatose, and the third likely alone in the world. The kid had looked like he'd known it too, in the car. Naomasa stares at the papers laid before him. Missing isn't exactly conceivable, not after all this time. Expecting a positive resolution to a 12-year-old kidnapping case is a fool's errand, the hopeless optimism of a rookie officer, and Naomasa has no such illusions, not anymore. His confidence wanes further when he considers the timescale. The 3-year-old child of a family with a rich, famous history of powerful quirks, stolen from his home less than a year after his own quirk manifested. The entire, sordid tale has him written all over it, and the implications that his reach had extended so thoroughly beyond Japan it's chilling, because it's been more than a year and Naomasa still dreams about his friend's broken, blooded body. How many lives have been at the mercy of that man's destruction, who'd seemingly had the entire world at his feet? A photo of the toddler sits atop one of the files, revealing a beaming smile and bright, golden eyes. It's painful, imagining that light snuffed out. Looks like a job for social services, detective. Officer Tamakawa raises a whiskered brow over his fresh, "Okay, Naomasa might have to fight him over that," mug of coffee. "We are a social service. Of a sort anyway. Someone's pulled a string, somewhere." His subordinate narrows his eyes. "So who's the puppeteer?" Eraserhead called. Naomasa presses a hand against his brow, because Diamonite, he's bloody tired. But if Aizawa thinks this is necessary, it probably is. "Apparently, I'm the string." "No SHT. Tamakawa frowns at the mess, contemplative. "Well, I mean, if it was him. Mind if I take a look?" Naomasa stands immediately, because coffee. "Break. Be my guest. I should warn you though, it's a heavy one." It sure is weighing on Naomasa, at any rate. "You know, I figured," Tamakawa says dryly, picking up one of the files to flick through it. "You never do end up with the easy cases, Tsukochi. It's all work and no play with you. Just do your job, Toma." Naomasa heads to the door, giving his subordinate a final, no less than genial, look, before slipping into the empty hallway and heading in the direction of the office break room. He glances at the document he'd swiped from his desk, the edges of stiff paper digging into his palm. There's a number and a name, Izumi Curtis, social worker. Assigned watch over the Elric brothers after the boy's father began showing signs of alcoholism and neglect. Nasty, nasty case, really, because if Aizawa is to be believed, Van Elric never recovered, despite reports stating otherwise. He'll stop by the coffee machine later, he decides. He has a call to make. Shouter Aizawa is no stranger to the dregs of society. He works at night, cloaked in the shadows of back alleys, hiding in the musty corners of darkened warehouses. When he finally sleeps, the atrocities he's witnessed leave him gasping awake, soaked with sweat and pulse thrumming. Hizashi wakes with him, a cool hand pressing against his brow, whispering comfort that Shouter can barely hear over his thudding heart. RPE. Human trafficking. Drag deals gone south. It only takes one moment, a frightened almost child clutching a gun, in too deep to ask for help. It takes one startle, one sudden movement, before that same child shoots himself, shoots someone else. Shouter has seen this time and time again. It's never justified. He's bitterly aware of the irony, that most monsters are not born, but made, that the very people he is paid to take down have likely been shunned, walking a shadowed path before they'd even had the chance to decide who they wanted to be. In a fair world, they would be the protected, rather than the perpetrators. But this world is not a fair one, and a monster made by man is still a monster. Maybe Shouter is playing into his own role in society, but the alternative is watching death occur before his eyes, and then turning away to enjoy his ignorance. He thinks that would be worse. Shouter is an underground hero by choice. His quirk isn't exactly suited for daytime heroism. Erasure works best when he can get the drop on his opponents, and for that he prefers anonymity and a low enough level of light to obscure his presence. He doesn't have the temperament for the limelight, nor the patience for the resultant media circus. It's no secret that, after pro-heroics, journalism has one of the highest fatality rates of any given career. Most of those casualties are kids, fresh out of university and high on the immortality of youth. Life's still a game at that age, and it only takes the one civilian, running towards a fight instead of away like they should be, before there's another dead body, another tragedy. There are enough horrors in the world without throwing more fuel to the flames. Shouter considers the spectacle made of villain fights to be something akin to gasoline. Perhaps the horrors are more apparent to Shouter. It's always the worst sorts that come out at night, the ones that treat human life as an expendable resource, as though the very concept of life as a right is meaningless. The shadowed underbelly of society isn't always visible in the light of day. Most live their lives unaware of its existence, or at the very least, willfully ignorant. They don't see what 𝐿 sees. They don't know what it's like to see the dull eyes of a child unable to believe that someone has come to save them, because they've been taught never to trust. They don't see the cigarette burns, the tears tracking down their pale, scarred cheeks, the fear. 𝐿 knew a child like that, once. The hospital lights are dimmer than the usual overwhelming brightness and the squeaky linoleum tiles are colored. Glancing at little Edward Elric, curled under those scratchy, starched sheets, tiny and afraid and so goddamn young, he hates the horrors that brought them here. The horrors today, and those of 6 years ago. This boy is far younger than the broken kid 𝐿 had known when he was barely an adult himself, and isn't that a trip, but that hardly matters. Children are children. They are innocent and vulnerable, and this is a world that rips the vulnerable to pieces. He leaves his 𝐬𝐻𝑖 with the kid. His a comforting presence, a skill 𝐿 has had to learn, though he still falls short of his husband's natural talent. He makes his way through the corridors, retracing the steps they'd taken to the children's ward. The walls become whiter and the lights horribly bright as he walks. The recovery ward isn't far, and he slows as he reaches the room he's looking for, reaching out a hand and knocking sharply on the door. A hoarse, familiar voice invites him in. 𝐿 turns the handle, pushing his way into the room with maybe a little more force than is strictly necessary. A young man rests against the pillowed headboard of a hospital bed, legs splayed out on top of stiff, unused sheets. His hair is matted with what 𝐿 thinks is dried BLD, and there's a distinct burnt aroma that makes him recall the time his 𝐬𝐻𝑖 accidentally set fire to his shirt sleeve. The man's eyes are underscored by dark half-circles that only accentuate the exhaustion apparent in his slumped shoulders and rasping breaths. There's a small, metallic figurine set down on the mattress beside him, which 𝐿 mentally files away as strange, but not the most pressing thing right now. "You look terrible," he blurts, before he can even think about stopping himself. Roy Mustang blinks at him for a moment, the corner of his mouth tilting in amusement. "That's nice." "I mean it," 𝐿 lopes over, dragging a chair to the side of the bed and slumping down in it. He narrows his eyes, staring at the younger man. There are scorch marks along his pale forearms, and it takes 𝐿 back to another place, to another time, when the burns were small and circular, and the man, kid, all those years ago, impossibly thin. "What happened? You were there, weren't you?" "Not until the end, and then they were carting you off." Roy grimaces, and 𝐿 can see how his fists clench, nails digging into his palms. "There were 2 victims. A boy and his father, and I couldn't. They were in such bad shape I didn't think there was a chance of backup getting there on time." His face darkens, then, his eyes flickering with anger as he softly states. They were the only occupants, and 𝐿, that man was drunk. I'm almost certain of it." A memory, the bruised, fearful face of a little boy, is brought abruptly to the forefront of his mind, and 𝐿 wonders if rage is catching. He can't quite keep the sourness from his tone as he reclines in his chair, finding little support in the cheap plastic frame. The child's brother admitted that much. He hesitates. He's here for a reason, and it's not to discuss that particular tragedy, however much he might want to. "The doctor told me you were brought in for smoke inhalation, Roy. How the hell did that happen to you?" His friend winces. A sense of foreboding begins to creep up on 𝐿. "What did you do?" "I had to." Roy shakes his head, a trembling hand rising to cover his face as he speaks. "I couldn't let them suffocate. But I was trying to pull oxygen away from the fire, and the flames wanted it just as badly as I did, and I guess," he cuts himself off, huffing a humorless laugh. "Well, I wasn't going to let the kid breathe in the smoke, and the fire was eating everything. There was nothing else I could do. There's always something," the teacher in 𝐿 wants to lecture. "There's always something you can do besides hurting yourself. But there's a time and a place for that conversation, and it isn't today, under the harsh blare of hospital lights." 𝐿 imagines smoke in his eyes, and flames at his back, standing between death and those fragile lives, and he understands. Still. Smoke inhalation. How desperate had the situation become? And for someone with an oxygen manipulation quirk to wait. You use the air from your own lungs, he croaks, unable to keep emotion from bleeding into his tone, because that isn't okay. It's reckless and stupid, and he could have died. At the end, the words are spoken steadily, a hint of heated resolve buried within them. For the kid. Don't do that again, 𝐿𝐼 pleads, unfairly, he already knows. Roy's gaze turns steely. You know I can't promise that. They stare at each other, a silent impasse, before the younger of the two grimaces, glancing away. His tone is gruff when he finally speaks, giving voice to a question 𝐿𝐼 has been dreading. The boy. They won't tell me anything. You said you spoke to a doctor, right? Did you find out what? Yes, 𝐿𝐼 interrupts quickly. But Roy, I want to know. 𝐿𝐼 swallows heavily, hating that he has to be the one to tell him, that the man has to be told at all, because this should never have happened. Comatose. They say it's unlikely he'll recover. That's, Roy's breathing stutters, his shoulders visibly stiffening, before bowing as though under a great weight. Unfiltered horror plays across his face, and 𝐿𝐼 can see the very moment he shuts it down, burying the cacophony of emotion under a shroud of blank detachment. It isn't your fault, 𝐿𝐼 offers gently. Roy freezes, and 𝐿𝐼 can't help but feel like he's fed up somehow. No, he blinks, something imperceptible in his dark eyes, the mask flickering ever so slightly. God, 𝐿𝐼, it is. I should have called for backup. I would have been faster with only the kid. You saved his father's life. 𝐿𝐼 reaches to grasp his friend's shoulder, and he shouldn't be shaking a hospital patient, but Roy's breaths are coming in quick, harsh gasps, and he needs to bring him back. He's alive, you know. He's going to be fine. You kept that child oxygenated, which is all the ambulance crew were able to do anyway. It's all they've been able to do here. The kid was likely gone before you got there, and it's not, he swallows, catching his own, startled breath. It's not hopeless, okay? He isn't brain dead. They've got him under observation, and they are still doing tests, but they know what caused it now. It was oxygen deprivation, Roy. If anything, your presence there is the reason he even has any hope. He pauses in his rigmarole, closing his eyes to dull the pounding in his head. If you'd left the father, he'd have ended up like the boy, or worse. You made the right call. He can feel the way Roy shifts under his grip, the way his shoulders finally relax. He can hear the trembling exhale and the soft curse he mutters, and when he opens his eyes he can see relief amidst the grief and exhaustion of his friend's countenance. 𝐿𝐼 understands. He can't even count the number of times he's needed to hear those words after a mission with a body count, needed to know that he'd done the right thing, that he'd been up against powerful enemies and impossible odds. He understands the injustice. A man who has clearly done nothing but bring harm to his children has been given a second chance at life, while his own son is fated to suffer. A life has been saved, but he can see the sorrow in his friend's eyes, and he's sure it's reflected in his own. It feels very much as though the life saved was the wrong one, but who are they to decide who deserves to be saved? You made the right call, 𝐿𝐼 repeats, and his voice is steadier this time, surer. Good. You did everything you could. Sometimes that's not going to be enough. It's not your fault when that happens. There's a watery laugh, and he watches as Roy pulls away, swiping a fist under his eyes, before lifting his gaze to meet 𝐿𝐼's own. Once a teacher, always a teacher, 𝐒𝐻. I was never your teacher. But you still taught me things, he cracks a grin then, and 𝐿𝐼 blames his 𝐼 entirely when he says, it's good to know you haven't lost your penchant for melodrama. Don't be a brat. The laugh he receives in response is light, the smirk on Roy's face tinged with sincerity, and 𝐿𝐼 revels in the momentary win. In some ways, its meaning reaches something beyond just a smile, because 𝐿𝐼 remembers everything. He remembers who Roy Mustang used to be, remembers the day they met. 𝐿𝐼 was in his third year of UA, and Roy in his first. He'd struggled that year, hardly able to even look at the younger students, kids full of optimism and naive hope, because he'd see them and feel like crying, knowing that they were going to die, grinning the way Oboro had been, smiling, wide and frightened, still small, but the scrappy little winner of the first year's sports festival had been so different. 𝐿𝐼, along with everyone else in the stadium, had stared in shock as the young boy lifted a clenched hand, watching, waiting as each opponent quietly keeled over. He'd won, of course, with that terrifying display of power, but there had been no light in his eyes. 𝐿𝐼 found him shivering by the side of the school's running track later that day, bruised and blistered, covered in cigarette burns and flushed with obvious fever. His only friend, a bespectacled little kid from general education, had looked almost ready to bite 𝐿𝐼 when he'd tried to get closer. Not once had 𝐿𝐼 looked at the younger boy and seen Oboro's bright eyes staring back at him. Where's he going to go? He startles, abruptly uprooted from his introspection. What? Roy scoffs. The kid, he emphasizes, gesturing aimlessly with one hand. The one you brought in. He'll be discharged soon, right? What's going to happen to him? You? His voice breaks a little. They won't give him back to his father, will they? Of course not, 𝐿𝐼 replies. That's not how it works. He'll be arrested for neglect, at the very least. It's not how it should work, Roy corrects, face dissolving into a scowl. You know as well as I do that there are kids who fall through the cracks. We won't let that happen. This, at least, 𝐿𝐼 can assure. Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 is looking into possible relatives. We think we found someone who might be able to take him. Something a little like hope enters the younger man's eyes. Is it? Do you know where the mother is? 𝐿𝐼 frowns at that. The detective never mentioned a mother. He's managed to get a hold of the family's social work case file. I presume if she was in the picture, he'd have told me. Not to mention, she'd surely be here right now, with both her sons hospitalized. Roy's expression dims slightly. It's concerning how affected he seems to be by this case. 𝐿𝐼 could chalk it up to how close to home it must hit, but that doesn't feel entirely right. He's sure there's something more to this. Now isn't the right time to ask, though. So who is it? The younger hero asks, almost painfully. If not their mother. 𝐿𝐼 gives him a look, because they will be talking about this later, if not now. The kids have an uncle, their father's brother apparently. Estranged, but he's a doctor, so he's likely a semi-decent person. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 is running the background check now. He pauses, watching the other man carefully. If it comes back clean and he agrees to sign the custody papers, that boy won't spend even a single night in foster care. And if it doesn't? Roy presses, his dark eyes glittering with an emotion that 𝐿𝐼 can't quite place. If he refuses? Hisashi and I still have our licenses. We'll take the child until we can find him a more long-term placement. It shouldn't take long. A foster family, Roy spits, like a curse. It'll be safe, 𝐿𝐼 tries. We'll vet the family ourselves. You know we've never done anything less. Roy shakes his head stiffly. That's just the thing, it isn't safe. It can't be safe. You don't, he grimaces, knuckles white around the bedding clenched in his fists. You don't know what goes on behind closed doors. Sometimes it's impossible to know. People like that, they're good at lying, and they're good at making the kids lie too. Some of the children don't even know they're treated badly. His voice begins to shake and he cuts himself off hastily, gaze lifting to meet 𝐿𝐼's own. 𝐿𝐼 senses a minefield. What happened to you was wrong, he ventures, hesitantly. But that doesn't mean the boy will suffer the same way. You don't need to, this isn't about me. Roy's expression rapidly darkens. You're letting past experience cloud your judgment. And you are allowing ignorance to cloud yours. 𝐿𝐼 clamps his jaw shut, turning away in an effort to suppress his frustration. Arguing like this won't help anyone right now, least of all the kid. It's obvious to him that Roy is allowing his emotions to dictate his reasoning, but it's not as though he's necessarily wrong either. There's just nothing they can do about it. He exhales slowly, weariness sinking deep into his bones as he raises his eyes to meet his friend's dark gaze. What do you suggest? Because it's easy enough to claim injustice, but it's so much harder to actually do anything about it. It's uncharacteristic of the younger man to fall into this trap, because Roy has always been the sort to actually think things through instead of rushing blindly into situations, which is as invaluable as it is rare when it comes to hero work, and has the added effect of making Dante one of the few pro-heroes 𝐿𝐼 actually trusts in the field. If his uncle refuses to sign, I'll take the kid. The words are laced with determination, and there's a spark in Roy's eyes that dares criticism. It's spoken quickly, a prepared response, and 𝐿𝐼 wonders if the man has been leading up to this all along. It wouldn't surprise him. But he trusts Roy to make the right call, has done so time and time again, under the worst of circumstances. It's this, more than anything else, that has him sitting straight in his chair, eyes focused and judgment cast aside. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 wants him back at the station soon, but there's time enough for this. He pays no mind to the toy-like figurine, now clasped disturbingly between the young man's pale fingers, ignores the image of the broken 10-year-old, held by those hands in much the same way. It doesn't really matter, in the end, because, convince me that this is a good idea, and I'll help you. Ed is shaken gently from his slumber, his consciousness slow to dawn, but all too aware of the matted clamminess of his reddened cheeks, his face pressing against present MIC's leather jacket for the second time that night. He raises his arm and scrubs his wrist across his eyes, blinking away exhausted tears as the heaviness of sleep threatens to drag him back down into a darkness far more comforting than the one he's awoken to. Hey there, he looks up tiredly to see the hero smiling down at him, green eyes leaf-like and soft as he helps lever Ed upright. You with us, bud? He nods his head blearily, automatically accepting the oat bar and bottle of water pressed into his hands as he glances around the room. There's still only the three of them by 𝐒𝐼's bedside, so Ed's at a loss as to where the food and drink could have come from. One of the nurses stopped by earlier, present MIC gives the explanation unbidden. She thought you might be getting hungry. We've been here a while, kiddo. It's still mostly dark out, but a glance out the window reveals the early stages of nautical twilight, a soft almost glow blanketing the indigo sky. It must be close to morning. Ed had never asked how long he'd been asleep before present MIC had taken him here, but it must have been at least a few hours. He doesn't know how long he's slept in this cramped plastic chair, curled against the hero's side, but it's likely been a few hours more. Nearly a full night, and 𝐿𝐼 still hasn't woken up. They told him he wouldn't tonight, that it wouldn't be soon and it might be never. It's not that Ed hadn't believed them, because he had, it just hadn't seemed real, not completely anyway. Now though, taking in his little brother's still form, he feels a familiar, anxious nausea bubbling in his stomach. 𝐿𝐼 hasn't moved, he hasn't so much as twitched since Ed has been here. He might not wake up. Why is it, then, that Ed feels as though he's the one waking from a horrific nightmare only to be moved into the middle of another? He's been caught between reality and some semi-dream-like state. Nothing is real, he doesn't want it to be real. You should eat, present MIC urges, nudging his arm gently when he doesn't respond right away. He's still in a daze, half asleep and half in shock, but he obediently unwraps the bar. It's the strangest thing, to be able to eat without first making sure there's enough food on 𝐿𝐼's plate. He instinctively breaks the snack in half, but the absence of his little brother's hungry eyes stops him just short of reaching out to hand it over. His eyes wander to the bags of nutrients hanging from the IV stand, connected to 𝐿𝐼's veins by thin tubes. Is it enough? It doesn't look like it'll be enough, not for a growing boy. Ed's older, he can surely spare a little, just in case. He pushes himself to his feet, gingerly avoiding the wires and machines pumping his brother's heart and helping him draw breath, tiptoeing closer until he's within reach of the little table half a foot from the headboard. There's a tissue box already situated on top of it, as well as a lampstand, so he pulls a tissue and wraps up one of the halves carefully, placing it within reach of the bed. Something inside him settles, seeing it there. It's 𝐿𝐼's now. Maybe it isn't enough, but he can at least give his little brother this. There's a shuffling sound, and soft footsteps before a weight lands on his shoulder. What you doing, little listener? He'll be hungry, Ed says, stomping down 𝐻D on the part of himself that claims denial. When he wakes up, or he might be afraid, and he'll know this was from me. The hand on his shoulder tugs, pulling him away from the bed, before there's another weight on his other shoulder and his turning not quite of his own accord. You with me, bud? Present MIC drops into a half-crouch, stooping his head a little to look Ed in the eye, concern visible on his expressive face. The words are strange to Ed, the meaning of them not completely clear, but he answers anyway, stuttering hesitantly, why yeah. Present MIC sighs a little in relief, ushering Ed back to his chair before settling into his own, Alright, kiddo. There's a new tightness to his eyes, even as he smiles and squeezes Ed's arm gently. Ed isn't completely sure what he did to cause that, but his stomach churns with guilt, and he can't help but hope desperately that the hero doesn't cry again. It would be like making Ol cry, and he can't let that happen. Maybe it shows on his face, because there's a soft snort from across the room and the muttered words, "Don't look like that, kid. MIC's just worried about you." Dante's dark eyes are narrowed when Ed glances up, a frown heavy on his features. It makes him look much older, almost world-weary, and for a moment Ed sees a flash of his father in that gaze, though the two men look nothing alike. Worried? Daddy was worried. He was always worried, always scared that something awful would happen, fearful of every dark alley, every street corner. Dante has a similar look now, and there are traces of it in present MIC's smile. The sight is uncomfortable, but at least Ed can put a name to what he's done wrong. "I'm sorry for worrying you." He's trying to make it better, but it's absolutely not working. Dante's frown deepens to a look of frustration and present MIC's smile wobbles, becoming strained. "You have nothing to be sorry for, little listener." They're leaving him utterly wrong-footed. Ed is supposed to say sorry for things that are his fault. If he says the wrong thing or talks back, Daddy gets drunk and shouts and swears, and Ed has to hide Ol away. Daddy made him promise he would, because Ol's too little to see Daddy so sick. Sometimes, if Ed apologizes on time, Daddy doesn't get sad enough to drink. Those days are better. "I don't understand," Ed whispers. "It's bad to worry people." Daddy says, "You haven't done anything wrong." Dante's posture is stiff, his gaze is steadfastly fixed on the floor in front of him. "But my dad, parents are supposed to worry about their children. Your father shouldn't have blamed you for that." "But Daddy was sick." Ed pulls his knees to his chest, heart thumping frantically as he stares at the man. "Worrying made him sicker. He was sick, so he couldn't look after us. Then he should have given you to someone who could." There's real anger in Dante's eyes. "You would have been safe. This wouldn't have happened, kid. It's his goddamn fault." The last part is hissed and barely audible, and maybe Ed isn't supposed to hear it, but he does, and he flinches at the vitriol in the man's dark tone. "Hey," present MIC startles, looking suddenly alarmed as he stares wide-eyed at the other man. "Roy, what? It's not." Ed almost tumbles to the floor as he lurches from his seat. "Mummy died. She died, and Daddy couldn't cope, and that's not his fault. It hurts. It's been years, but it still hurts." Ed would give anything to see his mother again. He knows that Daddy would too. Dante has gone very, very still. He looks almost frozen, his skin taking on an ashen quality, and when he finally speaks, there's a strange edge to his tone that hadn't been there before. "Your mother is dead." All the anger fades. Ed's stomach churns in unease as he stares at the man. Most people just look at him sadly when he starts talking about his mother. Sometimes the expression is pitying. Dante's, Ed thinks, looks a little closer to something like regret. "She died when I was 6, he answers, hesitantly. The atmosphere in the room lilts eerily. Present MIC shifts in his chair beside him, as though itching to say something, and Ed can tell he senses it too. "What did she die of?" The question is fragile, but it feels important somehow. Dante's expression is blank, but his voice shakes with something Ed can't quite place. This time, present MIC does inject. "All right," he says firmly, as he reaches out to pull Ed back into his chair. "I think that's enough. It's okay." Ed cuts him off quickly. "I don't mind." Dante shakes his head, pressing a hand to his face before looking up with a short sigh. "No, kid, you don't. Leukemia, Ed's eyes are burning. She didn't have much of a chance to begin with. "Hey," Dante leans forward, his forearms resting on his knees as he meets Ed's gaze with a tired one of his own. "We don't have to talk about it, kid. I shouldn't have asked." "But you did." Ed hesitates. "Did? Did you know her?" He can't get the words out. He can't ask that. "I don't want to anymore," is what he whispers instead, throat aching. Remembering always makes him feel like crying. Remembering hurts. "You don't have to," present MIC says softly, wrapping an arm around his shoulders and squeezing them gently. "It's okay, kiddo. Hey, how about you try eating a little now? You must be hungry." The change in subject is jarring enough that it's probably purposeful, but Ed is grateful all the same. He feels a little sick but he still tries, nibbling on the corner of the bar. There are pieces of dried strawberry mixed through it and the oats are dry. He only manages a few bites before his having to chase them down with the water the nurse left for him. The liquid soothes his sore throat, and the oats settle in his stomach, lessening the nausea enough that Ed can finish the rest of his half. Well done. Present MIC smiles at him, the brightness returning as he glances down at the empty wrapper in Ed's grasp. You did good, kid. It's a silly thing to be praised over, but Ed still feels warm at the approval. It's nice, if a little foreign, because he doesn't think there's anyone else who's ever said that to him before. He's probably wrong, because there were likely teachers, and maybe Miss Maria, but he doesn't know, and the unfamiliarity stings, just a little. He jumps when Present MIC's phone pings quietly. The man pulls it from his pocket, and begins tapping at the screen quickly. Ed watches in interest. Daddy has a phone, but his is much older, and very cracked. Neither Ed or I'll have one, because Daddy can't afford to buy another, let alone 2 more. The model Present MIC has is sleek, and larger than any other Ed has seen before. It looks expensive, and he wonders how many meals it's worth, and then realizes that it's probably too many to count. Present MIC doesn't seem to like what he sees, his mouth twisting slightly as he types in what has to be a passcode. His brow furrows as he reads, glancing furtively towards Ed and then back down at the screen. He types some more, before switching the phone off and slipping it back into his pocket, glancing up and meeting Dante's eyes, a silent conversation taking place between the two of them. The expression on his face is uncomfortable, somewhat reminiscent of the look he'd worn earlier that night, when Ed had first awoken, begging the man to tell him what had happened to his little brother. It leaves Ed with an odd uneasiness, his stomach turning over itself in knots. He feels sick. Little listener, Present MIC turns towards him, scraping his chair across the floor until he's half facing Ed. His eyes are serious, his tone low as he speaks softly. I've had an update from 𝐿𝐼. There's no need to worry, all right. But it might be a little surprising. We can wait a minute if you want. I want to know, Ed says immediately, because what if it's about 𝐿? Present MIC reaches forward to squeeze one of Ed's hands. Brave boy, he murmurs, expression softening sympathetically. 𝐿RiC's been digging into your family records. He hesitates briefly, as though searching for the right words. We've been looking for a way to keep you and your brother out of foster care, honestly. And oh, thank you, Ed whispers hoarsely, because even if they haven't managed to find anything, it's still more than he'd hoped for, still so much more than he'd resigned himself to getting. No problem, kiddo. Present MIC's voice is subdued, almost, and Ed gets the strangest impression that even if it were a problem, the man wouldn't mind all that much. He seems to brace himself, resting his elbows on his knees and taking a deep breath, almost as though he wants Ed to emulate him in some sort of way. We had a detective go through your case file. It turns out that your father has a younger brother. We managed to get in contact with him and he's at the station with 𝐿RiC now. Does he? He's been granted custody, Present MIC says quietly, of both of you. The breath Ed exhales in is shallow and quick, sharp enough to get lodged in his throat, and he explodes into a violent coughing fit, his lungs protesting the smog he'd breathed in hours earlier. He heaves, his stomach flipping, and he claps a hand over his mouth, his eyes clenching shut as he retches. Kid, there are cool fingers against his forehead, brushing his fringe away from his brow, and a plastic bin is pressed into his lap. Roy, grab that bottle, will you? Ed chokes, moving his hand to clutch at the bin as watery bile spills from his lips. He doesn't even throw up the food he'd eaten, the strange rolling nausea coming to a tentative halt almost as abruptly as it had taken him over. He spits, embarrassed tears pricking at the corners of his eyes. I'm sorry, he whispers, the words raspy and gross. Hush, someone begins mopping at his face with a tissue, and Ed wonders whether the hands match the voice. If Present MIC, the popular radio show host and pro-hero, is really wiping bile from his chin. There's no need for that, kiddo, I should have been gentler. I was trying to channel 𝐿𝐼, be all no nonsense like he is, you know. I forgot that he has a tendency to make kids cry. In fact, how about we blame him? Yeah. This is definitely all 𝐿RiC's fault. There's a snort from not too far away, and Ed peels his eyes open with reluctant curiosity. Present MIC has moved his chair, sitting directly in front of Ed, and when he glances around further he sees Dante leaning rather heavily against a nearby wall. The hero notices him staring and reaches over, handing Ed the same bottle of water he'd been given earlier. "Don't chug it," he advises, an almost stern note in his tone as he speaks. "Rinse your mouth out, and then little sips only, kid. We don't want a repeat of that." Ed follows what is clearly more of an order than a request, rinsing his mouth and dutifully spitting into the bucket one more time. It's taken from him, and present MIC is given just enough time to throw in the used tissues before Dante drops it in the far corner of the room. The man sits back in his seat, a pained grimace flitting across his face at the movement. He's probably injured. "I'm sorry," Ed says again. Present MIC shakes his head emphatically. "Nothing to be sorry about, little listener. You didn't do anything wrong," he sighs, resting a hand on Ed's shoulder. "You shouldn't have had to find out like that, kiddo. It's understandable that you were a little shocked by it all." A little shocked might be an understatement. Daddy has a brother, one who's willing to take them in. Why didn't their father just tell them? Ed thought he'd been keeping them safe, keeping all safe, because the world is cruel to quirkless children. But if there was a choice, if Ed had known, he'd have snitched on Daddy in a heartbeat. They'd have gone to live with their uncle, when Daddy first went off the rails. They wouldn't have been in that crummy apartment building when the fire broke out. All wouldn't be, it's Daddy's fault. All this, everything that's wrong right now is his fault. Ed feels like crying. He presses clenched fists against his eyes, as though he can hold back the tears through sheer force of will. "Is he coming here?" he whispers, swallowing a sob threatening to make its way out. "Our uncle, is he coming here?" "He will be," present MIC confirms, quietly. "I want to see him." Ed's voice cracks, salt water spilling over his lower lashes and down his cheeks. "Please, I want, he dissolves, choking on incomprehensible words. He's pulled from the chair and gently crushed against a warm leather jacket. "You're okay," present MIC whispers, "and maybe, you're going to be okay, kid." There's a knock at the door before it opens. Ed watches as three people, a police officer, Ed's social worker, and a complete stranger, file in through the accommodating doorway. The stranger is tall and smartly dressed, with bright, golden eyes and long blonde hair fastened into a low ponytail with a thick black band. He looks, Ed thinks, with a sudden wild clarity, almost exactly like Daddy. There are differences though, stark enough that Ed notices them immediately. His hair is well kept, and much tidier than Daddy's has ever been, but it's also paler, closer to white blonde than the yellow of his father's locks. He's noticeably younger looking, too, his skin smooth and blemish-free, and there's no trace of the haggard expression permanently etched onto his father's face, a look that's likely a side effect of the years of alcohol abuse. His jawline isn't as chiseled, the shape bearing far more resemblance to Ed's own, and he's slimmer than Daddy too, from what Ed can see of him. This is Daddy's younger brother. Daddy's 𝐿. The police officer moves to the other side of the room, resting a hand lightly on Dante's shoulder. Ed recognizes the officer as the one who sprayed them earlier that night. He's tall and presumably dressed in a police uniform, though the navy gear is almost completely enveloped by the beige trench coat he sports. His eyes flicker over to Ed, giving him a kind smile as he catches his gaze. It's a smile Ed has seen time and time again on certain adults, the ones like Maria and present MIC. Those that genuinely seem like they want to help Ed and 𝐿, and not just in a moment of pity. Mrs. Curtis remains standing beside Daddy's brother. She's smiling as well, but it's stiff and a little too fixed on her face to be real. She's well put together, but there's a pervasive tiredness about her countenance, eyelids drooping just a little too much, shoulders hunching in on themselves, dark circles etched prominently under her eyes. There's sadness there too. He wonders if she blames herself. She'd always liked 𝐿 more, or at least, had never seemed quite so frustrated with him as she was with Ed. Maybe she wishes she'd done something differently, pressed Ed on the questions he refused to answer, doubted the answers he did give. It isn't her fault, though. Ed's the one who lied to her, after all. The room is starting to feel cramped, a few too many people in a too small space, crowded around the bed of a coma patient. There's a moment where nobody speaks, but Ed can feel the weight of their gazes heavy on his shoulders and he bows under the pressure, curling his arms around his stomach and staring waveringly at his pajama-clad knees. An arm gently circles his back, pulling him to rest against soft leather. He can't help the few tears that slip out at the action, and he frantically tries to scrub them away, but the harder he tries, the more that seem to fall. Hey, a tissue is pressed against his face, gently patting it dry. Come on kiddo, it's all okay. Present MIC's voice is soft, but it gains in volume when he speaks again, the words directed somewhere over Ed's head. I reckon it's getting a little crowded in here. I think you might be right. Mrs. Curtis is exacting, her tone leaving no room for argument as she says, thank you detective, for the essay, but unless you have any other business here. No, I'll be taking my leave. The detective reaches out to shake her hand firmly, before he casts his gaze around the room, giving a brief nod to the other occupants before his eyes rest on Ed. It was nice to meet you, kid. Keep your chin up, all right. Ed nods hesitantly. It was nice to meet you too, sir. The detective's eye twitches, and Ed doesn't miss the small smirk that appears on Dante's face. A pity it couldn't be under better circumstances, are the final parting words, the detective affixing a sharp look towards the hero, before his striding from the room, the door swinging softly shut behind him. Mrs. Curtis spares a glance towards Dante, but she doesn't seem to find the same kind of fault with his presence. Perhaps because he's a hero. Or maybe a police officer in full garb at the bedside of a comatose child gives her the same feeling of disquiet as it does Ed. Edward, she says, softly. He's afraid to look. Mrs. Curtis doesn't sound angry, but he knows that she should be. Ed's been lying to her face for years. Kiddo, she moves to stand in front of him, her hand reaching down to cup his face, thumb resting over the bruise marring his cheek. Why didn't you tell me? Because nobody told him about his uncle. Because he thought they were alone, that Daddy was all they had left. Because Ul is quirkless, in a society that is unforgiving of people like him. I don't know. Ed drops his head, his stomach churning with a mixture of sick guilt and self-righteous anger. I guess I might have if I'd wanted my little brother put into foster care. She sighs, sounding worn, and maybe a little disappointed too. I could have helped you, kid. Ed flinches, because he knows. He knows it's his fault. That if he'd said something, anything, just a little earlier, they wouldn't have been living there, and Ul might still be conscious, might be okay, I'm sorry. Hey now, present MIC squeezes Ed's shoulders reassuringly, his bright tone edged with disapproval. I'm sure this little one was just doing what he thought was best for his brother, right bud? Ed nods, not quite trusting himself to speak. And I bet he didn't even know he had an uncle until now, which must have been a nice surprise. But I reckon it would have been even better to have had that surprise a little earlier. Present MIC's smile is all teeth as he pushes himself to his feet, allowing Ed to latch onto his sleeve as he does so and offering his other hand to Daddy's brother. Hey, man, the name's Hisashi Yamada. Daddy's brother reaches out to shake his hand firmly. Dr. Ayakov Hohenheim. It's a pleasure. Yamada-san. Hohenheim. Daddy's name is Elric, Ed says. His stomach feels strange. Kind of fluttery and twisty, as though someone's decided to fill it with butterflies. My name is Elric. Daddy's brother turns to him, his brow furrowing a little before he half-crouches, offering a hand in much the same way present MIC had done. Well, I suppose you must be Edward Elric, then. He gives Ed a faint smile, shaking his hand gently. Ayakov Hohenheim. I'd prefer it if you called me by my given name. He straightens again, looking thoughtful for a moment before his expression clears. I believe Elric was your mother's family name. And oh, no wonder Daddy changed it. To have something of Mummy's, something that can't be burnt or stolen. Ed understands. Can I keep it? He asks, quickly. I don't want to change it. You won't have to, Daddy's brother, Ayakov, says. And you? Ed pauses, blinking as sudden tears spring to his eyes, as he realizes, you're here because you want to keep me. Well, I'm certainly going to try. Ed glances quickly at his little brother. What about Alphonse too? Ayakov assures, placatingly, you have my word on that. He's so different to Daddy. Daddy would be anxious and shaky, or drunk and covered in sick. He wouldn't be able to deal with 2 new children. He wouldn't be able to cope. Ed's usually the one who has to cope for his father. Perhaps now there's someone who can help. He's a perfect stranger. They don't even share the same name, but he's Ed's only choice if he wants to protect Ul. Thank you, Ed says, taking a hesitant half-step forward. Thank you, because if anything else, this is a chance that he would be a fool not to take. His uncle reaches out, placing a hand firmly on his shoulder. His golden eyes, just a shade brighter than Daddy's, glint sharply, catching on the muted glow that the dim hospital lights throw around the room. "We're family, Edward," is what he says. His voice is calming. This is what family does for one another. When Riza is 9 years old, her father takes on an apprentice. She knows why. Her father has done this out of necessity, because Riza isn't good enough, and her father needs an heir. Even at 9, she understands that he must have an heir. The apprentice is a 10-year-old boy named Roy Mustang. He's the orphaned son of an acquaintance, has spent his entire life growing up in Japan and speaks hardly a lick of English, but his quirk is oxygen manipulation, which is close enough to Berthold's flames that he considers him worthy. She once overheard Armstrong telling her father that he'd have been a fool not to take in the boy. "You're all I have," her father sometimes says to Riza after one too many bottles of liqueur, "and yet you are not enough, child." Riza is dressed in cotton frocks and laced plimsolls and a pattern of blue, black and yellow covering her arms and legs and torso. She is told to hide her bruises from the Armstrongs, from the Hohenheims, from Roy. "I won't have them thinking my only daughter is weak," her father will say, severely. "Though with your quirk, I suppose it's only a matter of time." Riza inherited her mother's accuracy quirk. A killer's quirk, according to her father. It shouldn't have been a problem, because there was always the chance that a second child would be born worthy, but Riza stole that possibility before she'd even opened her eyes. She did kill her mother, after all. Her father hires an English teacher, but Riza takes it upon herself to learn Japanese anyway. It's painstaking, and Roy becomes fluent in her language far quicker than she does in his, but she still feels a sense of accomplishment when she stumbles inaccurately through a simple sentence, and receives a blinding smile in return. He says it reminds him of home. Riza wonders what his home is like, for him to smile so dearly when he thinks of it. It must be happier than hers is, that's for sure. When Riza is 10, Roy finds her in the garden planting marigolds, dressed in overalls and muddy enough that she thinks her father might have a coronary when she finally goes back inside. What a pity that would be. "The MSTR wants me as his heir," Roy says to her, face flushed as though he's been running. "Did you know?" She frowns at her dirt-covered hands. "Didn't you?" Strange that her father hadn't told him before now. Stranger still that he just expected Riza to know not to say anything about it. She supposes she's lucky that she never has. "No," at this, Roy shifts guiltily. "I'm not sure I'm supposed to know at all, at least not yet, but I overheard him on the phone." "Who was he talking to?" Roy shrugs, kneeling beside her in the mud. For a moment she worries over the state of his clothes, because Berthold doesn't like mess, but then she remembers that Roy isn't her. She doubts her father would do anything to hurt his heir. She hopes, anyway. "Why isn't it you?" Roy asks, after a moment. She blinks at him slowly. "I don't understand." Roy stares at her. "Why isn't it you? Why aren't you his heir? You're his daughter, Riza. I'm not even related to him." "We're a part of the triad," she replies, digging her nails into her palms and watching the BLD run in rivulets down her wrists. "Father needs an heir, and I'm not good enough." "Don't do that." Roy scowls immediately, disgust apparent on his face as he pries her fingers apart. "Did Mr. Hawkeye say that to you? And what's the triad?" He doesn't know. He doesn't know anything. Perhaps he shouldn't, by her father's standards, anyway. "If I tell you," she whispers, "you mustn't tell him I did. I'll get into trouble." Roy's gaze is fixed on her hands, and maybe he understands a little of what kind of trouble she'll get into, because he asks quietly, "Is he hurting you?" "Of course not," she lies, and wonders if she can get away with it. "Is he hurting you?" "Because he asked for a reason." "Of course not," Roy echoes, hesitantly. "He might be lying too." Riza shakes her head. "Promise you won't say anything," she repeats, "and I'll tell you about the triad." "I promise." �RIZA is allowed to watch Roy train when she asks. She isn't sure why. Perhaps it's because her father is subconsciously hoping she'll manifest a useful quirk by osmosis. Most likely, it's because he doesn't care either way and wants to spare himself the conflict. Roy has gloves fitted, ignition material woven into soft silk. Oxygen manipulation isn't flashy enough, isn't destructive enough, apparently. That is what her father says. Something in Roy's dark gaze tells her that her father is wrong. You should only need a spark, Berthold Hawkeye frowns, sweeping his long hair from where it falls over his eyes. I want you to try and light a candle for now. The rest can come later. Roy snaps his fingers and the wick bursts into flame, flaring half a foot into the air before settling to a steady glow. Very good, her father smiles coldly at his protégé. Now, another. By the end of the afternoon, �RIZA has lungs full of smoke and ash in her hair, and she can't help but think that her father and Roy aren't alike at all. Even with the fire, with the flames leaping from his gloved hands like some kind of magic trick, she's never once felt afraid of Roy. It's less than a week later that her father barrels into the sitting room, his eyes casting worriedly over the two children, a spark of relief in his usually icy gaze. �RIZA thinks this might be the most harried she's ever seen him. What happened? Roy is up in an instant, reaching out a hand to pull �ＲIZA to her feet. Sir, the Hohenheim heir has been kidnapped, Berthold interrupts the boy, his fist clenching as he speaks. We have people out searching, but as things stand there's little to no evidence as to who has taken him. The Hohenheim heir. His only 3. �ＲIZA feels her BLD turn to ice. What can we do? She asks, momentarily emboldened by her father's disheveled state. There must be something. You will do nothing, her father commands. Neither of you will step foot outside of this property until we have resolved this. Do you understand? He sounds afraid. That, �RIZA thinks, is dangerous. Of course, Roy answers for the both of them. We'll stay put, I promise. No. �RIZA bursts out, because she can't. She can't be stuck here, with nowhere to run when her father's temper turns foul. No, please, father. Her father takes a looming step towards her, and her breath stutters in her throat. There's a frenzied look in his eyes, something almost unhinged, and he must be more shaken than she'd realized, because even inebriated, he's never looked like this before. Roy's grip on her hand tightens and he pushes her behind him, staring up at her father, his chin lifted defiantly. She doesn't mean it, sir. We'll stay here, we won't leave, I promise. She promises. I promise, �RIZA rasps, her heart hammering in terror. I'm sorry, she breaks off, lowering her gaze to the tiled floor. Roy's palm is warm against her own, clammy with sweat. She can't bring herself to find comfort in the contact, because he's standing between her and her father, and if Berthold decides he wants to hurt her again, her father takes a step back, his expression carefully blank as he turns for the door. You'll do as I say, the pair of you. It's only once he's gone that she allows herself to sink shakily to her knees. Roy is still standing. The search monopolizes the better part of half a year, and both Roy and �ＲIZA's birthdays come and go, uncelebrated and unnoticed, amidst the suspicion and paranoia. That is to say, �RIZA is 11 years old when she sees her first corpse. There's a thickness to the atmosphere that brews, growing more stifling with every passing day. Her father spends more time than ever holed up in his study or running Roy through rigorous training that leaves him utterly spent by the evenings. �RIZA is no longer allowed to watch, and she suspects that her father thinks of her as a distraction to his heir's progress. Berthold has never been one for guests, but �RIZA begins to notice a young man wandering the manor grounds. He looks to be 30 at most, she thinks, though it could be that the worn expression he bears ages him. It's this look, more than anything else, that begets recognition. This is the father of the stolen child. Her father's temper flares in peaks and troughs, and she learns the art of existing without making a sound. She builds herself for stealth, keeps light-footed and nimble, ready to flee at a moment's notice, for fear of handprint bruises and blistered palms. You're a killer and a curse, her father whispers one day, bottle of whiskey empty, forget-me-not-eyes vacant. No wonder you killed your mother. �RIZA is a killer, because her mother died trying to give her life. �RIZA wasn't worth the sacrifice. Is it fitting that she witnesses her first death on the same day the woman she killed was born? Is there any connection at all? It hurts. When she looks down she sees a gut full of glass and red, bright, bright red. Her father stands over her, wielding a broken whiskey bottle. Her mother would be 37 today, but instead, 𝐒𝐿 will join her at the age of 11. 𝐒𝐿 screams and vomits BLD. Her father hits her over the head with jagged glass, and the world tilts sideways before it's obscured in a blanket of red, red, red. Get away from her. The shout is tinny and distant. A grunt of pain follows, and a shadow falls over her before the words come again. Get away, don't touch her. There's a soft gurgling noise, barely audible over the ringing in her ears, and then a clamorous thud, as though someone has fallen to their knees, or a body, dropping to the ground, a dead weight. Then there are sobs, loud and desperate and keening. 𝐒𝐿! 𝐒𝐿, can you hear me? Open your eyes, please. A sudden pressure on her stomach has her screaming in agony. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean. A thunderous bang, like a gunshot, or the slamming of a door. What the? Help her. Help her, please. 𝐒𝐿 wakes in stages. First, she feels. There's warmth and soft fabric against her cheek, and a deep, lingering ache in her belly that seems to come from nowhere and everything, all at once. Then she smells. A sharp, coppery odor mixed with the sour, too clean scent of disinfectant. She can taste the copper too, when she runs her tongue over her teeth and finds them covered in it, flaking like rust over old brickwork. Her eyelids are heavy, but she forces them apart. She sees the cream walls of her bedroom, the sky blue curtains and the daffodil mural painted beneath the windowsill. She thinks that her pajamas aren't the same pair she'd been wearing before. It strikes her as odd, though she can't quite place why. She raises her head from the pillow. Roy is curled at the foot of her bed, his head in his hands and half-muffled sobs shaking his body. He looks smaller than usual, younger too, and even without seeing his face she can tell that he is horribly, impossibly afraid. There's a man seated in the lone chair, dragged haphazardly from a dusty corner of the room and arranged in such a way that he can comfortably grip the young boy's shoulder. His head is bent, speaking in low tones, a soft wordless murmur that seems almost meaningless, made only to soothe. What happened? She pushes herself into a sitting position, ignoring as best she can the twinge of pain it brings her. Her throat is dry and the words come out croaky and malformed, but the sound is enough that both man and boy look her way immediately. Roy, what? The man stands, taking a single stride and reaching out to gently press her down against the pillows. You should rest. She resists, shaking her head insistently. She doesn't remember much, but what she can recall paints a gruesome picture. There was BLD, I know there was, it was yours, the man says quietly. You're right now, though. Do you remember what happened to you? There was BLD, her BLD, but before that. She can't. A broken whiskey bottle. Broken glass. My father, her voice cracks, and something inside her shatters, the shards burying themselves deep into the corners of her heart. I killed him. 𝐒𝐿 stares. The 12-year-old boy at the end of her bed meets her eyes, his dark gaze glittering, wild with an emotion she can't quite place. I killed him. He was going to kill you, and I couldn't. He breaks off, shivering violently. I didn't mean to, I just wanted to knock him out. I didn't mean to. The man pulls away, reaching for the boy and tugging him into a one-armed embrace. It's all right, son. But Roy is still looking towards her, something desperate in his eyes. 𝐒𝐿, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. For what? Why are you apologizing? She whispers, bewilderment etching itself across her face. She's a portrait the likes of Picasso would sketch, each of her feelings a color, the boundaries between her heart and naked expression growing impossibly thin. His brow furrows. Because I killed your father. His fists clench, nails digging into his palms, and she watches as rivulets of BLD trickle over his wrists. 𝐒𝐿 moves, crawling forwards despite the pain and reaching for his hands, uncurling them and grasping them gently in her own. Don't do that, she rasps. Roy, you saved my life. It's a funny thing. Roy killed to save the life of a killer, but she never meant to kill either. She never wanted to. He shakes his head. I didn't. Hohenheim saved you, 𝐒𝐿. I think he did something with his quirk. At this he looks uncertain, and she remembers the mantra her father used to repeat. Never forget, his glare would burn, flames uncomfortably close to her cornsilk tresses, strength augmentation, material transmutation and fire manipulation. I want the name of the quirk and the family it belongs to, in that order. Material transmutation, Hohenheim. Now, her father would snap, describe their function. You must be a doctor, she realizes, staring at the man. The look Hohenheim gives her is one of surprise. You're a smart one, he praises. She swallows. To be pulled apart and put back together again, in exactly the right way. She's lucky to be alive. Hohenheim's expression softens. I knew what I was doing, he assures. You were never in any danger. Your quirk is dangerous. Roy's eyes are wide as he stares at the man. In the wrong hands it would be, Hohenheim corrects gently, much like yours, I should think. Oh, the response is hardly a whisper. Like yours, Hohenheim squeezes the boy's shoulders. It isn't. You did a brave thing. It was right, even. You wouldn't have been able to save her otherwise, not with brute force. You stopped him before he hurt her further, perhaps before he killed her. I couldn't have brought her back from that. Her father would have killed her. Roy killed him. He saved her life. Do you regret it? She asks. Roy blinks at her, poleaxed. What? Do you regret killing him? You saved me. Do you regret saving me? Roy flinches, but she can't bring herself to feel guilty, not over this, because he has to understand. I didn't just kill him, I suffocated him, Riza, I lost control. I only meant to knock him out. Do you regret it? Roy's lower lip trembles, and she wonders if she's gone too far, but then he stiffens, and she knows that his realized, no, he scowls at her, and the force of his glare burns. I'd do it again, if it meant saving you. Then stop apologizing. She clutches his hands tightly, painfully. Stop regretting. It's done. You saved me. She swallows down her hesitance. He was a bad man and he hurt me. He was always hurting me, and I know he hurt you too. I'm glad he's dead. Roy rips his hands from hers. You shouldn't be, he spits. Well, I am. She feels cold. I hated him. Roy looks lost, all of a sudden. He averts his eyes, expression conflicted. I don't know. I don't know if I can be glad. You don't have to be. Hohenheim's words are pitying. When Riza looks up at him, she thinks she sees sadness. Can I see him? She asks the man. Can I see my father? Do you think you can walk? She aches, but not terribly so, the pain somewhat similar to muscle fatigue. I think so. I'll take you there. She's led by the hand. Roy trails behind them reluctantly, and she has half a mind to tell him that he doesn't have to come, but then, he probably knows. He probably wants to. Maybe even for the same, sick reason as Riza, to make sure her father really is dead. The corpse is stiff, the fingers contorted oddly, twisting towards the palm. Rigor mortis, she remembers reading, once. How long did she sleep? Hours, at least, judging by the state of the body. The body. She doesn't feel afraid, seeing her father awkwardly crumpled on the floor. He'll never stand over her again, never grip her arms so fiercely it leaves bruises, never burn through the sleeves of her shirts until her skin blisters with shiny, handprint scars. He can't hurt them anymore. Roy slips his hand into hers. Do you think I'll go to hell for killing him? The boy shrugs. Murder is a sin. I don't believe in hell, she replies candidly, but if you had to go there, I'd go with you. If you asked me to. She looks at her father. Her feet are cold against the tiled floor, and she thinks he would be too, if she touched him. If hell does exist, she hopes he's there. Maybe he'll understand what it feels like to burn. He'd be spitting rage, if he saw her holding the hand of his killer. She would be the one burning, hurting, flinching in fear. I'd never ask that, Roy whispers. She squeezes his hand. Just know that I would. He heaves a shaky sigh. What are we going to do? I'll probably go to jail, right? He glances towards the man standing stoically to the side. Sir, what should I do? It was self-defense, Hohenheim says, quietly. Roy scoffs, I killed Bear-told Hawkeye. 𝐒𝐫 thinks that reassurances don't quite work when everyone in the room knows the truth. We have to run, is what she says. You do. Hohenheim takes them both by the shoulders, turning them away from the body. You have to run and you have to hide, and you have to make sure they won't find you. You have to make sure that they won't think to look. How do we do that? Roy's dark eyes burn with determination. Please, sir, you have to help us. Hohenheim frowns. You said you can set things on fire. Turn a spark into a flame. Roy recites one of Bear-told's well-loved phrases. His gaze flicks around the room, catching on the wine rack, though 𝐒𝐫 knows full well it's never been wine her father stored up there. Whiskey lights, doesn't it? Pack a bag each, Hohenheim orders, necessities, clothes, any paper money your father keeps here. I'll handle the rest. They race haphazardly around the house, and it's almost like a game. 𝐒𝐫 is giggling when they fall out the front door, wearing 3 layers of clothing and stuffed into jackets, dragging a small suitcase each. It doesn't feel real until she sees the 2 mannequin-like figures laying perfectly still on the grassy lawn. Smaller than adult size, she thinks. One a little girl, one a young boy. She meets Hohenheim's eyes. In the dim light that signifies the beginning of dawn, they look like molten gold. There's no going back. He kneels in front of them. You understand that, don't you? After this, there's no going back. Material transmutation. It must have been so simple for him to make a corpse. We understand, Roy says, stolidly. 𝐒𝐫 just nods. Hohenheim carries the mannequins into each of their bedrooms, returning with a 3rd bag. From the rustling noise it makes when he moves, 𝐒𝐫 thinks it must contain papers. She'd never asked why he was even here to begin with, but she suspects he's now found what he came for. He hands them each their passports. You forgot something. We're leaving the country. She asks. You might be, is the only answer provided. Roy drops the handle of the suitcase, pulling his ignition gloves on and snapping his fingers. The sound is quiet, but the fire that flares, raging in a jet-line stream, is anything but. The heat is scalding, and 𝐒𝐫 raises her hands to shield her eyes. She's never seen a blaze so destructive. It's controlled though, she can tell. The fire moves from room to room slowly, burning until the house is collapsing in on itself, little more than piles of ash on charred ground. He's burning everything. Anything that could be used as evidence. Roy is paler than she's ever seen him. Hohenheim stands nearby, hands hovering, ready to catch him if he falls. Oxygen manipulation. How much can he control before he reaches his limit? 𝐒𝐫 doesn't know. Her father was only ever interested in Roy's ability to create fire. They'd never focused on control, or at least, she'd never known if they ever had. He collapses less than a minute after the last of the flames die out. Hohenheim wordlessly hands 𝐒𝐫 the bag of papers, and she carries that along with the small suitcase she's packed. The man takes Roy's suitcase in his right hand, holding the boy against his left shoulder with the other. Come on, he says, we're done here. She follows him, turning her back on hell. They leave the country the next day, Roy, 𝐒𝐫, Hohenheim and his wife Trisha. Trisha is 3 months pregnant. She's also appealing, or at least, 𝐒𝐫 thinks so. Her hair is a deep mahogany brown and her eyes are forest green, and 𝐒𝐫 hopes she'll be as pretty as her when she grows up. 𝐒𝐫 recalls their conversation the day before, the way Trisha's grassy eyes had brightened with stark relief as she'd sunk heavily into her chair. 𝐒𝐫 wonders, because Trisha looks the way she'd felt when she'd seen her father's dead body. I'm a citizen of Japan, Roy had said. You're running from something too, right? Take us there, and I'll vouch for you as refugees. It might just work. There's no need, Hohenheim had replied, cryptically as ever. I'm certain we'll be welcome there. They are, and 𝐒𝐫 wonders. She'll never quite understand, but she can't bring herself to regret this either. Because 𝐒𝐫 remembers the way Roy smiled when he spoke of his home. Hohenheim's golden eyes had glittered. What makes you think we're running? You wouldn't have offered otherwise. Nobody does this sort of thing for fun. They don't have a way of making money at first, but when 𝐒𝐫 tries to offer the small amount she'd managed to scrounge from around the manor, Van and Trisha vehemently refuse to take any. It's yours, darling, Trisha murmurs. Save it for a rainy day. We'll manage. They find a house with 3 bedrooms and a garden. The rent isn't cheap, but the Hohenheims have never been poor. We just have to be careful, Trisha says, thoughtfully. We'll register ourselves right away, Van. It'll be okay. They'll take you on as a doctor as soon as they realize you're capable. There aren't a lot of people who can do the things that you can. It's much smaller than the manor, but there's a white picket fence and a weeping willow at the foot of the garden. There are good schools nearby, and Van talks of enrolling Roy and Reza at a local one as soon as they get their papers in order. There's freshly baked bread, and Trisha makes chocolate chip muffins once a week. She fusses as though they are her own children, and Reza wonders. She wonders if she might have had something like this if she hadn't killed her mother. But money eventually becomes tight, and sometimes she'll see the adults trading worried glances. She notices the white envelopes stacking on the kitchen counter. It's never been something she's thought to worry about, because her father always had plenty, but now she can't help but feel a sickening sense of guilt. Trisha is pregnant. Reza turns 12 3 months before Roy turns 13, and a month before the baby is due. When the baby is born, how will they cope with so many birthdays in a row? Roy and Reza get cake. They get presents, even though there's hardly any money left, even though Trisha and Van should be spending that money on a cradle, on nappies and formula, on toys. She tries to offer her father's money again. They still say no. Reza is at a loss. Roy's the one who suggests they leave. Or rather, he tells her that he's going, but that she should stay. You look like Van, he says. At least you're blonde. You can probably pass as their actual daughter. They're not going to get rid of you, Roy. I know that, but they barely have enough to support 2 kids. There's no way they'll be able to manage with 3. So that's your solution. Reza snaps, frustration leaking into her tone. You're just going to leave. He glowers at her. They care about you, she continues, angrily. I care about you. It's selfish too, selfish, he cuts her off bitterly. You don't think it's selfish to stay here. They're not my parents, Reza. I don't think they can ever be mine, but they can be yours. They want to be yours. They can afford to be yours, they want to be yours too. She wants him to stay, because if he leaves she'll have to go with him, and she doesn't want to abandon this place, this family. She smiles when she thinks of them. This is what home feels like. Sure they do, he agrees easily, but they can't afford it. It's not fair of me to stay. Reza leans closer, studying the boy who killed for her, who killed so a killer could live. You know I'll go with you. He looks pained. I wish you wouldn't. But you know that I will. Roy's expression is serious. It won't be easy. I told you I'd follow you into hell. I meant it. His lips twitch. It probably won't be hell either. Then what's the problem? Reza rocks back on her heels and glares daggers at a spot on the wall right next to Roy's head. You can't stop me. If you tell them, they'll stop you as well. Roy's gaze is dark, but she meets it fearlessly. She's never been afraid of him. He's never done a thing to harm her. Fine, he scowls, but it lacks bite, and she doubts there's any real anger there. We'll leave tonight. It shouldn't be surprising that 2 children, whose delicate hands haven't held anything more hazardous than a fountain pen, wouldn't last long on the streets. She reflects later that she really should have known. They find a bank that exchanges pounds into yen for a 10% fee, no questions asked. 15,000. The teller hands over the envelope. You kids take care, now. They take a train to the next city over. In case they look for us, is what goes unsaid. It isn't enough. They are picked up by an underground hero a week later, who finds them sleeping on the streets and brings them to the police station. The hero, Crow, leaves as quickly as he came. You don't have a family. The officer on duty is young and harried. Any relatives? Friends who could take you in? No, they tell him, there's no one. Roy's face is impassive, but Reza knows it hurts him too, to lie like this. They're placed in a foster home together, though it's only because Roy threatened to run if they were ever separated. It's a dark, dingy place, with too many mouths to feed and parents that are almost worse than her father ever was. Most of the kids are so small and frightened that any thought of going back to the Hohenheims is quashed before it even has a chance to take root. She and Roy are the oldest there, and if they left they would be abandoning the little ones. 𝐻𝐸𝐵 doesn't have the heart to do that. She doesn't think Roy does, either. She should have known that Roy would try to protect her from being beaten black and blue again, that he would take every hit in her place. She begs him to stop, but he refuses, throwing a punch at a wall and breaking his knuckles in a fit of anger. "I swear we'll get out of here," he scowls. "We can't yet, but we will." The day before her 14th birthday he runs to catch up with her on the way to school. "I'm applying to UA's hero course," he says, seriously. "For the coming spring." She blinks, staring at him in confusion. "You want to become a hero. You hate your quirk." He shows her his phone. It's an old model and the screen is cracked, but it works and she can see that he's pulled up a news site. Pros to be granted emergency custody powers. "I'll get you out," he promises, "all the little ones too. I'll still have to get a foster license, but I'll only need a hero license and a clean track record to do it. We'll have enough money if I end up at a good agency." She takes a shaky breath. "You really think this could work?" "It has to." "Okay." She only hesitates a moment. "I'll do it too. I'll help you. I mean it'll be a year late, but I'll still be able to help, right?" A hand on her arm stops her. "𝐸𝐵, you don't have to." Roy's shaking his head. "You can do what you want, you don't have to. I want to help you," she says, and she means it. "That's all I want, so let me." "You should want more," he frowns, scuffing his shoes on the edge of the pavement. "That isn't good. New shoes are hard to come by. Her own are too small and pinch her toes when she walks, but at least they are well kept." "Well, I don't." She stabs her palms with her nails. "You've killed for me, Roy. We've both killed people, and I just want to help you, okay? Is that really so hard to understand?" He stops walking and stares at her. "You've never killed anyone, 𝐸𝐵." "I killed my mother," she says blankly, stopping next to him and eyeing the paving stones. Her gaze slips to Roy's trainers and she can't help but scowl. He really should stop scuffing his shoes like that, they're so worn out. "She died giving 𝐵𝐻 to me." His expression rapidly darkens, thunderclouds dancing in his eyes. "I can't believe he told you that." "It's true," she says, holding out a hand to catch the raindrops that have begun to fall. "It's not," he says stiffly. "Listen, 𝐸𝐵," but she doesn't. She runs instead, because they're going to be late as it is, and she doesn't want to turn up to school drenched. "He was wrong." She hears the shouted words, but they don't make any sense. "He was wrong, you didn't. I promise you didn't." Roy gets into UA. Of course he does. 𝐸𝐵 isn't surprised, she's seen what he can do. The evening of the sports festival, he comes home tailed by an older teenager wearing an odd white scarf. The young man is kind, even when 𝐸𝐵 glowers at him suspiciously, hurriedly herding the smaller children behind her. "I won't hurt you," he says gently, and she wants to believe him. She really, really does. "This is Aizawa. He's good, 𝐸𝐵," Roy promises, and she relaxes. It's Roy. He wouldn't lie to her. "I'm going to help you." Aizawa's voice is low and steely, and he reminds her so much of Hohenheim that it hurts. The little kids are shipped off to other, hopefully safer homes. 𝐸𝐵 doesn't get a say in it, no matter how much of a fight she puts up. Roy's teachers end up involved with her placement, because he refuses to separate from her. It's probably a good thing, because the family they end up with is kind, if a little distant. It's to be expected though, they're a little older and likely never expected two children to be dropped into their laps, and Roy and 𝐸𝐵 are as good as strangers. She still wants to become a hero. She rather likes the idea of saving people, of helping them instead of bringing them pain. With an accuracy quirk, she'll make a good hero, or so Roy's teachers tell her. She's offered training, and maybe it's because they pity her, but she'd be a fool not to take what she's given. But then at the end of the year, they come for Roy. "Let's not waste the talent," they say. "You'll be better off with us, boy." Power attracts corruption, they've always known that. Roy's power attracts the worst sort, and 𝐸𝐵 is not above staining her ledger in order to protect the people she loves. She can be useful enough for them. She has to be. "Give me a gun," she says, "and I'll hit every mark, I swear." She told him she would, if he ever asked her to. He doesn't ask now, but he doesn't need to. He'll never need to, because she made a promise. She walks beside him into hell. Riza is 23 when she gets the call. "I've found him," Roy says, when she finally picks up, "Hohenheim. He's here, Riza, he's in the hospital." "Riza, something happened, and I don't know what, but Roy." Riza whispers. In the back of her mind, alarm bells begin to ring, raucous and unrelenting. "Roy, why are you crying?" The car ride is a blur. Ed is silent, watching the houses fly by as they travel further into the suburbs. He can't remember ever going to this side of the city before, but then, he's never had a reason to. Everything here looks like it costs money, and money is something they almost never had. The drive they turn into leads to something closer to a manor than a townhouse. It's 3 stories tall, with red brick walls and turrets that look like they wouldn't be out of place on a European castle. The garden is idyllic, with a bubbling fountain and a stone pond lined with rushes and carpeted in brightly blooming lily pads. The patio is paved with Calicata marble slabs, a stark contrast to the dark cobbles of the walkway leading to the veranda, bounded by Roman columns. It's a different world. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 leads the way up the path, his strides long and purposeful, and Ed nearly has to jog to keep pace. He's struck very suddenly by the thought that even if he feels out of sorts here, 𝐒𝐻𝐽 slots into place like a prince in his palace. I should have mentioned this earlier. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 says when they reach the front door, heavy oak and knocker brass, cast into the shape of a lion's menhir. He holds his keys lax in his hand as he looks down at Ed. "But I don't live alone." He twists the key in the lock before Ed can even begin to process his words. The moment the heavy oak door swings open, a hulking mass of fur is lunging straight for Ed's face. He shrieks, momentary terror seizing him as he stumbles backwards in a shocked stupor. A mammoth weight slams into him, sending him crashing heavily to the paved floor, his broken ribs screaming in protest. He chokes on a mouthful of fur and tries desperately to dodge the sandpapery tongue lapping at his face in earnest, revulsion turning his stomach as a sudden, awful ache lances through his battered body. "Alexander!" The dog is hauled off him, and Ed turns on his side to retch onto the pristine marble, his eyes clenching shut as the pain sends spasms through his body. "Oh dear," he hears quick footsteps, and then a large hand begins patting him gently on the back. "There we go." The person slides an arm underneath him, pulling him haphazardly upright. "You didn't break anything, did you?" Ed takes a shuddering breath, peeling his eyes open slowly. The man beside him looks to be around middle age, with mousy hair and glasses that glint sharply in the early morning sunlight. He has a weathered sort of appearance that tells of an overburdened mind and too many sleepless nights. He looks benign, fatherly, even, and yet there's something about him that leaves a strange nervous flutter in the pit of Ed's stomach. He has a few cracked ribs. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 is standing a few meters away, gripping the dog's collar firmly in one hand. The man beside him frowns, moving as though to pull Ed into his arms. "Perhaps I should take him until we know nothing was displaced." Ed draws away from him, pushing himself to his feet and trying his hardest to ignore the stab of pain it sends through his chest. He doesn't know this man. "I'm not spitting BLD, he says shakily. "I can walk on my own." Still, the man's tone is saccharine as he reaches out to Ed again. "It's better to be safe, isn't it?" "Leave him be, Tucker," 𝐒𝐻𝐽 commands, and the man complies, lowering his hands from where they've been hovering fruitlessly about Ed. "I'll check him over once we're inside." Ed runs to his uncle, skirting carefully around Tucker, who reacts no further than a quiet sigh, following behind the two of them at a slightly slower pace. 𝐒𝐻𝐽 glances down at him before holding out a hand, and Ed grips it tightly in his own, a sense of assurance washing over him even as he eyes the beast held against his uncle's other side suspiciously. It looks much calmer like this, a lot less terrifying actually, and maybe a little bit friendly. "There's no need to be nervous," 𝐒𝐻𝐽 says soothingly. "I'm not," Ed immediately responds. He doesn't know what compels him to lie, but there's something within him that whispers to hide his weaknesses, his fears. Perhaps it's Tucker's presence, or even 𝐒𝐻𝐽 himself. Ed doesn't fully understand it, but he tends to obey his intuition, something finely tuned to the emotional states of those around him, because how else would he have been able to navigate the choppy waters of his father's misery? He's led through the grand entryway into a grander still antechamber, unable to stop himself gasping in awe as he blinks at his surroundings. A carved wooden staircase of deep mahogany spirals upwards from the further corner of the room, the banister ornately decorated with trimmings of gold leaf entwining the spindles. There are touches of gold everywhere actually, from the crystal chandelier to the gilded skirting board, and the glinting brass of the door handles. The floor is covered with a thick tapestry rug that looks to be depicting a battle of some kind, the sort of expensive antique he really ought not to be treading on, and Ed tugs off his shoes quickly, swapping them for a spare pair of guest slippers 𝐼𝐭𝐼𝐿 sets out for him. Alexander, docile after being reprimanded, trundles up to Ed, giving his hand an experimental like, before barking happily and bounding away through the leftmost doorway. "Follow me, Edward," 𝐼𝐿 instructs, throwing a casual nod towards Tucker. He beckons Ed with a short wave, turning on his heel and indicating to the room adjacent the staircase. It's a dining room, with a cherry wood table suited for 12, surrounded by plush velvet chairs that appear far more comfortable than the old plastic seats in Daddy's apartment. The floor in here is covered with soft wine-red carpeting and the curtains hanging heavily over the windows are a violent crimson color. There's another tapestry, though this one is firmly affixed to the length of the far wall. The art depicts a red sun rising high over the earth and two golden-haired men, one climbing a fruit tree to reach the sun, and the other tethering him to the ground by his ankle. Ed can't help but stare. If the foyer is golden, then this room can only be described as BLD red. "You like it?" 𝐼𝐿 follows his gaze. "It's based upon a legend, I believe. I think it's rather appealing, myself." It is appealing, despite its age, or perhaps because of it. It seems like the sort of thing he ought to divine meaning from, but Ed doesn't completely understand the pictures woven into the fabric. The sun is red, he takes a hesitant step closer, a strange feeling coming over him, the longing that he too should be reaching for it. "It isn't a sun," 𝐼𝐿 answers his unspoken question. "It's a stone, the philosopher's stone. It was said to cure any ill, and grant the bearer the gift of immortality. The legend goes that there was such a stone created by two alchemists, but that it was lost. One alchemist wished to use it to become a healer, and the other wished to become a god. In the end, neither achieved their goal, but that is what the tapestry depicts. Cure any ill." Ed can't help but think of his little brother, clinging to life in a lonely hospital bed, breathing and bleeding through machines. "But the stone doesn't really exist, does it?" 𝐼𝐿 looks at him for a long moment, as though gauging the seriousness of his question, before huffing a short, amused laugh. "Goodness no, child." He shakes his head, a small smile playing on his lips. "Alchemy was probably one of the earliest precursors to modern science, but it has no more substance to it than the concept of magic. Men who called themselves alchemists looked for ways to transform base elements into pure gold, an impossibility, of course." He pauses, a hint of knowing in his golden gaze as he says quietly, "I suppose you ask for your brother's sake." Ed's breath hitches. His voice cracks and he swallows painfully, tears pricking at the corners of his eyes. He doesn't want to cry here. "I'm sorry." 𝐼𝐿 presses a warm hand to his shoulder. "Come and sit down," he says, gently maneuvering Ed into one of the velveted seats, himself settling into the adjacent one. "This is a conversation I thought would be better had this evening," he admits. "I still think so, in fact. You need time to acclimatize, and to rest. I will sort the boy's situation out today, but until then you should do your best to shelve this train of thought." "But I can't just forget," Ed whispers, curling in on himself. "I can't forget about 𝐿." "I'm not asking you to," 𝐼𝐿 frowns lightly, drawing back a little as he surveys Ed, gaze dissecting. "You have gone through an ordeal, Edward. You are living with a relative you have never met before, and are visibly strung out and exhausted. I would like you to take some time to process it all before we talk more about what happened. If you wish to sleep, I can show you to your room. Or you could play with Nina. I'm sure she would love the company." Ed feels like crying. Everything here is so different, so strange. Tucker is weird, and 𝐼𝐿 looks like Daddy, but he isn't him, so starkly that it's almost painful. Daddy would have hugged him by now. He loves Ed and 𝐿. 𝐼𝐿 doesn't even know them. The man in front of him is a stranger, and Ed has never before felt quite so alone. I don't know, he averts his eyes, staring at his clenched fists. Who's Nina? Tucker's daughter. 𝐒𝐿ric motions for Ed to lift his shirt, pressing lightly against his wrapped ribs with careful hands. She's a little younger than you, but she's a lonely child. I'll ask that you be kind to her, regardless of your decision. She struggles to make friends, poor girl. Ed thinks of all, I can be her friend. 𝐒𝐿ric's expression is decidedly warmer. I'm glad. Do they both live here too? Nina and Tucker. Ed is unable to stop the grimace that falls over his face at the name. He doesn't like Tucker. He doesn't know why, but there was just something altogether strange about the man, something wrong, like he was looking into the distorted mirror image of a person. They do. 𝐒𝐿ric looks amused. You'll have to forgive Tucker. He continues to prods carefully at Ed's ribs, eliciting a sharp wince when he comes across the site of the break. He can come on a little strong, but he does mean well. Who is he? Ed asks, and then amends quickly. I mean, to you. How come you're living together? He's my partner. 𝐒𝐿ric's lips quirk slightly, as though humoured by his own words. Research partner, that is. Quite a few of our projects require regular monitoring, and having the both of us in one place makes the whole thing a bit less of a trial. He pulls away, allowing Ed to let his shirt fall. Nothing seems to be out of place, though I'd still like you to be careful. Here, his tone sobers. No rough play. I'll try, Ed says quietly, already resolving to avoid Alexander at all costs. 𝐒𝐿ric sighs. I suppose with a boy your age, that's the best to be hoped for. He rises from his chair, holding out a hand and helping Ed to his feet when he takes it. I need to take your measurements so I can put in a rush order for a basic wardrobe, and I'd prefer it if you could try eating something, but after that you're free to do whatever you'd like. He pauses, as though considering his words. Though I do request that you stay out of the basement. What's in the basement? Ed asks curiously. Nothing important. 𝐒�ric frowns severely down at him, his eyes sharp with something almost unfriendly. Some dangerous chemicals I don't trust around little hands. You're not to go down there, do you understand? Ed feels small. I understand, he mumbles, cowed. A hand lands in his hair. Good boy. 𝐒�ric's placid expression returns, his tone light. I hope you'll be happy here, Edward. Nina is 5 years old and tiny, with blue eyes and long brown hair braided into twin plaits that fall down her back. She gazes up at Ed with an expression of awe as she whispers, You really want to play with me? She looks so hopeful, her little hands clutching at his hospital green pajama leg. I really do, Ed promises, reaching over to hold her hand. Was he ever this small? Was all? He knows that they must have been, at some point, and yet he still can't quite believe it. What do you want to play, Nina-chan? She's uncertain suddenly, shifting nervously and bunching the front of her dress in her fist. I can pick. She looks like lost and alone in the school playground. Someone hurt her, to make her look that way. I've only just got here, Ed explains, hastily swallowing down the anger beginning to burn in his chest. He crouches, so that he's the one looking up at her. So I don't know any of the good games. You'll have to teach me. Nina brightens immediately. I know some good games. Yeah. You'll have to show me how to play, Ed says, sighing fatefully. If you don't, I'm not going to be any good at them at all. Nina's eyes widen. I'll show you how, Ed. She gasps, clutching at his hand. I promise. Okay, but you better let me give you a piggyback ride there, Ed bargains, or I won't know where to go. She giggles, stumbling behind him and wrapping her small arms around his shoulders. He hooks his arms under her knees as he stands, and she squeals in delight. That way! She cries, waving her chubby baby palms in front of his face. What, this way? Ed begins to wander in the opposite direction. No, that way, she groans, exasperated. Ed! Oh, all right, he grins. I guess it must be this way, then. No! She yells, tugging on his hair. No, go that way. They find themselves in a giggling heap on Nina's bedroom floor. Ed scoops the little girl into his arms and deposits her onto the bed from as high up as he can reach. All right, he says, holding out his hand for a high five. We made it. So what are we going to play now? I like to play letters. Nina twists her fingers nervously. Do you want to play letters too? Ed doesn't know what playing letters is. I'd love to, he says. I think you're going to have to teach me, though. I've never played letters before. She brightens. I can show you. It's where you write letters to your mummy. You have to wish really hard, and if you wish hard enough, your mummy can read them. She hesitates, biting her lip. Is that okay, Ed? Can we play letters? Yeah, Ed whispers, his chest aching something fierce. I'd like that, Nina-chan. He helps her gather paper and crayons, spreading everything out over her cherrywood floor. Here, Nina passes him a purple crayon, snatching up a dark blue one for herself. You can write with this one. He takes the crayon shakily. Thank you, he manages, past the ache in his throat and the burning behind his eyes. Nina peers at him worriedly. Don't you like purple? She reaches for him, patting the back of his hand gently with her tiny palm. I didn't mean to make you sad. Ed's smile is wobbly. I love purple, Nina, he says quietly. You didn't make me sad, I promise. I just miss my mummy a lot. Nina blinks quizzically. Is your mummy far away too? Daddy says mummy went far away, so I have to write letters to talk to her. My mummy is, Ed hesitates, staring at the little girl gazing innocently up at him. She's in the sky, he finishes, in a secretive half-whisper. She went to become a star, Nina. The sky. Nina gasps, her eyes round with awe, and she runs to the window, clambering on top of the dresser. Show me, Ed, please. It's too light to see her now, Ed tells her, standing behind her to keep from falling as she peers into the drizzly afternoon. We have to wait until it's dark. Can I become a star too, Ed? Nina asks, beaming up at him with a bright, gap-toothed smile. No, Ed says sickly, snatching her from the dresser top. Let's write letters now, Nina. I want to play doctors, Nina says, once she's tired of the paper and crayons. Can we play doctors, Ed? Okay, Ed agrees readily, because this is something he remembers how to play. Do you want to be the doctor, Nina? There's always two doctors, Nina says, sighing in clear exasperation. We both have to be the doctors, or there won't be two. Who will be the patient then? Nina glances around the room, before her eyes light up. Teddy, she cries, tumbling over to a stuffed bear almost as big as her, and dragging it painstakingly towards Ed and throwing it onto his lap. We can make him better. What's wrong with him? Ed queries, helping her settle the bear in the bed. We'll need to ask him to find out. He's sick, Nina says seriously. Wait here, Eddie, I'll get the medicines. She runs from the room, leaving Ed frozen in quiet surprise. Eddie. Only Mummy and Ol were ever allowed to call him that. But Nina's so little. He doesn't want to upset her by telling her not to, and maybe he doesn't mind when she does it either, not really. I found them. Nina calls out, slipping back in through the door. I found the medicines, Ed. That's great, Nina, Ed praises, already smiling brightly. Where are the... He pauses, open-mouthed in a horrified stupor for just a moment too long. No, wait, Nina, don't. Nina stabs a scalpel cleanly into the bear's silky paw, drawing it all the way through until the appendage has been cleaved in half. She drops the blade to the floor, and Ed quickly snatches it up, hiding it beneath the dresser as Nina begins scooping the fluffy white stuffing into a medical beaker. What are you doing? Ed chokes, his stomach suddenly rolling with nausea. Nina, what are you doing? She beams up at him. I'm fixing him, she says. He's sick, and this is how you make sick people better. My daddy says so and everything. He's a doctor, Eddie, so he knows. I don't, Ed takes a shuddering breath. What is he sick from? The bear, what's wrong with him? He doesn't have something important, Nina whispers, the brightness in her voice draining rapidly as she catches onto the somber atmosphere. Daddy says this helps. It's medicine. It's not, Nina, Ed whispers shakily, reaching for her and drawing her into his lap. Medicine doesn't hurt. It isn't supposed to make you feel bad, he swallows, remembering the liquor he'd accidentally given 𝐼 on that fateful day so many years ago. He could have killed his brother, it would have been his fault. Your daddy is wrong. He's not. She cries, her lower lip beginning to quiver ominously. He's my daddy. My daddy was wrong a lot too, Ed tells her in hushed tones. That didn't mean he stopped loving me, or that I stopped loving him. But that's why I had to be the one to look after my little brother, because my daddy couldn't. Nina, I can look after you, and be your big brother, even if your daddy is wrong sometimes, okay? Will you let me? She looks up at him with frightened blue eyes, shining with tears just waiting to spill over. You're going to stay. And be my big brother. I promise, Ed whispers. What about your little brother? Nina mumbles. Where is he? He got hurt, Ed answers honestly. But I'm going to get him back, Nina, and then you'll have two big brothers to protect you, okay? Just you wait. Nina curls into him and Ed holds on tightly. He can hardly bring himself to let her go. It's past sunset by the time he summons up enough courage to knock on the solid oak door of 𝐼𝐿ikov's study. He finds himself sitting across from the man just a few minutes later, clutching a mug of hot cocoa with trembling hands. What's going to happen to 𝐼? Ed whispers, anxiety churning in the pit of his stomach. His knuckles whiten even as his palms blister, fists clenching around the scalding china. Uncle 𝐼𝐿ikov. 𝐼𝐿ikov holds up a hand, and Ed quietens abruptly. I've had him transferred to my private hospital, the man begins, softly. He'll receive around-the-clock care from a specialized team of nurses. You mustn't worry yourself, Edward. Nothing will happen to Alphonse under my watch, on that, you have my word. There's something else, Ed says quickly, his eyes fixed on 𝐼𝐿ikov's unwavering gaze. I want to make him better, and I think, with my quirk I might be able to one day, if I can just understand what went wrong. He swallows, trying to quell the tremors running through his body. You're a doctor, aren't you? Can't you help me? If you know what went wrong in his head, then maybe. I'm afraid I haven't been entirely forthcoming with you, child. 𝐼𝐿ikov cuts his babbling short with quick, precise words. Whilst I do have a medical degree, my research is focused within the field of quirk genetics. So you can't help me? Ed's heart sinks heavily. I didn't say that. 𝐼𝐿ikov leans forward in his chair, his arms folding over each other, lightly resting on the papers covering his desk. I am particularly familiar with your specific class of quirk. My own brother has a version of it, though I must admit, I am curious about the conditions of yours. I noticed your father registered it under a different name than his own. It is different, Ed hedges. Yes, 𝐼𝐿ikov's expression turns grim. Perhaps you could indulge me with an explanation. You see, I have to wonder whether, had your father's quirk been used in time, he would have been able to bring little Alphonse back. Ed flinches. His uncle doesn't seem to notice though, continuing as though he hadn't moved at all. He just has to visualize a whole, doesn't he? He has no need to worry about the individual bits and pieces. If he'd been conscious at the scene, he might have been able to save your brother. But he wasn't, Ed whispers, shivering violently. Uncle, I think I'm going to be sick. 𝐼𝐿ikov stands, making his way around the desk and kneeling beside Ed. Take deep breaths, he soothes, patiently. You're going to be all right. You're with me now, aren't you? I am going to do everything in my power to help you, child. But I need you to answer my questions. He puts a gentle hand on the top of Ed's hair. Your father registered your quirk as metamorph. Why did he do that, Edward? Because overhaul puts everything back together again, Ed whispers, nausea making his breaths come in sharp uneven bursts. It just does it. But I can't put something back together correctly if I don't understand the structure of it. It doesn't matter when it's inorganic material, because that just keeps existing, even deficient a grain or two of sand, but when it's organic, when it's flesh, 𝐼𝐿ikov murmurs. I can imagine. They might be pint of BLD short, Ed shivers at the thought. Or even a limb. That's why I've only ever healed cuts and bruises for all, because the cost of a complete overhaul using metamorph, the cost is too great, 𝐼𝐿ikov finishes for him. There's a note of wonder in his tone. My quirk is useless, Ed whispers. I couldn't. No, Edward. 𝐼𝐿ikov places a hand on his shoulder. It's too late for your father's quirk. 𝐂𝐲𝐷 comatose state is too close to brain death. Your father cannot revive the boy using overhaul when the child's mind isn't wholly there in the first place, but you. His eyes gleam, burning with an almost visceral fire. You do not need the target to be whole. You just need them alive. Think of it like ultra-precise surgery, except you only need to know how it should be in order to make the alterations. I will hire tutors for you, doctors, neuroscientists, whomever you longing, and if your brother's soul is still tethered to that body, I fully expect that you will be the one to save him. He stands then, holding a hand out in front of him. Let me study your quirk, Edward, he murmurs, ever so softly. Allow me to help you save your brother. Ed takes the hand in his own. He feels warm. Mummy, everything went wrong. I let 𝐿 get hurt. I'm sorry, I know you wanted me to look after him. I tried, but it went wrong and it's all my fault. Nina says that if I wish hard enough, you'll be able to read this letter. I don't believe it really, but I guess I can hope. I love you. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. I'm sorry I couldn't save 𝐿. I'm going to get him back though. I'm going to find a way, because there's always a way. You used to tell us that, remember? I promise, I'm going to save 𝐿. I'll find a way to do it, and I won't let anything stop me. I'm sorry, for everything. I'll make it right, I swear it. Your loving son, Edward. The hospital was once a house, its garden only separated from that of the manor by a wrought iron fence. The floors are cherry wood, the walls are soft cream. The curtains in 𝐿's room are a green just a few shades darker than their mother's eyes. There's a lemon-yellow chaise lounge tucked into the corner, and Ed curls into it, tucking his legs beneath him and pillowing his head on the armrest. It's been a week. 𝐼𝐿 hadn't allowed Ed to visit until now, because 𝐿 wasn't stable. He still isn't, really, but he's a little better. Ed can count at least one less machine surrounding his bed, and is breathing on his own now, with a reduced risk of infection. It's almost better than he'd allowed himself to hope for. The nurse on shift comes into the room with a fresh bunch of daffodils, already arranged in a blue blown glass vase that catches the thin stream of light filtering through the gap in the curtains. Those are pretty, Ed says quietly. She turns to smile at him. Her hair is the color of spun gold, pulled into a low ponytail at the nape of her neck, and her eyes are green, crow's feet etched into the corners. They are, aren't they? She arranges the flowers artfully by the bed, before glancing over at Ed again. This is your brother. Ed nods quickly. Younger brother, he answers, pushing himself upright. His name's Alphonse, but he likes 𝐿 better. How lovely, the nurse smiles again, reaching out and gently bending 𝐿's legs, before setting them back down. It's wonderful to meet you, 𝐿. My name is Hannah. Ed blinks in bewilderment. What are you doing to him? We're just getting a bit of exercise, Hannah beckons Ed towards her. He stumbles to his feet, hesitation in his steps as he shuffles closer. It's good to keep his muscles active. Would you like to learn how? What if I hurt him? Ed grazes his fingers over his brother's pale hand, skin almost translucent, veins prominent. He's like a doll, stone still, with golden locks and cheeks still plump with baby fat, despite how thin he has become. He looks small, he looks breakable. You won't. Hannah takes his hands and places them gently on either side of 𝐿's knee. Keep it slow, and he'll be absolutely fine. Copy my movements, yes, just like that. She reaches over, squeezing his shoulder kindly. You should talk to him, I'm sure he'd like to know what you've been up to. Ed swallows, placing 𝐿's leg down and taking a trembling step back. Can he hear me? Some coma patients can, Hannah says softly. We never know until they wake up. Until. Ed stares up at her, eyes wide. Sweetie. She takes his hand. Let's go to the break room, all right. We can have some cocoa. Ed pulls away from her. I don't want to leave him. We'll be right back, she says firmly, taking hold of his shoulders again and steering him towards the door. It's just a quick break, come on now. He doesn't have much of a choice as she shepherds him hastily from the room, and into another a little ways down the corridor. There's a small kitchenette, with a table and chairs, and a range of plush seating along one of the walls. It's homely, and Ed collapses against one of the sofas, scrubbing his eyes frantically as tears begin to prick at the corner. Oh dear, Hannah settles next to him, a gentle hand on his back. It's all right, sweetheart. Take some deep breaths. Ed gasps shakily, sniffling as a few tears spill over. I'm sorry. Oh, there's no need for that, she sighs softly. What's your name, honey? Ed. Ed, she repeats, reaching out to brush his fringe from his eyes. The gesture is so motherly that Ed nearly bawls then and there. Your brother is in the best place he can be right now. Dr. Hohenheim is very skilled. Would you like to hear a secret? Ed nods quickly. My son was a patient here, maybe 8 or 9 years ago, now. The doctor saved his life. I don't know how, exactly, it was some kind of miracle, honestly. She frowns lightly, before her expression clears and she's smiling kindly again. You mustn't give up hope, Ed. There's every chance that little boy will recover. Do you really think so? Ed whispers hoarsely. I do, she squeezes his arm gently. Now, how about some hot cocoa? I think there might be some marshmallows around here somewhere. The cocoa is warm and chocolatey, and something inside Ed feels as though it's thawing, just a little. He doesn't remember falling asleep, but he wakes to the feeling of fingers carding through his hair, and a gentle hand on his shoulder. He raises his head, blinking blearily as he tries to drag himself into wakefulness. What? He rasps, pushing himself to his feet and stumbling at the abruptness of the action, his head suddenly pounding. His caught under the elbow and quickly righted, Edward. 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐫 sounds concerned. His brows are furrowed when Ed looks up, his eyes sharpening as he rakes an assessing gaze over the 11-year-old. Are you all right? Ed shivers, chilled, before coughing harshly into his sleeve. I'm okay. 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐫 brushes his knuckles against Ed's forehead. You're feverish, he reprimands gently. You haven't been sleeping well. I'm sorry, Ed's eyes fill with tears. It's okay, his uncle guides him to lean against his side. It isn't your fault, Edward. Ed buries his face in 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐫's shirt and weeps. Ed's sick for a week, fever burning through him with a vengeance. Once, he wakes believing his back in the blazing fire. Nobody can convince him otherwise, and even with 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐫 threading long fingers through his damp hair, he feels as though he is choking on thick, black smog. He isn't allowed to visit Ol until his fever is gone. Nina is made to stay away too, and Ed can hear her sobbing as she demands she be allowed to play with him. He's shaky when he finally recovers, weak and worn, almost toppling over completely when Nina barrels into him. You went away, her voice is muffled into his pajama leg. I'm sorry, Ed strokes her hair gently. I was ill, Nina. You might have caught it if we'd played. But you're better now. She looks up at him with round eyes. I'm better, he assures her, reaching down to pick her up. She's small, but so is Ed, and he struggles settling her on his hip, trying to mimic the way he saw his mother carry Ol. We can play now, if you like. She wriggles, and Ed nearly drops her. Put me down, she whines. I'm slipping, Ed. She slides from the circle of his arms to the floor. I want. The smile falls from her face as she blinks, wide-eyed, at the shifting shadows of the long, tiled corridor. Ed. She whispers. Ed, can you be my big brother now? Ed can hear footsteps. I'm always your big brother. Ed crouches beside her, his voice just as soft as hers as he murmurs, Why are you asking, Nina? Her tiny face contorts. Daddy's behind you. Ed WHPs around, nearly stumbling when Nina latches onto his trouser leg. He glares up at Tucker's looming form. What do you want with her? He snaps. Because he'd told her he could help. He's done this before, too. It's almost second nature at this point, to put himself between a threat and his younger sibling. Tucker's bigger than the bullies who used to pick on Ol, but Ed's quirk is strong. He could take him, Tucker falters, taking half a step back. It's time for her treatment. I'm not going to hurt her, Edward, don't lie. Ed shouts, his heart thumping in his chest. She's scared. She doesn't like medicine. Tucker puts his hands up placatingly. That's not uncommon for a child her age. It's different. Ed takes a step back, pushing Nina further behind him. He doesn't know how to explain it. He doesn't even really understand, but there had been something terribly, awfully wrong with the way she'd brandished that scalpel. You've done something to her. Hot tears spring to his eyes. You've done something bad, what's going on here? Ed j-ass abruptly at the sound of 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿's voice, turning to stare at him with wild eyes. His uncle strides towards him, reaching for Ed's shoulder and frowning down at him mildly. Edward, what on earth is all this fuss about? Ed swallows, the hand on his shoulder feeling unbearably heavy. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿's presence is stifling, almost claustrophobic in nature, and Ed trips over his words as he whispers. He's going to hurt her. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 raises an eyebrow. Is that so? He turns to Tucker. Is this true, Show? It's true. Ed cries, before Tucker can even begin to form a reply. He said he was going to give her treatment. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 leans back appraisingly, looking almost thoughtful as he glances between Ed and Nina. And you thought that would hurt her? Ed scowls at the condescension in the man's tone. That's what she thought. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿's expression turns pitying. Nina has never said anything of the sort before, he says gently. You have to understand the influence you have over her, Edward. She looks up to you. He kneels, keeping an anchoring grip on Ed's shoulder. I'm sorry you've been made to feel this way, child. Nina needs her treatments to make her better. Medicine is there to help us, boy. You do understand that, don't you? Ed's head swims. I know that, and Nina understands that. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 reaches around Ed, pulling the little girl out from behind the 11-year-old. You know your treatments are there to make you feel better, don't you? Yes, Nina parrots. Treatments make you better. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 sighs. I'm sorry, Edward. Your father should never have made you feel that way. Medicine is supposed to help you. He didn't, is what Ed nearly says, except Daddy did call his liquor medicine. The liquor hurt Al and burned his throat, made him so sick he couldn't breathe. Everything's all right. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 seems to take Ed's silence as an admission of some kind. Let Nina go for her treatment, Edward. Ed swallows, watching in dismay as 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 nudges the 5-year-old towards her father, who scoops her into his arms before walking away brusquely, footsteps rapid on the tiled floor. I'm sorry, he whispers, unsure of what is supposed to be apologizing for, and yet feeling as though it's precisely what his uncle wants him to do. I'm sorry. There's no need for that. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 stands, holding out a hand for Ed to take. I'd like you to come to my study. I have something important to talk with you about. Ed allows himself to be led, though he pulls away briefly to glance out of the window, wondering if he might see Nina and her father crossing the 2 gardens into the hospital. Edward, 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 beckons him. There's no one out there. Perhaps she wasn't made to go after all. They walk in silence after that. Ed is grateful, mostly because he's not sure what he might say if he had to talk. He's directed to the same plush chair he'd used the last time he was here, and he settles into it cautiously, watching as 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 rummages behind the desk. He feels like he's been sent to the principal's office at school, which is always a lottery, because he's a star pupil and troublemaker thrice over. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 hands Ed a file pulled from one of the drawers. Look at this, he says. And tell me what you think of it. Dr. Tim Marco, Ed reads aloud. Who is he? A colleague of mine, 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 replies impassively. Somewhat of an expert in the field of neuroscience. Ed hadn't forgotten the conversation they'd had the night 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 took him in, but something within him had doubted the man's sincerity. Something within him still does. Why are you showing me this? I told you. 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿's expression remains blank, even as he drops his voice to a soothing cadence. I want to help you, Edward. That man has expressed a willingness to tutor you, if you so wish. You already missed a great deal of school. You'll be behind if you go back. If. That sounds an awful lot like he doesn't have to go back. I can arrange for homeschooling, 𝐼𝐿𝐼𝐿 continues. I have no shortage of colleagues who are willing to accommodate you. You would have free time to work on your own projects. You're a bright child. I believe that with a more specialized education plan, you will thrive. Thrive. Not just surviving, not even just living, but thriving. Ed's never had that, never been allowed to have that. He's had to survive, to keep Al alive and fed and warm. He's helped his brother to live, to be happy, even at his own cost, but he doesn't think either of them have ever really thrived. For a moment he wonders if the choice of words was purposeful. "Why are you doing this?" Desperation wells within him as he speaks, because he doesn't understand, not really. Nothing here makes sense, nothing 𝐼𝐿 says makes sense. You're not obligated. You could have left 𝐿 in the public hospital. You could have just sent me to school. You don't even know me. 𝐼𝐿 frowns. "I've told you this before," he replies, softly. "We're family, Edward. This is what family does for one another. Daddy never did anything like this." Ed lowers his eyes, heart heavy. If 𝐼𝐿 notices, he doesn't comment. The man taps the file splayed across the desk in front of Ed with his index finger. "Is this arrangement amenable to you, child?" Ed studies the photograph on the front page. The man in it looks worn, with stress lines woven across his forehead and cropped black hair flecked with gray. There's not much Ed can go off here, but Marco doesn't look cruel. The idea of going back to school, to the place where 𝐿 was so often tormented, is nauseating. "I'd like that," Ed says quietly. "The tutoring and the homeschooling, if that's okay." 𝐼𝐿 smiles. "It's more than okay." He takes the file back, sliding it into one of the drawers down the left side of the desk. "I'm glad you see things my way, Edward." Ed makes to stand, but 𝐼𝐿 reaches out, shaking his head insistently. "There's one more thing." He gestures at the seat, and Ed sinks back down abruptly. 𝐼�L's eyes are narrowed, and there's a strange hesitance about his person. It's odd, because Ed isn't used to seeing him this way. For a moment, he looks almost exactly like Daddy again. It's jarring because in the short time Ed has known him, he's never been unsure of himself, but he looks that way now. "It's about your father." 𝐼𝐿 folds his hands, resting them lightly on his desk. Ed wonders whether he has the same fidgeting habit Daddy has. Specifically, research that he was involved in. His brows draw together as he speaks. "The documentation was lost in a fire a few years before your 𝐒𝐻, but Van is the only person alive who might reasonably know what was in those papers, and he won't talk to me." Ed jolts at the frustration in the man's tone. 𝐼𝐿 blinks, seeming to remember himself. I apologize." He runs a hand over his face. "You mustn't concern yourself with this, child. I have to ask though, did your father ever mention anything to you about a group known as the Triad?" "The Triad?" It sounds, well, not familiar, but resonant, like a long-lost memory, except that Ed can't remember. He hesitates. "I'm not sure." "Not sure," 𝐼𝐿 repeats softly. "But he might have." "I don't know," Ed whispers. "I don't remember, I'm sorry." 𝐼𝐿 waves a hand dismissively. "It's all right," he says. "I wouldn't necessarily expect you to." He sighs, and the term counterfeit quirks. "Does that ring any bells?" "No, sir," Ed replies. "All right." 𝐼𝐿 sits back in his chair. "In that case, Edward, I'd like to ask a favor of you." "A favor?" Ed's heart flutters nervously. "Of course," 𝐼𝐿 smiles. "From one family member to another. My brother won't speak with me, but I think, perhaps, he might with you. I had him admitted to an inpatient psychiatric institution, and I've been informed that he hasn't been doing well. To use an old adage, I believe this may kill two birds with one stone, so to speak." "I'm not allowed to see him." Ed stares at his uncle in betrayal. You said I couldn't." "I was the one who imposed that rule," 𝐼𝐿 replies placidly. "I can quite easily rescind it. Because it benefits you, right?" Ed pushes himself to his feet, a rush of anger making him bold. "I don't want to see him." "Watch your words, child," his uncle warns, his golden eyes suddenly cold. "I don't think I like what you're implying." Ed scowls. Suddenly it's not just his uncle sitting in front of him, it's Daddy too, and were they ever really so different? "What are you going to do?" he spits, to the mirror image of his father. "Are you going to hit me?" "Sit down." 𝐼𝐿 stands, towering over him. "Sit down and listen, child. I am not your father and I will not hit you." His lips are curled, pearly teeth glinting, and in the dim light of the study, he looks regal. His hand rises and Ed flinches violently, but 𝐼𝐿 doesn't hit him. The man's eyes widen slightly, before he goes to push his hand through his own hair, the movement halting. "I'm not going to hit you, Edward," he repeats, not a hint of his previous frustration left in his tone. "But I do require your help. So sit, and allow me to explain." Ed drops, trembling, into his chair. "I need this information," 𝐒𝐿rc says, after a moment of silence. "It's vital to my research. It could save lives, and if you need more motivation than that, your brothers could be among them." If you need more motivation than that, as though Ed is selfish for not wanting to visit his deadbeat father. Maybe he is, because 𝐒𝐿rc says it could save people, but Ed only really cares about, it could help save your brother. Ed swallows. What happens if he doesn't? He whispers. Will you hurt me? He can't bring himself to say it. Nothing, 𝐒𝐿rc answers, looking knowingly at him. I wouldn't punish you for your father's shortcomings. Then I'll do it, Ed whispers shakily. 𝐒𝐿rc exhales, the look in his eyes a little regretful as he murmurs, That's all I ask, Edward. Ed makes his promise on a Wednesday, but it isn't until the following Monday that he finally visits Daddy. Fujiya Hospital, the institution his father is being kept, is private, and likely costly, but is beginning to expect nothing less from his uncle. 𝐒𝐿rc doesn't spare any expense for his family members, or so he tells Ed. He considers his brother family, even if Van doesn't. Ed isn't quite sure what to make of that. It's quiet for a hospital, clean, orderly, calm. If Daddy has to be locked up somewhere, then at least Ed can be grateful that he's here. The nurses are kind, pointing him in the direction of Daddy's room immediately. They're prepared for his arrival, because 𝐒𝐿rc called ahead. He's offered biscuits and orange squash, asked if he would kindly swap his shoes for a pair of guest slippers, before being ushered along padded corridors. The orderly takes him to one room amongst many, unlocking it and proceeding to lean casually against the opposite wall. You have 20 minutes, he says, face kind but stern as he motions with his hand. Go on, kid. The door is pale blue, unobtrusive except for the words Van Hohenheim etched into silver plating just above the hand. The permanence makes his stomach turn. It's just a name tag, but it's engraved, because his father is going to be here for a long, long time, maybe even for good, and 𝐒𝐿rc's already told him this, but seeing it for himself is, 19 minutes, kid. The orderly taps his watch, his haggard face creasing in concern. If you don't want to do this. I do, Ed tells him quickly, stuffing a hand into his jacket pocket and clenching his fist around the tin figurine he'd taken from 𝐿's beside that morning. It's soothing, almost, though its presence marks the absence of something else, and his heart aches. He pushes the door open slowly, slipping inside and listening to the soft thud it makes as it drags itself shut. Edward, Daddy's voice is quiet. They told me you would be visiting today. Daddy, Ed's voice cracks and he swallows hard, staring at his father in muted shock. He looks better. His hair is washed and shiny. It's lighter than Ed realized, the blonde closer to 𝐒�rc's shade than his own. His cheeks aren't so hollow, but the usual ruddiness is gone too. He's sober, and he's looking at Ed as though Ed has broken his heart. Dad, Ed tries again, and it's better, shedding the childish moniker for something more grown-up, more distant. He ignores the part of himself, the 5-year-old, buried somewhere deep, deep down, begging that at least this not be taken from him. That toddler still has a dad who cares for him, the way a father should. Ed doesn't. Daddy hasn't been that man in years. Distance is a good thing, here. The smile his father gives him is sad. Ed hadn't wanted to come here. He'd been afraid, more than anything else, but he's glad now. There's understanding in his father's steady gaze, reflected in his own, and something akin to acceptance passes, unspoken, between them. Ed moves forward almost without thinking. His father opens his arms, and suddenly Ed is clinging to soft, fresh linen, held by the same hands that once struck him. I'm so sorry, Daddy whispers into his hair. I'm so sorry, Ed. Don't, Ed presses his face into his father's shirt. Just don't. Because an apology implies forgiveness, and Ed doesn't know if he can, but for once, he doesn't want to think. He doesn't need to forgive his father to be held by him, surely. Surely he can have this, even if nothing else. Okay, kiddo, Daddy murmurs. Ed closes his eyes in relief. There isn't much time. Daddy doesn't seem to want to let go, but Ed pulls back, settling next to his father on the bed. There's a reason you came here, Daddy says, his brow furrowing as he twists his hands together. Ed doesn't like to see his father anxious. There is, he replies cautiously. How did you know? Daddy laughs humorlessly. I know my brother, Edward. He shakes his head. This is just like him, using a child to get what he wants. You can tell him the answer is still no. You don't even know what I was going to ask. 𝐼𝐽𝐽 came by, his father says. He said his piece, and I said mine. I doubt he'll be back here again. He knows he's getting nothing out of me. Something cold settles in the pit of Ed's stomach. If he's told you, then you know this information could help save all. Daddy's expression darkens. All is beyond saving, Edward. 𝐼𝐽𝐽's a doctor, and he says, I'm a doctor. Daddy snaps, and for a second Ed forgets not to flinch. You were probably too young to remember, he says contritely, a mixture of guilt and exhaustion present in his tired eyes. Before your mother got sick, I worked as a pediatrician. Oh, so now you can talk about her, Ed scoffs, before he can stop himself. You ruined Ol's birthday, you, Edward, please, Daddy rebukes softly. Ed says in a shaking breath, I'm sorry, he mutters, clutching at the figurine in his pocket with trembling fingers. I didn't mean to. Oh, you did, Daddy says, and Ed jolts at the sudden burst of amusement in his tone. You're my kid, Edward, I know you better than anyone, but, he sighs, joviality already draining as he rubs a hand over his face, you're not exactly wrong. Ed whispers, maybe not about all of it, but the fire wasn't you. None of this was your fault. His chest aches with the lie. His father's knowing gaze burns, but Ed can't bring himself to meet it. I think we both know that isn't true. You could have saved all, is what Ed doesn't say, if you just, I don't want to talk about it, he spits angrily, swiping away the traitorous tears beginning to sting at the corners of his eyes. What you said, about all being beyond saving, what did you mean? Dad, with my quirk I could, brain injuries are tricky things, Daddy interrupts quietly, if there was anything the doctors could have done, they would have done it at the hospital. Your quirk, Edward, you know your limitations. The doctors couldn't have remade parts of his brain, Dad, not in the way that I can. Can you? Daddy's expression is grim. Do you, son, even if you manage to repair the damaged parts, he'll still lose the things that made him our all. His memories, his personality, everything he's learnt, that isn't something you can replicate. Make, Ed snaps. Daddy stares. What are you? Make, not made. The things that make him ours. He's not dead, Dad, and I'm going to save him, and 𝐼𝐽𝐽-san thinks the information could help me do that, so please, I can't, his father interrupts. It's dangerous, in the wrong hands, in his hands. You wouldn't understand, his managed to convince you, somehow. Edward, you're better than this, I know you are, better than what? Ed snarls, inexplicable anger rising within him as he leaps to his feet, turning to glare at his father. What you just said doesn't make any sense. Nothing anyone says is making sense, anymore, and I'm sick of it. He's manipulating you, his father says lowly. That's why you feel that way. That's why you're confused. He's filling your head with things that aren't right, and don't look at me like that, kid, I helped raise the man. He's my brother, I know what he's like. I know what he does. If you know what's good for you, Ed, you'll get out. Go to Pinako. Forget me, forget about all, for now. If he's in hospital then he's safe. You're not, so get out of there, please kiddo. He doesn't know why he says it, perhaps because his father sounds so desperate, because Daddy might be mentally unwell, but he certainly isn't lying, or at least, he believes that he's telling the truth. 𝐼𝐽𝐽 has a hospital, and he, and Ol's there. If I leave, I'll be leaving him behind, so I can't. He isn't expecting the look of utter horror that falls over his father's face. He's got all of us, the whisper is half hysterical. God, he's got all of us, if he's holding all over your head. He's not, Ed whispers. He's trying to help us, but Daddy is already shaking his head. No, Edward, he reaches out, cupping Ed's face in his palm. Tears tracks silently down his haggard face. Why do you think he put me in here, kid? I'm here indefinitely, You know. A friend wanted me put into a rehabilitation program, but 𝐒𝐽𝐽 wouldn't allow it, and right now, they don't consider me fit to make my own decisions. He breaks off. Ed pulls away. You're here because you're sick. I'm here, Daddy says coldly. Because I know too much, because he wants my word discounted as insane, but you know I'm not. His gaze has never been clearer, sharp ochre, no longer clouded under misery and inebriation. I can see it, Ed. You know I'm not crazy. Even before, I heard you telling all that I wasn't crazy, just sick. His voice cracks, words tremulous as he whispers, You're such a good boy, Edward. I need you to listen to me, okay? You're in danger, we all are. My brother is dangerous. He has you right where he wants you. He has all of us right where he wants us. Do not underestimate him. Do not fall for his tricks. I will do my best to get you out. I'll talk to the friend I mentioned, he's been visiting me. He can, no. Daddy's grip turns almost bruising. What do you mean no? Ed smacks his father's hand away, stumbling backwards. I mean no. Even if 𝐒𝐽𝐽 is dangerous, I don't care. I need him to fix all. Alphonse can't be fixed, Daddy says darkly. For once in your life, Edward, listen to me. I'm leaving. Ed gives up on trying to hold back his tears. You don't care. You don't care about all. You're not trying to help, you're making everything worse, just like you always do. He turns, the world blurry with salt water as he reaches for the door. Wait. He doesn't know why, but there's something in his father's voice that stops him dead in his tracks. He hears the click of a pen, the sounds of scribbling and paper tearing, before Daddy is pressing something into the palm of his hand. If you ever listen to anything I say, please, just listen to this. Take this number, and don't show him. Do not show 𝐒𝐽𝐽 this number, or he will take it away. Use it if you need to. They will help you, I promise, but you have to hide it. In his bedroom that night, away from prying eyes and grabby, childish fingers, Ed folds the scrap of paper neatly, before pulling apart the tin can man, stowing the paper inside and pressing the metal back into its original form. If you ever listen to anything I say, please, just listen to this. Ed stares down at the tin figurine balanced precariously in his palm. I'm listening, Dad. Izuku's day starts just like another, normal day. Have fun at school. His mother kisses his forehead as he's pulling on his blazer and backpack. I've got the evening shift tonight, so you'll be having dinner at Katsuki's house. She smiles hopefully at him. Is that all right, sweetie? Izuku pastes a bright grin across his face. That's fine, Mum. It is fine. Kaken never hurts him at home, that's just for recess. Izuku still gets to be Kaken's friend when he goes to his house. Good boy, she draws him into her arms, resting her chin on the top of his head. I love you, Izuku. I love you too. Izuku clings to her, barely managing to keep his disappointment from showing on his face when she draws away. You'll be late for school, honey. She pushes him gently towards the door. Kaken is waiting for him outside. Stupid Deku, he grumbles, shoving Izuku as soon as they turn the corner. You're so slow. There's been a spate of kidnappings all over Japan, people with powerful and unique quirks disappearing in broad daylight. An alert to remain vigilant was recently put in place by the government. It's been all over the news. Kaken's mum told him she doesn't want him walking alone anywhere, because his quirk is exactly the kind of quirk worth kidnapping someone for. Kaken had snapped back that he could take down those DMN villains himself, but Izuku was there for that argument, and, well, you just don't disagree with Mitsuki Bakugo. So they're walking together. Sorry Kaken, Izuku mumbles, flinching as the boy beside him gives him the evil eye. Kaken scoffs. You better be. He doesn't hit Izuku though, because there's nobody else around to see it, and Kaken is always meaner with an audience. I'm supposed to be going to yours for dinner. Izuku cringes as Kaken's glare turns smoldering. Mum says. I know, Kaken snaps angrily. My mum told me. Don't you ever shut up, Deku. He shuts up the rest of the way to school. It's a normal day. There's a white chrysanthemum resting on his desk. Kaken blows it up. Flowers are dumb, he sneers, before stomping over to his seat and slouching into it huffily. Izuku cries in the bathroom during break, because he doesn't want 𝐭𝐿 to hurt him again. It's easier to hide. He tries to hide again at lunchtime, but 𝐭𝐿 finds him and pushes him into a wall. It's a normal day. The bell rings, and Izuku leaves, dragging his feet, because he's suddenly really dreading having to go home with 𝐭𝐿. Mum is standing, waiting at the school gate. Izuku! She waves him over, a smile on her face, ready to go, sweetie. He stops in front of her, eyes widening in confusion. I thought, great, she interrupts him, reaching down and grasping his wrist tightly in her hand. Let's go. She pulls, dragging him along the busy street, and it hurts. She's going so fast, Izuku is tripping over himself to keep up. Stop! He cries, confusion giving way to fear. Stop it, Mum. She doesn't, quickening her pace until Izuku is almost running. Something is wrong. He knows it, something primal is screaming at him that this is wrong, help. He shrieks, collapsing to the ground like a toddler throwing a temper tantrum. Someone help me, Mum growls, before lifting him bodily up and dragging him into a nearby alleyway. Shut up, you little brat, she snarls, her breath hot against his face as she pins him against the brick wall with a strength he hadn't even known she possessed, let alone would use against him. She wouldn't. She'd never. Mum, he heaves a shaky breath, staring up at his mother's contorted face. Can we have my favorite food for dinner tonight? She's supposed to be working tonight. Izuku is supposed to be having dinner at 𝐭𝐿's house. She's silent for a moment, her eyes narrowing imperceptibly, before smiling widely. Of course, darling. Mum, Izuku chokes, stomach churning, dawning realization turning his BLD to ice. What is my favorite food? Her stare is piercing, natto. Izuku seeks in a sharp breath. They both know that's the wrong answer. Clever, the stranger wearing his mother's face whispers, drawing back. Clever kid. Mum would never hurt me, he says quietly. He doesn't mention 𝐭𝐿. He doesn't want this stranger to know about him. 𝐭𝐿's quirk is a quirk worth kidnapping someone for. Izuku Midoriya is double-toe joint quirkless. This loosely translates to hopeless, or useless, if you're 𝐭𝐿. Double-toe joint equates to never, not a chance in hell. Izuku Midoriya is never going to get a quirk. This is a fact, an unequivocal truth of the universe that he is willing to stake his very last breath on. He hasn't even turned 12 yet, and he might just have to. Let me go, he whispers tremulously, flinching as the vice-like grip tightens around his wrist. Please, you don't want me, I'm quirkless. The stranger laughs, using Mum's voice, and it's so wrong. Oh, you are a smart one, but you shouldn't make assumptions, you know. Izuku swallows heavily, tugging harder at the fingers locked like a vice around his wrist. Let me go, he whimpers again. At least at school it's just 𝐭𝐿, and 𝐭𝐿 isn't as big as this stranger, or as strong, and usually Izuku can run away before he's caught. I'm a useless Deku, please, you don't want me. Maybe you are now, the stranger agrees, the words completely void of the usual sneers that tend to accompany such a declaration. I was once too, you know. I know what that's like. But Izuku, they smile secretively, leaning over to whisper softly in his ear. Maybe I can offer you something more. What? Izuku's voice cracks, his teeth chattering in fear and disgust, and what are you talking about? The stranger steps back, smiling at Izuku with his mother's white pearly teeth. Do you get bullied? They ask, eyes bright with something akin to mirth. I know I did. It's hard, isn't it? Izuku trembles with fear, because how do they know? How? I don't understand. I was quirkless too. The stranger grins, and suddenly their body is shifting, growing stronger, taller, leaner. Their eyes are purple and their long hair dark and spiked. The features of their face are sharp, though rounded ever so slightly with youth. They are older than Izuku, but not by much. Beneath the fear, the horror, a small tendril of hope takes root inside him, because this kid might have been quirkless, maybe even diagnosed, but what Izuku just saw was indisputably the work of a quirk. How old were you? Izuku whispers, eyes wide as dinner plates. When you manifested it. The kid laughs. Oh, I got it when I was 10. And that's, okay, that's younger than Izuku is, but not by enough that it should make a palpable difference, not when the average age a kid gets their quirk is 4. But Izuku has the toe joint. He glances down at the kid's shoes. They're wearing red sneakers, unbranded. Maybe they just like red, Izuku wouldn't necessarily know, because the one company that makes shoes modified for the extra toe joint don't like to put their name on a product designed for the quirkless, but maybe. I'm 11, Izuku says, vaguely aware that he's not looking at this stranger like the kidnapper they are anymore, and that's probably a mistake, but his brain is running at 100 miles a minute, his heart thrumming in his chest like a hummingbird in flight. He stares up at the teenager in front of him, at the possibility that he might. Do you think I could manifest a quirk? Definitely not. The kid lets go of Izuku entirely, smirking as they lean back against the opposite side of the alley. But I know someone who could give you one, if you're interested. Of course, their smile is unchanging. If you're not, I'll just have to kill you. Izuku's blood runs cold, and he remembers all at once that this is a stranger, a kidnapper, a villain. Maybe this villain could help Izuku get a quirk, maybe, but there's always a price to pay. You can't gain something without losing something else. The world is just like that, and Izuku isn't so naive that he can't grasp such a basic concept. Izuku doesn't want to be a villain. Izuku wants to be a hero. It doesn't really sound like he has a choice, but if he did have to choose, Deku. An enraged roar. Where the hell are you? Izuku makes his choice. Kaken. He screams. Kaken, help. The villain's eyes widen in shock, before there's fury settling over their expression. You little, but then there are explosions and howled expletives. Izuku sags to the ground, before turning on his side and promptly vomiting all over the floor. When he looks up again, the villain is gone. In his place, Kaken snarls, palms smoking, teeth bared. You're a hero, Kaken, Izuku whispers, as the world tilts. Deku, Kaken is reaching out, just like that day in the river, and Izuku should probably take his hand, his eyes slip shut. Mars Hughes isn't a hero. He never bothered applying for the hero course at UA, never considered the hero career track. He'd never wanted a life of danger, of staring death in the face and watching his loved ones do the same. Some days, he wonders whether the universe is mocking him. Some days, he's certain of it. Today is one of them. You're sure? He whispers hoarsely, staring in muted shock at the papers he's been handed. You're positive that this actually happened? Tsukochi interviewed the boy. The kid's certain at least, so he's either crazy or telling the truth. Havoc's face is drawn, his brows furrowed as he gazes steadily at Mars. This throws off the entire investigation, doesn't it? Pretty much, he sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. Although, throws off is probably putting it a bit mildly. Completely derails might be a better assessment. It could be a one-off case, Havoc offers, and God, Mars Fing hopes so. Some lunatic who really believes quirks can be transferred. But the assailant knew that this kid was quirkless. Mars frowns, rereading the witness statement for the 4th time, as though it might start actually making sense. Morphed into his mother. That's premeditated. Again, crazy, Havoc says hopefully. Crazy people do crazy things. Denial doesn't suit you, Havoc. Mars closes his eyes against the burgeoning headache pulsing between his temples. Is Dante still out on patrol? You want me to send him your way when he's back? If he hasn't landed himself in the hospital again. Havoc nods, dismissing himself quietly. Mars never wanted to be a hero, but here he is anyway, in the midst of an investigation that could see both him and his entire family dead. He takes a sip of his coffee and wishes it was something stronger. With an analysis quirk, he never really needed a hero license to begin with. His quirk is a passive one. There's no way to turn it off, beyond his own demise. Something he isn't keen on happening for another 60-odd years at least. He has his wife to consider. After all, their unborn daughter. If they were all he had to think about, he wouldn't be doing this at all. But, never again. He remembers Roy's face all those years ago, desperate, smudged with soot and grief. I can't let this happen again, Mars. What do I have to do, he'd asked, pressing a wad of gauze to the seeping wound at the back of his friend's head. You don't, Roy had whispered. I'll do it. I have to fix this. I can't drag you into this mess as well. I'm with you, Roy, whether you want me there or not. He'd meant every word. The world is bigger than any one man. Mars can't be selfish, not when he knows what needs to be done. He's been lucky, too, with Night Eye on sight. There's not much that can slip past his foresight, and they are safer for it. Targeted villain attacks rarely make a dent on their agency budget anymore, and there's only Sasaki to thank for that. The Hero Public Safety Commission has been throwing a fit over a hero agency led by a civilian for several years. Never mind that Mars is a trained detective, never mind that he could easily air their myriad of dirty laundry to the public at the drop of a hat, or maybe, just maybe because of that, he wouldn't put it past them. Night Eye offering a merger out of blue was something he hadn't expected, though he hadn't exactly been surprised, either. After the man's public split from All Might, a midlife crisis was probably a guarantee. He just hadn't thought the hero would seek him out as a result of it. We'll be stepping on each other's toes regardless, Night Eye had said, as stoically as he says anything. Same area, same cases. This should get the commission off your back. It didn't, of course, but it's the thought that counts. Mars. Mars glances towards the open doorway. It's bad, he says by way of greeting, proceeding to slide the file across the desk and bury his head in his hands. He hears Roy flicking through the pages. Every so often, his friend utters a quiet curse that Mars wholeheartedly agrees with. The file is slammed back down on the table. So you see it too. Mars takes another sip of coffee. Human experimentation. Roy spits the words, staring at Mars searchingly, his gaze sharpening. Or is there more? There's more, Mars grimaces, before raising his eyebrows. That's all you got from this? Roy hesitates. It doesn't add up, he says. They've never taken anyone without a quirk before. He frowns, a look of frustration passing over his face as he mutters. You've clearly made a connection here, so out with it. Two groups, Mars replies darkly, his mind racing. Two groups, one of which is conducting experiments on quirkless individuals, almost definitely within the area. How do you figure? Mars hesitates, because he could be wrong. His quirk isn't perfect, but even if it was, it's only ever been as useful as his information is, something that, right now, is incomplete at best, and almost certainly inaccurate. Do you remember that spate of quirkless kids committing suicide a few years back? Not really. Roy pulls up a chair, settling into it opposite Mars. It's been a while, hasn't it? What makes you think it's connected to this kid? He taps the file with his pointer finger. I actually pay attention, Mars parries smartly. How many of those cases were closed as suicides, do you think? If they were suicides, they would have been closed as such. But if they were just reported as suicides? Roy's eyes widen, his pupils blown with horror as he stares at his friend. You think this is a cover-up? I don't know, I remember thinking it was odd at the time. The quirkless have a high rate of suicide anyway, but for a few years the number practically doubled. There wasn't any reason for it, no celebrity posts condemning the quirkless. The Anti-Quirk Discrimination Act was amended to be more inclusive of quirkless people, Mars SCKS in a breath. I could be wrong, and we'll have to check, but, you think the media misreported multiple missing person cases as suicides, Roy whispers. If that's true, the implications, I know what they are. It's easy enough to check. Mars says quietly. I doubt anyone has before, so the department shouldn't be too cagey about it. If the media is involved, someone higher up the food chain is pulling the strings, Roy says warningly. Someone wanted this covered up. If they notice us sniffing around. If we're right, Mars reminds him, swallowing back the bitter whispers of denial, it doesn't suit you, parading through his thoughts like an abusive marching band. He hopes to God, that they aren't. Perhaps the universe will be kind today. But then again, when has Mars ever been so lucky? The first time Ed lost control of his quirk, he disintegrated his favorite stuffed toy. The second time, the last time, for it was a mistake he only made once, all nearly died. Taking things apart is as easy as breathing for Ed. All he remembers is grabbing onto his little brother's arm, before he was struck by the sight of BLD and bone on the living room carpet. He remembers screaming, his own, because 𝐿's little face had gone shock white, his features stilling and his eyes rolling back into his head. He couldn't fix it, he remembers that, too. Daddy had been home that day. Ed doesn't know what would have happened if he hadn't, whether 𝐿 would have survived, lived to tell the tale with just 3 of his limbs, or if his brother would have died from the BLD loss and shock. 3.5 is young for a murderer. Daddy's quirk is powerful, immensely so, frighteningly so, but only to those who don't know him. Ed has seen his father take the pieces of his son's body and put him back together again. He's watched his little brother's eyes flutter open, blank confusion morphing quickly to fear. 𝐿 was too young to understand, and it happened too quickly for him to feel the pain, so he has no real memory of it, but any child would cry after waking up covered in BLD. The cries haunted Ed's nightmares for years. The only times Nina ever leaves the house is for her treatments, and even then, Ed can never find her in the hospital. No matter how many times he scours the empty rooms. He tells 𝐿 about it. He thinks his little brother would be worried too, if he knew. There's something so incredibly not right about the situation. She's a little kid, Ed whispers, clutching 𝐿's thin fingers. She's supposed to have friends. It's like she's trapped here. 𝐿 doesn't reply, but Ed thinks he'd agree, if he could. I asked her which park she likes to play at, and she was so confused. I don't think she's ever even been to one. 𝐿 would gasp in horror at that, because 𝐿 loves the playground. I'm going to ask 𝐒𝐿 if I can take her, Ed murmurs. I don't think Tucker would say yes if I asked him. He doesn't let her do anything, but if 𝐒𝐿 agrees. I think his kind of Tucker's superior. I'm not really sure, they're weird around each other. 𝐒𝐿 treats Tucker the way he treats Nina, though Ed is sure that Tucker is older than his uncle. Tucker is subservient. Ed hasn't heard a word of dissent from him the entire time he's been here. Not even where Nina's concerned, and he is her father. You'd like her, 𝐿? Ed whispers. I actually think you'd love her. You've always wanted to be a hero, and I think, maybe, Nina needs someone like that, but I don't know how. You're the one with the hero's heart. His brother. 𝐿's always been a hero. He's Ed's hero. I made you a promise, Ed says. I swore you would become a hero, do you remember, 𝐿? So you can't die. You have to hold on. You can't make me break my promise. 𝐿 doesn't answer. Ed doesn't expect him to. Sakura Park is pretty, with a large green space lined with cherry blossom trees not quite in bloom, a tarmacked area lined with wooden benches, directly adjacent to a stone garden, and a fenced-off play enclosure. Ed's never been here before. The play parks he went to with 𝐿 were never in the nicest parts of the city, and as such they were substantially more grotty, but he at the very least knows about what to expect. When he tries to tug Nina towards the swings he's met with resistance, and he turns to find her open-mouthed, her blue eyes as wide as dinner plates. It looks fun, doesn't it? He squeezes her hand. Do you want to play? She nods, but doesn't move, pressing a little closer into Ed's leg, her lips quivering nervously. Ed crouches, taking her other hand as he does. Don't you like it? She frowns, shuffling her little feet unsurely before whispering. It's big. The biggest toy she owns is a doll's house. For someone so small, a playground must look daunting. I can show you how to play here. Ed shouldn't have to. A 5-year-old girl should know how to play in a play park. He gives her a weak smile, because there's something wrong, but it's going to have to wait until later, until he's taught her how to play. It's fun, I promise. Fun, Nina whispers, staring dubiously at the play equipment. Ed stands, keeping a hold of her hand. Come on, he tugs her forward. We won't get anything done just standing here. They aren't the only children there, but they're not allowed to talk to anyone else, so Ed pulls Nina over to the swing set, picking her up and setting her down in the half-bucket swing, helping her stick her legs through the holes. I'm gonna be behind you, Ed says, as she stares up at him with wide eyes. But I'll still be here, okay? This is going to be really fun, Nina. She nods, tiny fingers clutching at the chains on either side of her, and Ed walks backwards, dragging the swing with him and then letting it go. Nina gasps in delight as she soars, shrieking with laughter. I'm flying. Ed grins. He'd known she would love the swings. 𝐿 always had, after all. Again, she demands, when he allows the rocking motion to peter out. "Are you sure you don't want to try something else?" Ed asks, twists the chains so he can see the little girl's flushed face. "There's way more play equipment here than just the swings, you know." Nina pouts. "No," she huffs. "I wanna fly again." She widens her eyes, 'cause she knows he'll cave if she does. "Please." Ed sticks his tongue out. Fine. He twists the swing until the chains on either side of the child are tangled together all the way to the top. "But try this first." He lets go, and watches in satisfaction as she spins, squealing with elation. "Again!" She cries, and Ed snorts, holding her under the armpits as he hefts her gracelessly out of the swing. She's heavy. She's tall for her age, and Ed is. Anyway, we can't swing all day. He pulls her towards the slide. "There's more fun things over here, and I can go on this one too." They try all of the equipment Nina is old enough to go on, before she gets bored and asks to explore the rest of the park. They end up in the stone garden and Nina digs through the pebbles, scooping them up with cupped hands. "Ed," she holds up a large mottled stone. "This is my pebble pet." "What's its name?" Ed asks, lying back on the paving stones. "Her name," Nina corrects. "Her name is Annie." "Why Annie?" "She's in my storybook," Nina explains. "Annie can turn into a dog just like Alexander, so she's my favorite." "Oh," Ed lifts his head and waves, "it's nice to meet you, Annie." Nina balances Annie between Ed's eyebrows. She says it's nice to meet you too. She's very polite for a pebble. Nina nods fiercely. Annie says thank you. Ed removes the pebble, giving it back to Nina with a solemn expression. "You better keep her safe." Nina nods, understanding the gravity of his words. "I promise to keep you safe, Annie," she whispers, tucking the stone into her pocket. She frowns down at Ed, before reaching out to pat Ed's head with her tiny hand. "Don't sleep here, Eddie." "I'm not sleeping," Ed scoffs, pushing himself into a sitting position. "It's just comfy." Nina gives him a look. "It's stone." Ed raps his knuckles against the paving. "Look, comfy." "You're silly," Nina glares, pouting. "I want to play again." "Can we?" She pauses, her tiny face scrunching up in confusion. "Eddie, what's that noise?" "What noise?" Ed blinks, suddenly alert as he scans the surrounding area. "Nina, what are you, Nina?" She's already running. No matter how many times he scours the empty rooms. He tells all about it. He thinks his little brother would be worried too, if he knew. There's something so incredibly not right about the situation. "She's a little kid," Ed whispers, clutching Ol's thin fingers. "She's supposed to have friends. It's like she's trapped here." Ol doesn't reply, but Ed thinks he'd agree, if he could. "I asked her which park she likes to play at, and she was so confused. I don't think she's ever even been to one." Ol would gasp in horror at that, because Ol loves the playground. "I'm going to ask 𝐒𝐿rc if I can take her," Ed murmurs. "I don't think Tucker would say yes if I asked him. He doesn't let her do anything, but if 𝐒𝐿rc agrees. I think his kind of Tucker's superior. I'm not really sure, they're weird around each other." 𝐒𝐿rc treats Tucker the way he treats Nina, though Ed is sure that Tucker is older than his uncle. Tucker is subservient. Ed hasn't heard a word of dissent from him the entire time he's been here. Not even where Nina's concerned, and he is her father. "You'd like her, Ol?" Ed whispers. "I actually think you'd love her. You've always wanted to be a hero, and I think, maybe, Nina needs someone like that, but I don't know how. You're the one with the hero's heart." His brother. Ol's always been a hero. He's Ed's hero. "I made you a promise," Ed says. "I swore you would become a hero, do you remember, Ol? So you can't die. You have to hold on. You can't make me break my promise." Ol doesn't answer. Ed doesn't expect him to. Sakura Park is pretty, with a large green space lined with cherry blossom trees not quite in bloom, a tarmacked area lined with wooden benches, directly adjacent to a stone garden, and a fenced-off play enclosure. Ed's never been here before. The play parks he went to with Ol were never in the nicest parts of the city, and as such they were substantially more grotty, but he at the very least knows about what to expect. When he tries to tug Nina towards the swings he's met with resistance, and he turns to find her open-mouthed, her blue eyes as wide as dinner plates. It looks fun, doesn't it? He squeezes her hand. Do you want to play? She nods, but doesn't move, pressing a little closer into Ed's leg, her lips quivering nervously. Ed crouches, taking her other hand as he does. Don't you like it? She frowns, shuffling her little feet unsurely before whispering. It's big. The biggest toy she owns is a doll's house. For someone so small, a playground must look daunting. I can show you how to play here. Ed shouldn't have to. A 5-year-old girl should know how to play in a play park. He gives her a weak smile, because there's something wrong, but it's going to have to wait until later, until he's taught her how to play. It's fun, I promise. Fun, Nina whispers, staring dubiously at the play equipment. Ed stands, keeping a hold of her hand. Come on, he tugs her forward. We won't get anything done just standing here. They aren't the only children there, but they're not allowed to talk to anyone else, so Ed pulls Nina over to the swing set, picking her up and setting her down in the half-bucket swing, helping her stick her legs through the holes. I'm gonna be behind you, Ed says, as she stares up at him with wide eyes. But I'll still be here, okay? This is going to be really fun, Nina. She nods, tiny fingers clutching at the chains on either side of her, and Ed walks backwards, dragging the swing with him and then letting it go. Nina gasps in delight as she soars, shrieking with laughter. I'm flying. Ed grins. He'd known she would love the swings. I'll always had, after all. Again, she demands, when he allows the rocking motion to peter out. Are you sure you don't want to try something else? Ed asks, twists the chains so he can see the little girl's flushed face. There's way more play equipment here than just the swings, you know. Nina pouts. No, she huffs. I wanna fly again. She widens her eyes, 'cause she knows he'll cave if she does. Please. Ed sticks his tongue out. Fine. He twists the swing until the chains on either side of the child are tangled together all the way to the top. But try this first. He lets go, and watches in satisfaction as she spins, squealing with elation. Again. She cries, and Ed snorts, holding her under the armpits as he hefts her gracelessly out of the swing. She's heavy. She's tall for her age, and Ed is. Anyway. We can't swing all day. He pulls her towards the slide. There's more fun things over here, and I can go on this one too. They try all of the equipment Nina is old enough to go on, before she gets bored and asks to explore the rest of the park. They end up in the stone garden and Nina digs through the pebbles, scooping them up with cupped hands. Ed, she holds up a large mottled stone. This is my pebble pet. What's its name? Ed asks, lying back on the paving stones. Her name, Nina corrects. Her name is Annie. Why Annie? She's in my storybook, Nina explains. Annie can turn into a dog just like Alexander, so she's my favorite. Oh, Ed lifts his head and waves. It's nice to meet you, Annie. Nina balances Annie between Ed's eyebrows. She says it's nice to meet you too. She's very polite for a pebble. Nina nods fiercely. Annie says thank you. Ed removes the pebble, giving it back to Nina with a solemn expression. You better keep her safe. Nina nods, understanding the gravity of his words. I promise to keep you safe, Annie, she whispers, tucking the stone into her pocket. She frowns down at Ed, before reaching out to pat Ed's head with her tiny hand. Don't sleep here, Eddie. I'm not sleeping, Ed scoffs, pushing himself into a sitting position. It's just comfy. Nina gives him a look. It's stone. Ed raps his knuckles against the paving. Look, comfy. You're silly, Nina glares, pouting. I want to play again. Can we? She pauses, her tiny face scrunching up in confusion. Eddie, what's that noise? What noise? Ed blinks, suddenly alert as he scans the surrounding area. Nina, what are you, Nina? She's already running. And for a moment Ed just sits there, before he jarks out of his stupor. He sprints after her, keeping her in his line of sight, because God forbid she run into the road. She's fast though, for a 5-year-old, and Ed catches up just in time to see her throw her entire body at the leg of a brutish-looking middle school kid. Another kid, a blond boy around Ed's age, trembles on the floor, clutching at his swollen jaw as he stares wide-eyed at the little girl. He looks like, "Oh, what's going on?" Ed grabs hold of Nina's arm, pulling her away and handing her over to the bewildered boy as he accidentally steps directly between the assailant and his victim. "Did you hit him?" He's brought abruptly back to another time, another place, another boy, also blonde, also frightened. This boy isn't Ul, but that doesn't matter, because he needs help, and Ed hates bullies. "He hurt him." Nina sniffles behind him, sounding a little like she might cry. "Eddie, I saw it." "It's okay," the blonde kid mumbles, and Ed thinks he might be trying to comfort her. "It looks worse than it is, don't worry, I hate him." She wails. "I want to cut him up." The kid says, blankly. The bully looks a little nervous. "Dude, your kid's sister is whack." Ed scowls angrily, stomping forward until he's toe-to-toe with the older boy. "Don't talk about her like that." The bully blinks, before straightening, clearly having realized that even though it's now 3 against 1, he's still the biggest kid here. "Oh yeah," he sneers, a confident smirk emerging ear to ear as he raises his eyebrows. "And what are you gonna do about it, shrimp?" Ed sees red. Bullies are all the same. They think they're clever, they think they're strong, and they think they're better than everyone else. They see a perceived weakness and pounce on it like a starving animal, lying in wait for their next hit of validation. Bullies targeted Ul because he was quirkless. Quirkless doesn't mean weak. Ed slams the heel of his shoe into the older boy's shin with a satisfying smack. The kid behind him says again, suddenly sounding a lot more alarmed. "Wait, don't, you'll pay for that." The bully spits, hopping on one foot, his face a picture of rage, and is leaning over Ed, bigger and stronger and fuming. "Oh no." Ed breathes, stumbling backwards, suddenly all too aware he's made the situation 10 times worse. "I didn't mean to." The kid drags himself off the floor, snatching Nina up with one arm and grabbing hold of Ed's wrist with the other. "We've gotta go," he hisses, a frenzied look in his eyes. He's an entire head taller than Ed and isn't jealous. He's not. The bully stamps at the ground with his foot, not entirely unlike a bull about to charge. Ed wonders, half hysterically, if he has an animal mutation quirk. "Come on," the boy holding onto him gives a forceful tug. They run. "I think," Ed chokes, as they dive behind a bush, collapsing into a pile of limbs and crispy, dead vegetation. "I think we lost him." The other boy just stares, eyes wide, as he clutches Nina against his shoulder. She's shivering, making little whimpering noises, and he glances down before shushing her, rocking his arms a little. Ed wants to comfort her, but he taunted that bully. This is his fault. Nina's so little, and Ed was the one who scared her. "You should breathe," the boy mutters stiffly, and Ed jolts, glancing up and immediately freezing at the look of vitriol directed towards him. "You're not doing it right." Nina wriggles her way out of the other boy's grasp, crawling over to Ed. Dead leaves crunch beneath her hands and knees as she hauls herself up against his chest, pressing a small hand over his heart. "Shush," she whispers reproachfully. "Your heart's so loud." Ed sees in a sharp breath, and it's harder than he thought it would be, but he drags in another, and then another, and slowly his heaving turns to something slower, more manageable. "I'm sorry," he whispers, his fists clenching as he shudders. He doesn't know who he's speaking to, the boy, or to Nina. Maybe it's both. "You should be," the words are hissed, the expression on the boy's face tight. "What were you thinking? Are you an idiot or something?" He's glowering now, his face slowly flushing with anger. "Why the hell did you kick him?" Ed winces, glancing away, hot shame making his stomach turn. I guess I just wasn't thinking." The boy just stares at him before scoffing, running a hand over his face. "You're mental," he says with feeling, and for a moment Ed thinks he's going to leave right then and there, but instead he just flops against the wooden fencing behind him, throwing his head back with a dull thud. "You should have just waited for him to get bored." "I could have taken him," Ed argues weakly. "Yeah, sure," the boy raises a disbelieving eyebrow. "He's a middle schooler, and you're, what, 8 or something?" Ed's mouth drops open. "I'm 11. "No way are we the same age," the boy narrows his eyes. "You're tiny." "I'm not," Ed feels his temper begin to rear its head. You're just tall. I'm normal. The look he gets is skeptical. If you say so. Ed feels his lips pull back from his teeth in the beginnings of a sneer. Nina taps his chest again. Don't be mean, she admonishes. I'm not the one being mean. He wrinkles his nose at her, irritated. She glares right back. You know, I didn't mean it in a bad way, the other boy mutters, after a few seconds of Ed glowering. You're kind of high-strung. Oh really? Ed hisses, catching Nina's fist when she moves to smack him again. We don't hit each other, Nina. She sticks her tongue out, blowing a raspberry at him before tucking her head sulkily into his chest. Ed's stomach rolls uncomfortably. The kid shifts at the sullen expression on Ed's face. Look, he finally says. Thanks for stepping in, back there. He doesn't usually stop so quickly. And that's just, this boy really isn't anything like 𝐿, he's snarky and brash and kind of tactless. Like Ed, maybe, but nothing like 𝐿, who is kind and considerate and friendly to everyone, even if they are not so friendly back. But Ed had stepped between the bully and this kid as if he were 𝐿, because he'd needed someone to help him, and someone had. A 5-year-old little girl had thrown herself into the fray to protect him, not realizing that she was moments away from possibly becoming hurt herself, because she has a hero's heart just like 𝐿 does. 𝐿 would have stepped between them, too. I'm 𝐿, the kid adds, belatedly. His watching Ed, gaze fixed on the smaller boy's face as though he's looking for something. Ed just doesn't know what, yet. Elric, Ed responds, quietly. And you shouldn't thank me. He closes his eyes, his anger evaporating as quickly as it had come. Nina was the one who realized what was going on. He'd do it again, though. He doesn't think he could ever just stand by, not after 𝐿. You, 𝐿 frowns at him. You still helped me though. You didn't have to. You could have grabbed her and run, or joined in. Joined in. Ed repeats blankly. You mean, it's safer, 𝐿 says bitterly. You've got a strong quirk, you know. You'd be accepted for sure. Accepted as what? As a bully. Besides, what safety could Haru grant Ed? His seen worse. His stared worse in the face. Could a 13-year-old even hit as hard as his father? Ed doesn't think so. And as for his quirk, wait. That's not right. You know what my quirk is. And 𝐿 flinches. Nina shifts in his arms, looking first at Ed and then turning to 𝐿. Did you scare him? She frowns, glancing accusingly up at Ed. You shouldn't scare people, you know. It's not very nice. Ed blinks. I don't understand. But 𝐿 is already stiffening, his face almost downcast as he shifts, as though he's about to leave. I can go. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to, no. Nina shrieks, throwing herself at the older boy with as much force as when she jumped between him and the bully. Don't go. Eddie, say you're sorry. It takes Ed a few moments to pull himself together. I'm sorry, he agrees, mostly because he doesn't understand what's happening, but the other boy looks afraid and Nina seems kind of attached. You don't have to go. I don't. You're fine. It's okay. He must sound just as lost as he feels, because 𝐿's blue eyes seem to clear a little. You don't care that I know what your quirk is. And the pieces slot together. Of course not, Ed says quickly. I mean, sensing quirk sounds like a really useful quirk, but I'm not mad or anything. Apparently this was not the right thing to say. 𝐿 looks close to tears. You might think you're not, he says stiffly, and he sounds almost like he doesn't care, except his lips are trembling in the same way 𝐿's always did before he began to cry. You don't actually know what my quirk is. It isn't sensing other quirks. But it doesn't matter. You could be quirkless and I wouldn't care. The boy is quiet for a moment, his brow furrowing as he looks a little to the left of Ed's eyes. I figured you wouldn't, he says quietly, an edge of bitterness to his tone. That's different, though, because I'm not, and my quirk, you knew I wouldn't care if you were quirkless. Well, she is, isn't she? 𝐿 looks shakily down at the little girl in his arms. She doesn't have a quirk to copy. That's how I knew what yours is. I'm sorry, I know it's an invasion of privacy, but it just happens when I touch people and I can't help it, and when I grabbed you earlier, what? Stop, Ed cuts him off, feeling a little as though the world has just tilted sideways. He swallows, dread stirring in the pit of his stomach. Nina is quirkless. The boy pales, color draining from his face rapidly as he whispers. You didn't know. Ed stares down at Nina, who meets his eyes fearlessly. Why didn't you tell me? He asks her, softly. He feels hurt, because she should have trusted him. He'd never hurt her. Never, never, never. Daddy said I shouldn't tell anyone, she whispers. Ed crawls forward, reaching out for one of her tiny, tiny hands. I'm your brother, he says hoarsely. You can tell me anything. Before he can take her hand, Monoma shifts, pushing himself in front of the small child. You promise you don't care about that. You shouldn't, it isn't her fault, he's panicking. Calm down, Ed whispers faintly. I told you I don't mind. My little brother is quirkless too. And that's what Nina has in store for her, the same bullying, the same torment all went through. It makes Ed sick to his stomach. The other boy stares at him a moment more, as though making sure he's telling the truth, before sking in a shaky breath. Okay, he breathes. Okay, that's good, you really don't mind. That's good. That's good for her. A lot of people will care. They're going to try to hurt her, you get that, right? Nina is watching them silently, blue eyes wide as she swivels her head between the two of them. I get it, Ed replies fiercely, because he's done this before with all. He knows he has to protect her. He knows what she's going to have to face. I won't let them touch her. My quirk, Monoma presses, a hard glint in his eyes as he meets Ed's own. It's a copying quirk. People say I'm quirkless, they say I don't have a quirk, that I have to steal theirs to get one. He scowls angrily at the muddy bracken they're sprawled in. It's even worse for the quirkless kids. They have it worse. She's gonna get it worse. Didn't you hear me? Ed scowls, not at the kid, he directs his glare to the bracken, muttering. I said I won't let them touch her, and, he pauses, hesitating a little before raising his chin defiantly. And I won't let them touch you, either. They're dumb for saying that stuff, and even if you didn't have a quirk it wouldn't matter anyway, which makes them dumber. If they do anything, you'll antagonize them. The boy asks wryly. You're just gonna make it worse, you know. I'll make it worse for them, Ed mutters petulantly. You'll kick them in both shins. Ed scowls. Idiot. The boy seems to relax, his stiff posture falling away as his hold on the little girl loosens ever so slightly. His expression is almost amused when he glances up at Ed, reckless. Ed rolls his eyes, before glancing up at the setting sun, its soft rays fading to amber, pinking the spring sky. We've been here a while, he whispers dejectedly. He doesn't want to go home, to the lonely manor house with his strange uncle. It's so much better here, and he's actually having fun. Just a little. Monoma sticks out his lower lip sullenly. Do you really have to go yet? The sky is dark by the time they finally stop talking. Nina has fallen asleep, her mouth open as she gently snores against the taller of the two boys. You should probably get going, Monoma suggests dejectedly, because they can see the outline of the moon. Here, you should take her. He tries to shift the sleeping little girl into Ed's arms, but Ed isn't big enough to carry her like that. Shut up, he mutters, steadily ignoring the other boy's delighted grin as he goes about waking the grumpy 5-year-old. Monoma smirks. I wasn't going to say anything, he hesitates, frowning as he worries at his lip, a habit I'll used to have, Ed thinks distantly. Are you going to come back here? Ed pauses, but only for a second. I can, he says, hesitantly. I'm homeschooled, so I probably can anytime. Do you want me to? Well, the boy starts, before his cheeks color, turning his head away. I wouldn't be opposed to it. I'm here on Wednesdays, 'cause Granddad works late. Haru usually is too, 'cause he knows I am, so if you want to be a hero again, I'm not going to stop you. Haru must be the bully, and every Wednesday, he comes here to hurt another kid, because he doesn't like his quirk. Ed's chest tightens. I'll come back, he promises. Though I'm not a hero. I think you are, Monoma says. And I should know, because that's what I'm going to be. Haru won't know what hit him. He scowls fiercely, though for a second Ed thinks he can see tears in his eyes. Ed thinks numbly, he's just like I'm really not, he says, because if it were in front of him, that's what he would say. But I believe you. That you're gonna be a hero. I think you'll be a good one. The boy gapes, just for a moment, before he's quickly pulling his expression back under control. You do? You really think so? Even with my quirk? He asks, as though Ed's the first to say yes. The first to believe. Maybe he is. Why wouldn't I? Ed digs his nails into his palms. He's angry, because again with all this dumb quirk stuff. My little brother is quirkless, and he's going to be a hero. I'll make sure of it. And maybe the kid sees something of the truth in his gaze, because he doesn't even argue, as people are wont to do when Ed makes such far-fetching claims. If you really believe me, he says slowly, though Ed can see the way his eyes flicker, as though a million thoughts are racing through his head. I'll believe you. Neither of them say anything for a moment. The boy is the first to break the silence, averting his eyes. What's your name anyway, if you're gonna come back here? Your actual name, I mean. His chosen name. Ed knows they probably haven't known each other long enough to use those, but it almost feels like they have. It's Edward, he says after a brief pause. Nito, is the reply he gets. Short and stilted. Ed wonders if the other boy feels just as vulnerable as he does. Nito, then, Ed reaches out a hand. He isn't afraid. Nito stares at the hand. Are you sure? He whispers. People don't like to touch me, in case I steal. Copying isn't stealing, Ed says slowly. Just don't use it, because it can be dangerous, but, he pauses, an idea slowly forming as he stares at the unsure boy. But I can teach you how to use it. Nito's smile is honest. All right, he takes Ed's hand, grin widening, and there's a brightness in his blue eyes that Ed's sure wasn't there before. Something a little like a spark of hope. The walk home is uneventful. Nothing happens, and when Nina stalls just outside the walled-off driveway, refusing to take another step, Ed hasn't the faintest clue as to why. Ed? She asks, her voice a hushed whisper, and she sounds so old all of a sudden, so serious, with solemn blue eyes and trembling lips that speak of imminent tears, that Ed is frozen still in his tracks. He kneels in front of her. What is it, Nina? He says softly, because she'd been happy today, but now she isn't, and Ed has no idea what went wrong. Did something happen? We can't tell Daddy about Nito-kun, she whispers. Or Ayakov-san. Why not? Ed asks, nervously. They'll like his quirk, she shivers, curling her little arms around her chest. That's bad, Eddie. We can't tell them. We have to protect him. Ed swallows. What would happen if we did? He rasps hoarsely, terrible, awful dread rising within him. What would they do to him? Nina shakes her head. It's a secret, she whispers, wide eyes brimming with tears. I'm not load, you can tell me, Ed says, reaching out and gripping her thin shoulders, sudden urgency burning in his chest. I can keep secrets. You can trust me, Nina, I promise. She's barely breathing, chest heaving heavily. She's only 5, she should be too young for a panic attack, and yet, they'll cut him up, she gasps shakily. They'll cut and it hurts, and he might die, Eddie. He doesn't have something important. Nina had been talking about a teddy bear, and yet, she's quirkless. They'll like his quirk. My focus is quirk genetics. Time for your treatment, Nina. They hurt you, Ed whispers, feeling suddenly, horribly sick. They cut you up. You can't tell, she breathes. You can't. I'm not allowed. All would want to tell. They have to tell, there isn't a choice, not anymore. Besides, doesn't Nina? You have a treatment tonight, Ed remembers, his thoughts racing frantically with a kind of desperate fear. We could run, Nina. We should tell the heroes, then they'll rescue us. Nina blinks at him unsurely. No more treatments, she whispers, something almost hopeful in her frightened gaze. No more, Ed says, tugging her into his arms. Never ever ever, I promise. And then he stops, his heart stuttering with horror, and then with utter despair, because it's him. He's here. A golden figure stalks imposingly towards them, coming to a stop just a few feet from the pair. Come, Edward, 𝐼𝐭𝐻 says quietly. Bring Nina with you. How long has he been here? You're going to hurt her, Ed stands, taking a stumbling step back as he tugs on the child's hand. I'm going to help her, 𝐼𝐭𝐻 holds out a hand. Come now, Edward, bring the girl to me. No. Ed yells, struggling to lift Nina into his arms. No, no, I won't. You're going to hurt her. You'll cut her up, and for what? So she can have a quirk. That's sick. You're sick. And 𝐼𝐭𝐻 laughs. You really are Van's son, he chuckles, though he doesn't look amused. He looks sad. Your intelligence is beyond your years, Edward, truly. I'm impressed. I assumed it would take you much longer to figure it out. But you knew I would, and suddenly, everything is making sense, because 𝐼𝐭𝐻, you weren't even hiding it from me, were you? You even said, Ed breaks off, swallowing rapidly. Let me study your quirk. Is that why? He demands, adrenaline coursing through him as the world clicks into place. Is that why you took us in? Because you want us for your sick experiments. What? What about 𝐿? Why? He cuts himself off as Nina begins to sob in his arms. I never lied to you. 𝐼𝐭𝐻 closes his eyes, his mouth twisted into the facsimile of a smile. We're family, Edward. Did I expect you would eventually help me? Yes, but I never lied. My research is vital, and if you want a future worth living in, you must understand this, that some things are bigger than any of us. We all must make sacrifices. Sometimes, the only way forward is through a river of mud. And I'm a sacrifice. Ed snarls, staring at his uncle with horror. Is 𝐿? Is Nina? Is my father a sacrifice? 𝐼𝐭𝐻 gives him a non-answer, his words an observance of the way Ed shifts, teetering on the ball of his feet. You can't run, he says. Look around. You can't run, so come with me, Edward. The shadows around them shiver, and Ed thinks he can see movement within the thick foliage surrounding the manor. Nina wriggles out of his grip, stumbling over to grasp the hand 𝐼𝐭𝐻 lends to her. Come along, Edward, 𝐼𝐭𝐻 says. Are you really going to leave her here? Ed closes his eyes. No, he whispers, trembling. I'll come back. Just don't hurt her. There's something I want to show you. 𝐼𝐭𝐻 doesn't reply, doesn't make any promises, and Ed doesn't expect him to. Instead, he holds out his other hand, waiting for Ed to grip it shakily. It's long overdue. Don't be scared, he sighs, raking his disapproving gaze over the trembling child by his side. Everything will be all right. That, Ed thinks, with a hollow emptiness that roots itself deep within his lungs, that courses through his veins, coiling around his limbs with a weight utterly unyielding. That is a lie. 𝐼𝐭𝐻's grip is bruising, his hand clamped heavily on Ed's shoulder. Nina is clinging to his sleeve, and Ed wants nothing more than to snatch her up, to run far, far away, to take her somewhere safe. He can't though. He doesn't even know what safe should look like right now. He can feel the eyes trained on the back of his head, but every time he turns to look, there's no one there. The house is cold, the chill of the stonework suddenly ever-present, even as Ed is dragged forcefully through the corridors, through passages he's been forbidden from ever entering. Don't go into the basement. Where are you taking us? He gasps, trying and failing to jerk his arm from the man's iron grip. Where are we going? His uncle is unperturbed. You'll see soon enough. The passageway leads to a set of corrugated stairs, and it's here that 𝐼𝐭𝐻 finally lets him go, snagging Nina under the arms and holding her to his chest. Go on, Edward, he says softly. I'll be right behind you. The words are supposed to be reassuring, but Ed just feels sick. The metal clangs and creaks each time he steps down, and he clutches the railings with sweaty palms. The staircase is long and dark, the only light coming from a faint flickering at the base, the doorway to another room maybe, or another corridor. It's cold, enough that he's shivering from the faint damp chill that pervades every underground space. Each clammy breath he heaves sticks to his lungs, to his throat, the mist curling around his teeth as they chatter. "You're all right, Edward," 𝐒𝐿rc whispers. He sobs as he stumbles down the last few steps. There's a door, cracked open a few centimeters, for a meager amount of light to trickle through, perhaps, or maybe entirely by accident. Maybe they were supposed to walk in darkness. "Open the door," 𝐒𝐿rc says from behind him. "No." Ed pushes it open. It's a laboratory. Or it looks like one. There are lockable cabinets, the kind he'd seen them use at school to store volatile chemicals, dotted around the wide room, and a number of workstations, with machines of all sorts wired to buzzing, bleeping computers. The lights are fluorescent, blinding in the way the hospital lights were. There's a door, at the very end of the room, and as Ed takes in his surroundings he can see a few others along the walls. There's a bed, and it's covered with. The stars in his eyes turn to shadows as he closes them against the visual assault. When he opens them again, he sees a man. His face is weathered with stress, his short, dark hair flecked with gray, and his forehead etched with flat stress lines. He's dressed in a pressed, white lab coat that hangs off his thin frame. There's something in the lines of his face that tells Ed he can't be much older than 𝐒𝐿rc, who is coming up to halfway through his 4th decade, but where Ed's uncle wears his relative youth with ease, this man appears to have lost his a long time ago. His eyes are dark, with tired, purple circles etched under them that speak of sleepless nights. His fingers are chafed and raw, perhaps from working a little too hard, a little too long, or from chronic hand-wringing, stemming from a life of neuroticism and anxiety. It doesn't matter, because the longer Ed looks at the man, the more he feels like he knows him. That he recognizes him. Not that he's actually seen him anywhere before, unless a still-life photograph counts. "Dr. Marco," he whispers. "The file, the photograph." He'd look tired, but nothing like this. The man looks wrecked. "So you remember," 𝐒𝐿rc sounds pleased. "What is the meaning of this?" Marco speaks after a short moment, but the question isn't directed at Ed. "We said no more, Hohenheim. Not until we've perfected it. Or have you already forgotten the needless casualties?" "Edward isn't a subject," 𝐒𝐿rc says sharply. "My nephew, Tim, if you'll recall the conversation we had about this." "I remember it," Marco cuts him off, "and Ed hasn't seen anyone do that to his uncle. Not even Tucker. Maybe especially not Tucker." He appraises Ed again, his brow furrowed in thought. "I apologize, 𝐒𝐿rc. The resemblance is uncanny, I should have realized." 𝐒𝐿rc seems mollified, if his appeased nod is anything to go by. Resemblance. Ed is disgusted by the comparison. He doesn't want to look anything like 𝐒𝐿rc. It's enough to make him hate himself, now that he knows. "Nina. To your brother," says the doctor, wearing a white lab coat, in a laboratory, standing 5 feet from a table with an array of sharp dissection tools displayed on a metal tray, 10 feet from a bed with wrist cuffs and straps, the sheets flecked with what might be BLD. "You look very similar." "When?" Ed begins, his mouth dry, his heart pounding. "When have you ever seen my brother?" "That BLD isn't his," Marco says stiffly, because he's followed Ed's gaze, because he knows his weakness now. His brother, and Ed has to stop himself glancing back at the little girl, at his little sister. That BLD. They cut you up." If it isn't his, anger wells within him as he trains his gaze steadily on the man in front of him. He feels steady, somehow, and though he's afraid, there's something that pushes him forward, that moves him to raise his chin as he clenches his fists and whispers. "Then whose is it?" There's something dark in Marco's eyes. Something guilt-ridden. He looks for a moment as though he's going to answer, before shaking his head. "That's not for you to know," he says, exhaustion bleeding through his words. "It's confirmation enough, though. They cut her up. They strap her down. She's a child," Ed snarls, as though he isn't, and maybe he's young, but Nina is a toddler. "She's a baby. Only a monster would do something like this to a baby. How can you be okay with this? You're hurting her." He whirls around to face his uncle. I was right. Tucker's been hurting her and so have you. You lied. You said you were helping her. We are helping her." 𝐒�rc is still holding the 5-year-old, and that's perhaps the only thing stopping Ed from throwing himself at him in a rage. Maybe 𝐼𝐿 knows that, and now, more than ever, he wouldn't put it past him. It makes sense, because Ed's never killed anyone before, but his palms are itching, begging to turn the man to dust, to sand, to BLD and broken bones. Edward, 𝐼𝐿's face is impassive, his posture straightened, as though to bear down on him, but Ed isn't scared, he isn't afraid. It's time to stand down. I hate you, Ed hisses, fury boiling in his veins. I hate you. I'll never forgive you. I'll never forgive you. The adrenaline floods his body like fire, burning through him. He should be trembling in fear, he would be, but he's so angry. His arms prickle, hairs standing on end, and he can't stop shaking. He's horrified, and he wants to scream, and he wants to throw things and stomp his feet and cry and hurt something. Hurt 𝐼𝐿, or Tucker, or Marco. He wants to save Nina, who is reaching for him and kicking her little feet, because she recognized him as an ally long ago, and now she's seeing him rage over her, for her. Stand down, 𝐼𝐿 repeats, severely. Now Edward. I mean it. Ed has his hands outstretched towards his uncle, his stance readying to run towards a fight, but he can't. He knows he can't. Nina's there, he might hurt her. He lowers his arms shakily, heaving a gasping breath that might be a sob. That's it, 𝐼𝐿's tone gentles. There you go. Someone grips his shoulder and Ed jumps a foot in the air, lurching away and staring wildly at Marco, who raises his hands placatingly. His face is drawn, mouth taut with distress, his skin so pale it's almost green. He looks sick. Guilty. He doesn't like it, Ed thinks. He doesn't like what he's doing, what 𝐼𝐿 is doing. That much is clear. But then, why? Why do it at all? I don't understand, Ed whispers, feeling small and angry and cornered. I just don't understand. Marco's stare turns sad. You're a child, he responds, and the choice of words sounds purposeful. You're not supposed to understand why terrible things are done. You're the one doing them, though. So why not tell me? Marco shakes his head. Why did you bring him here? He asks 𝐼𝐿. He clearly isn't ready for this. He figured it out. 𝐼𝐿, despite everything, despite how Ed shrieked at him, how he'd screamed and been so close to fighting him, sounds proud. He was ready to run. He needs to know why he can't. Marco closes his eyes. 𝐼𝐿. It's a plea. He's begging. I've made my decision. 𝐼𝐿 sets Nina down, and she skitters away, reaching for Ed at first, but then she sees the way 𝐼𝐿 is moving towards him and she stops, eyes flitting between them fearfully. Ed flinches as his uncle raises his hand, but 𝐼𝐿 only pats his shoulder, before motioning towards the door at the very end of the room. It's unlocked, he says. I'd like you to take a look, child. Before, it had only been a door. Now, as Ed stares at it, it turns into something frightening before his very eyes. A million possibilities lie behind it, each worse than the one before. There's nothing good here, he's sure of it. I don't want to, he whispers. I really don't want to, please. You'll be grateful. You did, 𝐼𝐿 says, face and tone impassive. You must, Edward. For your own sake. Ed closes the distance with trembling steps, and with a shaking hand reaches out to open the door. No. Marco's voice echoes in his ears. Stop. 𝐼𝐿, this has gone far enough. The door swings slowly open. There are people that he doesn't know, but Ed can't focus on that. He can't think, can't breathe. He can only stare. He can only watch as Tucker slices through his brother's arm as though it's unbaked clay. A pair of medical tweezers lift the thin slice of flesh, dripping BLD. It's red, but Ed can see muscle and sinew. He's cut to the bone, and Ol's arm is drenched, and it's red, it's black. Black shirt and black hair pushes him from the room and makes him crouch down, holding his head between his knees. Breathe, they say, breathe, breathe, breathe. Ed gasps because his lungs are burning, because it's involuntary, because he can't process anything, and why is someone yelling? They're shouting and Ed can't breathe. He breathes, once, twice, and then he can't again. What the F? He hears the curse. What the F did you think was going to happen? But he doesn't hear the response. There are hands on him, but they're not good hands. They are suffocating, even as they pat his back and press against his head, and Ed gets lost. He's in the basement, sitting on a hospital cot, and there's no BLD, not this time, when he wakes up. The world is bright, but he doesn't think he fell asleep so much as he went away. He's not tired, not really. He's just kind of here now. He takes a breath. It isn't shaking. It doesn't hurt. He doesn't know why that surprises him. It shouldn't. There's a kid in front of him. Maybe kid isn't quite right, though. They're older than Ed, by at least 3 or 4 years. Tall and gangly and distinctly teenager, with spiky black hair and dark purple eyes that blink slowly at him. What happened? Ed's voice is hoarse, the words grating his throat. Who are you? Was he screaming? He can't remember. My name's 𝐒𝐽𝐽. The kid, 𝐒𝐽𝐽, scratches at their head, shrugging casually. You left. Mentally checked out, I mean. It happens. It happened to me at first too, but you'll get used to everything pretty quickly. Hey, that was your brother, right? He's like, completely gone. Oh. What happened? Red, and Tucker. No. Ed chokes, flinching as images, as memories, flash through his mind. No, don't disappear again. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 jumps to their feet, rushing forward and waving their hands a little frantically in front of Ed's face. I didn't, he's not dead, he's fine. Marco healed him up, he always does that. You don't need to freak out. I'm not freaking out, Ed gasps, clenching his eyes shut against a wave of nausea. I might be sick. A bucket is shoved unceremoniously into his lap, and Ed GGS, bringing up nothing but bile and spit. A hand rests hesitantly between his shoulders as 𝐒𝐽𝐽 sits beside him. It's not helpful, and he flinches away. I'm fine, he whispers, when the retching stops. It's fine. Leave me alone, he thinks, desperately, but then, he doesn't really want that, because the thought of being alone right now sends a jolt of fear through him. Iyakov-san is coming back, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 says abruptly. He told me to let him know when you woke up. I haven't yet, but I'm gonna have to soon. Ed can hardly get the words out. Not yet, please. Just, please. We can wait, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 replies, slowly. For a bit. Thank you, Ed whispers, swiping at the bile on his chin with his shirt sleeve. Don't thank me, the words are spoken darkly. I'm not helping you. Just because someone is showing you kindness, doesn't mean they are trying to help you. I don't understand, Ed says immediately, except he kind of does. Iyakov, he thinks, is just like that. I didn't either, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 responds, scoffing a little. But you will. Soon, if Iyakov-san has anything to say about it. What did you think was going to happen? He remembers something, those words maybe, but he doesn't know where from. He doesn't know how to begin asking about it, not to someone he barely knows. Someone he should know, if they are in Iyakov's basement, surely. Why are you here? Ed asks in a hushed sort of whisper. I don't really get it. How did you get here? The teenager frowns. I'm not sure I'm supposed to tell you that. I won't tell, Ed says quickly, I promise. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 narrows their eyes. You better not, they sneer, leaning into Ed's space. I'll get in trouble if you do, you know. I won't, I promise, Ed's practically begging, but there's just so much he doesn't understand, so much he needs to understand, for Nina, for his brother, and 𝐒𝐽𝐽 they're like him. They're a kid, and they're here, and they were there. When Ed saw 𝐿 and Tucker, they pushed him away from 𝐿 and told him to breathe, and they probably know what's going on. No, they have to know, and Ed needs them to explain, because he needs to understand. Please tell me. I won't tell them anything, I swear. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 leans back, their gaze appraising as they stare down at Ed. Their expression is older, somehow, and they look, for a moment, like an adult instead of a kid. He really hasn't told you anything, has he? Ed shakes his head numbly. Well, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 runs a hand through their hair. That kind of 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐿. Please, Ed rasps, desperately sniffing back the tears threatening to spill over his lower lashes. Please. Don't cry, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 says seriously. Iyakov-san doesn't like it when we cry. So Ed was right. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 is like him, somehow. Somehow. Okay, listen up, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 says, leaning forward as though they're about to tell a story. I'm only gonna say this once, kid, so pay attention. Ed stills his fidgeting hands, clasping them together as he closes his eyes and listens. I was quirkless, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 says. 𝐼𝐺𝐽𝐽 gave, he made me a quirk. Honestly, he kind of saved me. He's not exactly a good person or anything, but 𝐼𝐺𝐽𝐽's my hero. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 Curtis is quirkless. Their mother tells them that's okay, that she loves them just the same. Their parents own a butcher shop, a business. They'll be expected to take over when they get old enough. You don't need a quirk to become a butcher. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 doesn't need a quirk. It's okay, Mum says. You don't need one, darling. Maybe she's right. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 doesn't think she is, though. They don't need a quirk to become a butcher, but they do need one at school if they don't want to get beaten up every day. They come back bruised, taking to carrying around makeup to hide the worst of it. It's just roughhousing, Mum, they say. My friends and I had a wrestling competition, it was really fun. They don't know if she believes them, but she stops asking. Maybe she just wants to believe them. They don't exactly blame her for that, not when they wish they could believe their own lies. Life's easier that way. It always has been. It's easier to pretend, most days, that they're living a life different to their own. It starts just the same as any other day, but then, most days do, and most days end the same too. This one doesn't. They're fine all through school, because they know the best places to hide, the best places to eat their lunch without the threat of ambush or pain. This is normal, it's a normal day, today. After school, they get chased down the street a few blocks. They're fast, because they've been practicing running for years, though never by choice. They're caught, though, and this is normal too. This always happens. Sometimes, they wonder whether they should just stop. Stop bothering to run, to fight, to give up and just let it happen. It's not like there's any point in fighting. They never win, 4-on-1 is never a fair fight, and 𝐒𝐽𝐽 is small for their age, skinny, built for running not fighting. They've never stood a chance even once in their short 10 years of life. There's no reason to expect anything different, there's never been any reason to, and yet, not fighting is giving in, and they can't do that. Giving in is wrong. Just the idea of it makes their stomach turn, their fists clenching angrily by their sides. They're caught, but giving up would be wrong, and so they don't. They fight, and do as much damage as they can, brawling in a way that's scrappy, but smart. They don't win, but one of the bullies leaves in just as many tears as 𝐒𝐽𝐽 is, so that's something. It's something. They are limping as they trudge the familiar route back home. Every day, they walk this path. Every day is the same like that. Nothing changes. They'll go home, and their mother will be waiting with dinner and hot chocolate, and a warm hug, and 𝐒𝐽𝐽 will be able to forget for a little while, be able to pretend. They're stopped though, when they're halfway there, by a steady hand on their shoulder. They turn, eyes wide, staring up at a man with white blonde hair and golden eyes. I heard those boys call you quirkless, the man says quietly. Tell me, is that true? 𝐒𝐽𝐽 can fight the kids their own age, but this man is bigger and stronger by far. If he decides to hurt 𝐒𝐽𝐽 because they're quirkless, they're not going to be able to stop him. They won't be able to fight back. No. They cry, leaning away from the firm grip. Let me go, I'm not quirkless. Please. The man narrows his eyes. I won't hurt you, he says, voice low. Even if you are, I promise I won't hurt you, child. Then what do you want? 𝐒𝐽𝐽 asks, and they sound far braver than they are feeling, because their mother told them never to talk to strangers, and this man is indubitably a stranger. What do you want with me? Are you? The man presses. Are you quirkless? Maybe, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 spits, knowing full well that saying as much is all but confirming it. What's it to you, anyway? Do you want a quirk? The man asks them. What kind of question is that? 𝐒𝐽𝐽 snarls, because the answer to that is a cruel one. A hurtful question. One that was surely intended to hurt them. Of course I want a stupid quirk, but that's impossible, so go away. Leave me alone. And what if I told you it wasn't impossible? The man says slowly. What would you say then? 𝐒𝐽𝐲's heart stutters. They don't go home that day. Instead, they follow the man who introduces himself as Hohenheim, Dr. Iyakov Hohenheim. I can help you, child, Hohenheim says to them. Just come with me. They're not supposed to go with strangers. Especially not with strangers offering them candy as sweet as a quirk. But there's a stirring in their gut, and a sense of otherness that's almost intoxicating in its temptation. They're promised a gift like no other, and so they go. They're taken to a large manor house, down long flights of stairs, to a basement and strapped to a bed. A creation of mine, Hohenheim holds up a syringe with a long, thick needle sticking out the end of it. It induces a quirk. You won't be who you used to be anymore, child. You'll be someone else, far beyond the limitations of just one existence. Everything is going to change, his tone is warning, eyes glinting like gold mines under the fluorescent lights. Is this truly a choice you want to make? Yes, 𝐒𝐽𝐲 replies defiantly. I don't care about any of that. I want a quirk. It's going to hurt, Hohenheim warns them, advancing towards him. So be prepared for that. I don't care, says 𝐒𝐽𝐲, 10 years old and strapped to an old hospital cot. I want a quirk. Just do it, please. It hurts. It hurts. Their veins are on fire, their blood boiling. 𝐒𝐽𝐲 chokes and coughs up red liquid, sees the world through a red tinge as it leaks from their eyes, feels it pooling beneath them as it spills from every orifice. It hurts, it's agonizing, and they are screaming. There's too much pain to think, let alone to speak. They can't beg for release, they can't even form thoughts, because the only thing left is the pain and their screams. They pass out and come to, still burning, still in agony, so many times that they would lose count, had they that capacity to begin with. They are dying. It hurts and they are dying over and over and over, forever and forever, with no respite, with nothing to help them, nothing but agonizing pain, they are dying. They die, and the world goes blank. There's a stone gate, and a white figure with a terrifying smile. The words "fancy seeing you here, little one," are carved into their mind when they wake up. Because they wake up. Because they are alive. 𝐒𝐽𝐲 wakes up with two lives in their head. 𝐒𝐽𝐲 is two people, but they are also one person. Somehow. They open their eyes to see another child, a boy a little older than them, staring down at them with impossibly dark eyes. You saw it too, he says, with a certainty he shouldn't have, but does. Because you survived. Most people don't, but I did, and so did you. There are others, too. Who are you? 𝐒𝐽𝐲, envy, 𝐒𝐽𝐲 asks. Their throats should be hoarse from the screaming, but it isn't, because they've been made anew. The child laughs giddily. I'm your brother, he rolls his eyes. Don't you remember me, envy? No, 𝐒𝐽𝐲 responds, because they don't, not really. They don't know much of anything. They have memories of white and stone, and an otherworldly being. Whispers of another world, of another life. Maybe they were right all along, maybe they've never really been pretending. Maybe they've always had a life that's different from the one they're living. The boy hums thoughtfully, you weren't given much at all, were you? He frowns lightly, as though deciding whether or not to say something. You can call me Ling, then, is what he ends up saying, the corners of his mouth lilting up ever so slightly. That is my name. We've talked about this, greed. A man's voice sounds from somewhere close by, though 𝐒𝐽𝐲 can't quite pinpoint exactly where. Hohenheim. 𝐒𝐽𝐲 thinks with sudden clarity. His name is Hohenheim. Ling rolls his eyes again. I'm Greed, he says, turning towards the faceless voice as he raises his own. That good enough for you, old man? 𝐒𝐽𝐲 doesn't hear the response, their mind trying to clumsily make sense of the information dumped, without warning, on them. Greedling, they mumble, the faintest of memories stirring, though they can't quite place it. It can be both, can't it? That's what he called you. Though who he is, 𝐒𝐽𝐲 really doesn't know. Greed, or Ling, or both startles, staring with wide eyes at 𝐒𝐽𝐲. What did you just call me? Greedling, no, the boy reaches out and grips their arm painfully. Don't call me that. 𝐒𝐽𝐲 flinches away, because there's anger in the boy's dark eyes. Ling. They try again, tremulously. But it doesn't work. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 doesn't know what has changed so suddenly, but it's enough that they feel fear of the boy in front of them. They've said something wrong. No, Ling, not Ling, shakes his head, his gaze hard. His mouth is pressed into a thin line. I'm greed, you hear me? Just greed. Nothing else. Ever. Understand? Yes, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 whispers dejectedly. I understand. Ed listens, and though he hardly understands, there's something he recognizes, in the way the older kid speaks, in their eyes. Something dark. Something he sees in the mirror sometimes. Being used to the bad. The inherent unluckiness of being born as something lesser than others. As a stepping stone, as a punching bag. Ed's seen it before in 𝐿, and today in the park, caught glimpses of it in 𝐼𝐼. But Ed has only seen the effects it has on the people he cares about. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 has lived it. Same as 𝐿, same as 𝐼𝐼. I'm not useless anymore, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 says. 𝐼𝐼𝐽𝐽 saved me. He gave me a quirk. You were never useless, Ed replies immediately. Yes I was, 𝐒𝐽𝐽's lips twist. You wouldn't understand. You've always had a quirk, right? It's just your brother who's the useless one. He isn't, Ed bristles. Shut up about him. The teenager gives him a reproachful look, shrugging. If you say so, their eyes wander. Though I don't know how on earth you would know. Ed bites back his retort, desperately quelling the urge to pick a fight. So far, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 is the only one in this place he hasn't either been afraid of or felt scared for. Tell me about Nina, he says instead. What are they doing to her? She's so little. 𝐒𝐽𝐽's expression shudders. She is, they whisper, almost hoarsely. But it's help. They're helping her. 𝐼𝐽𝐽 says so, helping her with what? Ed interrupts. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 doesn't say anything. It's like you, isn't it? She's quirkless, so they're gonna give her a quirk. But you said it was quick, for you. This doesn't seem quick. It's different, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 replies, and their tone betrays the same confusion Ed is feeling. I don't know why, but I think 𝐼𝐽𝐽 is trying to mitigate the risk. It's different, for Nina. Something heavy forms in the pit of Ed's stomach. Risk. Yeah, the older kid tells him. Most of the subjects die. I was one of the lucky ones. She could die. Yes, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 tilts their head, frowning. If 𝐼𝐽𝐽 can't figure out a way to prevent it, does that scare you? A lot, Ed swallows. His mouth tastes like cotton. It doesn't scare you. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 looks like they're about to say something, before they pause, violet eyes sharpening as they say angrily. It shouldn't. But it does. Ed doesn't call them out on it. Can I ask you a question? If you want. Why do you like him? 𝐼𝐽𝐽, I mean. He could have killed you, you know. When he gave you that quirk, but you still, Ed trails off. I told you, he saved me. Yes but, Ed grimaces, frustrated. He still hurt you. He could have killed you without caring. I don't understand why you think he's a hero. 𝐿's going to be a hero. 𝐿 is nothing like 𝐼𝐽𝐽. 𝐒𝐽𝐽's eyes are older than their body. It depends on your definition of hero, and a villain. It's complicated. The people who hurt me weren't villains, but they hurt me worse than any villain ever did, and 𝐼𝐽𝐽, he saved me. When the heroes wouldn't. I'm asking him to come back, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 says. You look okay again, or better, anyway. He wanted me to tell him when you did. They tell Ed to call them envy in front of 𝐼𝐽𝐽, it's what he likes, they explain. Don't worry. Do I always have to call you envy? Ed asks, the name oddly weighted on his tongue. Or can I? 𝐒𝐽𝐽's expression darkens. You can call me 𝐒𝐽𝐽, they say, something heavy in the words, as though they have more meaning to them than Ed. Understands. I don't mind. They're kinder than anyone else in this place, but when they reach forward to pat his head, Ed still flinches. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 smiles sadly. It's okay, they say gently. You get used to it eventually. When 𝐼𝐽𝐽 enters the room, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 leaves. Ed stares at his uncle. He keeps himself still, unmoving, out of fear maybe. He's not sure he could move, even if he tried. He's frozen, unable to do anything as the man reaches for him. 𝐼𝐺𝐿's expression is devoid of malice, and in any other situation, Ed wouldn't hesitate to call the way his eyes seem to droop at the corners, the lax hold of his jaw, his half-folded hands, not clenched, but loosely held, soft. If he were any other person, perhaps. Any other man. But he isn't. 𝐼𝐺𝐿 is everything his father warned him about and more. Dangerous. There are many kinds of fire, Ed thinks. First, he remembers roaring flames, danger that throws itself out in front of you, that forces you to take notice, to act. Too slow, too late, burning like a burst of anger, or flare of white-hot temper. Too slow, and your world will crumble into ashes around you, and you won't even have time to blink. Then there's the more insidious kind, nothing more than glowing embers. At times barely smoldering. Sometimes that's worse, because by the time you're set to realize it, your flesh is melting, your bones charred. Then, there's 𝐼𝐺𝐿. 𝐼𝐺𝐿 doesn't blaze. He doesn't even smolder. 𝐼𝐺𝐿 is a slow-acting poison, and Ed has been burnt from the inside out. I apologize, 𝐼𝐺𝐿 says quietly as he sits down beside Ed. I hadn't realized seeing your brother in such a way would affect you so severely. He's my brother, Ed whispers. You have a brother. So you should have known. The rules always seem to be different for 𝐼𝐺𝐿, though. I do, 𝐼𝐺𝐿 acquiesces. I might have reacted the same way even a long time ago, but we're hardly close anymore. Why? Ed asks. After everything, maybe he should be more wary of the man, or even afraid, but he's just so tired. Fear has become exhausting, and every trembling breath weighs him down, 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 and if he only could close his eyes and sleep and forget, Ed would, if not for Nina. He'd do it in a heartbeat if not for 𝐿. He blamed me for something, 𝐼𝐺𝐿 replies, softly. We didn't speak again after that. Not until recently. Was he right? Ed says, pushing, always pushing too far, he knows, because 𝐼𝐺𝐿 stiffens at his words. To blame you. Did you do it? Does it matter? 𝐼𝐺𝐿 parries, a glint in his eye as he glances down at his nephew. Things like fault can be rather abstract, you know. There were multiple factors that contributed, shall we say, to that particular event. Whether or not I had a hand in it, do you really believe blaming another without proof can ever be considered right? I don't know, Ed whispers. This feels important, somehow. Like his answer matters. Maybe, if it were very bad. The thing he blamed you for. 𝐼𝐺𝐿 hums. I see. Ed cringes. I didn't, I mean, that's not what Hush now, 𝐼𝐺𝐿 raises a hand. I asked you, child, and I can't say I wasn't expecting that response, he sighs, shaking his head. That's not why I'm here, anyway. You're not here to bring me back upstairs. I would have sent for you along with Envy, if that were the case. Then why? Ed whispers. 𝐼𝐺𝐿 presses his lips together, his expression almost regretful as he turns his gaze on the door, on 𝐿's door. I'd like you to go back in there. Marco healed him, so there shouldn't be a problem anymore. Ed seeks in a sharp breath, swallowing down the sudden urge to scream. Shouldn't be a problem, he chokes out incredulously. Right. Is there one? 𝐼𝐺𝐿 asks mildly, and Ed knows what he should say. He knows the answer he should be giving, the safe answer, the one his uncle wants to hear. Ed is a liar. He's lied 1,000 and more times over. He should lie, it's safer. It's safer. For him and for 𝐿. I want you to stop, he grinds out, stomach turning with a mixture of fury and revulsion. 𝐿, you can't hurt him anymore, please, he's already so sick, please, please, it's perfectly controlled, 𝐼𝐺𝐿 says calmly. It's perfectly safe. Your brother isn't in any danger. It's unlikely he can even feel it, with the condition he's in. It's not about that. Ed explodes, leaping to his feet and spinning to face his uncle. You're hurting him. It doesn't matter if he can't feel it, it's still wrong, and he still might be able to. Hannah said he could even hear things, and we won't know until he wakes up. You haven't even told me why, because you haven't asked, 𝐼𝐺𝐿 interrupts him, his brow furrowed as he frowns at the boy. Ed scoffs angrily. You'll just lie. I won't, 𝐼𝐺𝐿 says quietly. I won't lie to you, Edward. says the liar. Lying runs in the family. Stop acting like this, Ed snarls angrily. Just stop. Stop pretending to care. Stop hurting Ol and Nina. I'm not pretending to care. 𝐼𝐽𝐽 folds his arms. I do care, child. I care very much about you, about all of you. That's why I'm doing this. You don't believe me, understandably perhaps, but this is for you, Edward. Shut up. Stop lying, Ed spits, backing away out of arm's reach, though the man doesn't even stir. Stop hurting them. If you don't, I'll tell. You're a villain. I'll tell the heroes. I'll tell them everything. He takes another stumbling step back, shivering as 𝐼𝐽𝐽's gaze follows him. If you don't stop, I'm gonna tell on you. I will, he 𝐒𝐿 in a hysterical breath as he sees his uncle climbing to his feet. Don't come closer, he cries, lurching away from the outstretched hand. Just don't, please stop. Do you really think I'll allow you to do that? 𝐼𝐽𝐽 reaches him in 3 strides, grasping his shoulders so hard it hurts. Edward, I'm trying to help you and your brother, but I can't if you're going to continue to be so difficult. Think about what you're saying. Think about where you are. Ed sobs. 𝐼𝐽𝐽's house, 𝐼𝐽𝐽's basement, 𝐼𝐽𝐽's laboratory. He's stuck. He tries to tear himself from his uncle's grasp, but the hands hold firm, fingers digging sharply into his flesh. You can't, he shivers, racked with tremors and weeping in the way only children can, with harsh, painful sobs that tear at his throat and soak his face in salt water. He's crying again, and he never used to cry, but it feels, now, like that's all he ever does. You can't hurt them anymore, you can't, please don't, he gasps, shuddering. No, they'll be taken away, if the authorities were to find out. Would you really put your brother in that much danger? 𝐼𝐽𝐽 pulls away abruptly, turning as if to hide his face from view. But the threat in his words is enough for Ed to break out in a cold sweat. Truly, if you were to tell anyone about this, my hand might just slip. I don't trust anyone else with such a fragile life. Surely, a merciful death in that case would be, no. Ed chokes, his lungs seizing with terror as he lunges forward, grabbing hold of his uncle's arm. I don't, please, then what do you think would be best? 𝐼𝐽𝐽 doesn't try to pull away, though he still won't look at Ed. His eyes are shut tight, the look on his face grim. He's your brother, Edward. I'll always take your opinion into account. I won't tell, Ed whispers, through tears and heaves of panic. I won't tell, promise. Just don't, I won't. He cuts himself off, flinching violently as his uncle finally turns, dark regret in his golden gaze. That's very well thought out, the man says quietly. You know I'm doing this in your best interest, don't you? Everything I'm doing is for you. Ed shudders and cries. Breathe. 𝐼𝐽𝐽 reaches around his shoulders, tugging him forward forcefully and tucking his head into the folds of his shirt. It's not comforting. It's not, but Ed can't help but cling to him, because who else is there? 𝐼𝐽𝐽's chest rises steadily, his heartbeat slow and even, and Ed closes his eyes and listens. Are you ready now? His uncle murmurs. Take your time, if you need to, just let me see him, Ed cries as much as spits, equal parts fury and despair, because he's so afraid, but he needs to see his brother, needs to see him whole and breathing, because 𝐼𝐽𝐽 hasn't turned off his life support and he won't, because Ed won't let him, and he needs, to forget the way the BLD souped down Ol's pale, thin arm. But he can't when his last memory of the little boy is, why? He doesn't understand. 𝐼𝐽𝐽 huffs a breathy laugh, though it lacks amusement. Of course, he pulls away, patting Ed on the shoulder, because this is what he wanted all along, and Ed knows that. He wishes he could be spiteful and defiant, and refuse until he's blue in the face. But this is his brother. He needs to see Ol, needs to save him. 𝐼𝐽𝐽 leads him to the door again, and Ed reaches out. There's no BLD this time, and though he's afraid, he doesn't lose himself as he crosses the room quickly to Ol's bedside. It's musty, damp with underground, and that can't be healthy for his brother. There's a scar, red and raised, where Tucker must have sliced into his arm, but that's all. Marco healed him. Is this what they do to Nina? Cut pieces out of her, only to heal the wounds so they can do it all over again. You still haven't told me why, Ed says stiffly, reaching out to hold Ul's cold hands in his own. I'm asking now, 𝐼𝐺𝐿. 𝐼𝐺𝐿. Not 𝐼𝐺𝐿-san, not uncle. Never that, not anymore. Family has become a cursed word, now, a false sense of duty that Ed fell for, hook, line and sinker. 𝐼𝐺𝐿's expression stills, though he doesn't admonish Ed he's helping me, he replies quietly. I've needed something. For a very long time. Your brother is the key to acquiring it. I don't understand, Ed whispers. Nothing is making sense. Ul is quirkless. 𝐼𝐺𝐿 is taking pieces from his brother. For what? You're too young, 𝐼𝐺𝐿 says softly. You wouldn't understand, Edward, even if I explained it fully to you, but, he hesitates, before sighing, reaching over to place a heavy hand on Ed's shoulder, but perhaps I will, in a few years' time. Perhaps you'll be ready, but you have to prove it to me, child. We're family. We trust each other, we're loyal to each other. If you can prove to me that you understand that, I'll tell you. His eyes crinkle at the edges as he looks down at Ed, warmth in his gaze. Do you think you can do that? Ed doesn't feel warm. His blood is ice cold, and he's trembling. A few years. There's going to be years of this. Years of watching and waiting, as his little brother is sliced open, and Nina. Watching Nina grow up like this. He can't. The little tin figurine is strangely weighted in his pocket. The tiny slip of paper inside might just be the heaviest secret Ed carries. There's only one right answer. Only one thing 𝐼𝐺𝐿 wants to hear. Ed has to lie, but that's okay, because he's a born liar. He's been lying since he was 6 years old, after all. He's good at it. He can do this. Ed steels himself and stops trembling. He stops crying, and swallows down the roaring terror in his gut. He raises his chin, and looks 𝐼𝐺𝐿 in the eye and says, I can. I will, I swear. There's no guilt. This is how he's going to save himself, save his brother, save Nina. No heroes, 𝐼𝐺𝐿 presses, his grip unyielding. Tell a hero, Edward, and I'll slit your brother's throat myself. No heroes, Ed swallows heavily against the roiling terror in his gut. I promise. 𝐼𝐺𝐿's gaze is unreadable. Very good, Edward. His face is blank, any emotion hidden as he pulls Ed against him again in an embrace that has far too much meaning to be false, but that feels a little like the jaws of a shark about to clamp shut, cutting through skin and sinew and bone. Ed closes his eyes. Tonight, he thinks, it has to be tonight. Ed doesn't sleep that night. He pretends, when 𝐼𝐺𝐿 comes to check on him, keeping his breaths even, his fidgeting hands still. At an hour past the slide of midnight, he moves. The shadows seem to shiver when he brushes the curtains apart, revealing a thin strip of moonlight, spilling jaggedly onto the cherrywood floor. Ed tiptoes across the room, pulling on a dark jacket. Over his pajamas. He pads silently down tiled corridors, testing each stair with a socked foot before allowing himself to step down with his full weight. The hallways are pitch black, the moon's glow hardly visible, even with the wide windows that span across the front of the house. His hands tremble as he moves to tie his shoelaces, and he rushes to still himself, lest he knock something over, pushing both fists deep into his pockets. Cold metal meets his fingers, and there's a small, terrifying clatter of sound as he jostles the coins he'd taken from 𝐼𝐺𝐿's study earlier that evening, when his back was turned. Enough for a phone call. Ed had made sure. The noise echoes, a trembling, sweet sound that sends his heart into a fit of frantic terror. He doesn't move, not even allowing himself to breathe, except for the occasional, hushed gasp. But there's no whining creak of a door slowly opening, nor the tap, tap, tap of footsteps on tiles. The house is silent. Ed lets out a shuddering breath, tears of relief slipping out from between his clenched eyelids. He moves towards the front door with soft steps, reaching out and grasping the latch. The handle turns smoothly, and he steps outside, shivering at the coolness of the night air. He shuts the door as quietly as he can, crossing his fingers tightly as the frame judders with the movement. He watches the windows, no lights flicker on. The soft hum of the outside world is the only noise that reaches his ears. He's done it. He's out. The cobblestones press unevenly into the soles of his shoes, his gait ever so slightly unsteady. He can't run, not yet, but with every shaking step the heavy weight that had wrapped itself around his ribs grows lighter. There's a sinking feeling of guilt though, as he remembers Nina. He's left them, alone, vulnerable, and if 𝐼𝐼𝐽𝐿 finds out. You left to save him. He remembers present MIC's words. They echo, running through his brain in a soft of mindless mantra. It's the right thing to do. He's not leaving forever. He's leaving to save them, to find help. They will help you. Daddy was right about 𝐼𝐼𝐽𝐿, and Ed hopes, desperately, as he curls his fingers around the tin figurine in his pocket, that he's right about this too. When he reaches the end of the drive, he begins to run. The street lamps glow, but the light is muted, the darkness stifling as Ed forges onwards. There's a phone booth a few streets away, he'd seen it on the way home from the playpark, and so that's the direction he takes. Every breath he seems almost thick with something, dust, perhaps, debris, he doesn't know. It reminds him of that night, when the sky became ash and fire and flames. There's no heat though, each gasp sends a shiver through him, his lungs burning not from torrid air, but from something closer to ice. He can't stop. The phone booth is barely visible. Ed shrouded in darkness, blanketed in shadow. A tendril of fear pierces his heart as he pulls on the door. It gives after a moment, and Ed steps inside, the oppressing gloom suffocating. He leaves the door open. His breaths are shallow as he takes the figurine from his pocket and his fingers tremble, even as he pulls, the metal coming apart as easy as a knife slices through butter. The paper is still there, curled, slightly crinkled. There's a light SWCH in the phone box, and flicks it on. The bulb above his head buzzes, flickering ominously, the light barely a dull glow. But enough, just enough. Ed slots the coins in, pressing each key as he whispers the numbers, to make sure. He has to get it right. The phone rings, the sound faint until he brings the receiver to his ear. There's a moment of sudden, awful terror, fear that this could all be for nothing. What if it doesn't work? What if they don't pick up? He can't breathe. There's a crackling noise on the other end of the line, and a word, faint and tinny, but there, hello. And he knows that voice. He knows it. He's heard it before. He remembers. Dark hair and dark eyes. Those eyes, there had been guilt there. You knew my mother, he wants to whisper. To have looked at Ed with eyes so drenched in regret, is there really an alternative? You knew her. But he doesn't. A hero. Tell a hero, Edward, and I'll slit your brother's throat myself. He can't. He can't stop the choked shriek as his lungs seize. Hello, the voice is louder this time, colored with concern. Who is this? Does he have a choice? He needs help. He needs a hero, and 𝐼𝐼𝐽𝐿, he won't know, will he? He'd said he needed all for something, so he can't kill him. An empty threat. Or is it? Ed doesn't know, and this is a risk, one with the highest stakes he's ever played with. 𝐿's life. 𝐿's life. But isn't that the case either way? He opens his mouth to speak, but as he takes a breath something fills his lungs, sticky and staticky and wrong. He tries to say something, but the words don't form, his tongue plastered against his teeth. He squeaks, a sudden, strangled sound, and there's a sharp intake of breath from the receiver. Who is this? I'm a hero, I can help you, Ed screams again. He can't speak, so instead he sobs. His balled fist spasms in terror, and the remaining coins clatter as they hit the floor. Hey, are you, Mars? Track the call, I think it's a kid. No heroes. Something is wrong. Ed can't breathe, and 𝐼𝐼𝐽𝐿 said, no heroes. Ed slams the receiver down and the shadows retreat. He gulps down air, it's stagnant, with a strange taste, as though he's back in the basement instead of above ground, but it's breathable, just about. No heroes. With shaking hands he presses the edges of the tin can man together, placing it back in his pocket. The curled paper lies prone on the floor, amidst scattered coins. No heroes. I'm sorry, Ed thinks desperately, I'm sorry Daddy. He crouches down, touching all 5 of his fingers to the tiny slip of hope. There's a pull, and he watches in abject despair as the paper disintegrates, until there's nothing left except a pile of silver yen and dust. He has to leave. He can't go back, either, because there's probably cameras, and the man said they were tracking the call. They'll look at the cameras and they'll see where he's going, and 𝐼𝐿 said no heroes. He has to hide. The light in the booth flickers and dies. Make it dark, Ed whispers, to the shadows. He can feel them writhing at his feet, but they're not really threatening, or they don't feel that way anymore. He breaks off in cold realization. You covered me, he says shakily. Before, so they couldn't see me. Does 𝐼𝐿 know he left? Has he known all along? Ed can't bring himself to ask. The shadows move, and the darkness is less oppressing, somehow. He breathes. Do that again, Ed chokes out. Cover me again. I'll hide. I'm gonna fix this. I'll fix this, I promise. I promise. The words taste like ash in his mouth, but he means them this time. The shadows shiver in what Ed can only hope is agreement. He steps outside. It's clearer, this time, that it was never really the world that had been cloaked in darkness, but himself. The heroes will be here soon. There are sirens now, distant, though he can tell by the swell of noise that they are rapidly closing in. He almost can't believe he's going to run. Running from heroes is what villains do. 𝐼𝐿 is going to keep hurting people, because he's a villain. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 had told him that the man hurts people, and they'd thought it was okay, but Ed knows it isn't. He shouldn't run. Even if the shadows smother him, even if his life hangs in the balance, even if it's all's life he's risking, because what is one life compared to many? To stay would be the brave thing to do, the heroic thing to do. Ed has never claimed to be a hero. Now, more than ever, he understands why. He can't be a hero. He isn't like 𝐿. 𝐿 would stay, he's sure of it. Ed isn't 𝐿. He runs, wearing a coat of shadows and horrible, awful shame. He runs, just like a villain would do. 𝐿 was wrong. 𝐿𝐿 was wrong. Ed isn't a hero. The park is quiet. It's dark. Ed can feel the moment the shadows drop away from him. The air is fresher, lighter, less like syrup. His lungs stop aching. He curls beside a wooden bench, pressing his head into his knees. The shadows have retreated, he thinks, far away, but not too far. He only gets a moment, before there's another presence looming over him. Soft breaths, gravel crunching underfoot, but he can't find it in himself to care. He's frightened, sure, but what can they do that hasn't already been done? Hey kid, the voice that speaks is young. Older than Ed, but freshly broken, a high tenor. When Ed lifts his head to look, all he can see is darkness. Let him go, the voice growls, and Ed can't see but he can still breathe. The shadows are no longer a blanket, but a wall. You know I can't beat you in a fight, the words are pleading, almost. I know I can't, and I'm not gonna try. I won't take him. Sister, please. The wall dissolves, the faint moonlight beginning to filter through. Two figures stand, facing each other. One is a boy, a teenager maybe a year or two older than 𝐒𝐽𝐽. The other is a young woman. She's appealing, with long, dark hair, and a dress that's made up almost entirely of shadow. Shadow. It was her. You shouldn't be here, she says calmly, though her eyes are narrowed to slits. If he finds out you're here, he won't find out, the boy interrupts snappishly. Because you won't tell him. And the child. She counters, nodding briskly towards Ed. He won't tell either, the teenager says, and he sounds so sure. His gaze is piercing, directed pointedly at Ed. I won't tell. Ed shakes his head quickly, flinching violently at the sudden glare. Tell who? Tell them what? He doesn't know, but it's safer to agree, to bow his head and cower, however much he hates it. The boy seems to falter and he frowns. I won't hurt you, he says quietly, before turning back to the woman. Lust, I want to talk to him. She stares back impassively for a moment. They're not friends. That much is clear. The boy had called her sister, so siblings, Ed guesses, though they don't look much alike. They're not friends, but he doesn't think they're enemies either, at least, not right now. Please, the boy implores. The woman, Lust, frowns. You could be found, she murmurs. Keep that in mind. She closes her eyes, the shadows around her growing, darkening, until that's all she is. She melts, or perhaps scatters, becoming something akin to smoke, and then she isn't there at all. The boy sighs shakily. She gives me the creeps, he mutters, glancing towards Ed. She isn't gone, I think, but she's not so close anymore. You don't have to be scared. I'm scared of you, Ed whispers, almost unthinkingly. I'm not gonna hurt you, the boy repeats. Can I come closer? He could be lying. He's probably lying. He knows the woman, and she knows 𝐼𝐺𝐿. Ed shakes his head quickly. Okay, the boy shrugs, sitting cross-legged on the floor. He's silent for a moment, dark eyes fixed directly on Ed, watching, or waiting. Waiting for him. Ed swallows, his mouth suddenly dry as he chokes out. Who are you? The boy smiles, and it's different. Different from 𝐼𝐺𝐿's smile, from 𝐼𝐺𝐿's. It's kind. Non-threatening. Kindness can be bad, Ed knows. It can hurt. But maybe not this kindness. I'm Ling, the boy says softly. I used to live with 𝐼𝐺𝐿. You look like him, you know. Ed curls in on himself. He's my uncle, he whispers. I live with him now. That 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. Ed blinks. You think so? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 certainly hadn't. Ling hums. I left, he replies. I ran away. Is that what you're doing? I can't, Ed closes his eyes. He's got my little brother. Ling crawls closer, slowly, and Ed doesn't flinch this time. Why are you here? He asks shakily. If you ran away, why are you here? I saw you running, Ling murmurs, and he's maybe a foot away now. Ed could reach out and touch him if he wanted to. I recognized lust. I could tell something was wrong. I wanted to help you. You don't even know me, Ed says, though even that feels like a lie, or like an untruth. When it should be true. Ed knows it's true. You're a kid, Ling slowly places a hand on his shoulder. It's light. It doesn't hurt. Ed doesn't mind it. You're scared. I couldn't just stand there and do nothing. And that is something Ed recognizes. That's what a hero would do. Ling laughs, surprise clear in his tone as he coughs out. I suppose it is, he shakes his head. But I'm not a hero. What are you, then? Ed asks after a moment. Everyone's something. Some are heroes, some are villains. Others are victims, or bystanders. Everyone is something, but Ling doesn't seem to fit any of those right now, his brows drawn, mouth taut with honest concern. I don't understand, he says softly. So Ed explains. Ling stares at him for just a second too long before answering. His tone is unreadable as he says. I'm just a kid. Same as you. Oh, Ed whispers. He's never just been a kid though. He's always been something. 𝐼𝐺𝐿's brother. 𝐼𝐺𝐿's parent. 𝐼𝐺𝐿's hero, and now 𝐼𝐺𝐿's savior. He wouldn't give any of those things up, not for anything, but the thought of existing outside of those boundaries makes him want. He doesn't know what exactly, but he wants all the same. He can't though. He can't afford to lose sight of his goals, of his brother. You look like you need help, Ling says quietly, though there's something almost fierce in his expression. Why are you here? Who were you running from? Ed falters. The heroes. The heroes. The look in Ling's eyes is indecipherable. That's unexpected. I made a mistake, Ed shivers. Lust, she noticed, and followed me, and I couldn't, he's going to kill him. He'll kill them both and it'll be my fault, and, hey, Ling squeezes his shoulder. Calm down, okay. We'll figure this out, alright. I know people who can help you. Who would be happy to. Don't forget I escaped him too, okay? We'll be able to get you out. No. Ed whispers fiercely. No, I need him, okay? Ling draws back, his hands held out placatingly in front of him. Okay, so no escaping. But you need something right. I can help you get it, I swear. Come on kid, it's okay. Ed 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 in a shuddering breath. I don't know you, he whispers, shaking his head when Ling opens his mouth to reply. But that doesn't matter. There's no choice. I don't have a choice, his voice cracks, and he chokes on a sob before continuing. There's a little girl, he closes his eyes. Her name is Nina and she's 5 years old. She's quirkless, and 𝐼𝐺𝐿𝐼𝐺𝐼's been experimenting on her. He's been hurting her. She's 5. She's a baby, she doesn't understand, please help her. Those are the things he doesn't say, but perhaps he doesn't need to. Ling's stare is grim, his eyes betraying the same anger, the same rage Ed feels but can't act on, and something else too. Empathy. I do know someone who can help her, the older boy says slowly. My sensei. He'll help. I'm sure of it. Here, he shoves a hand into his pocket, pulling out a sleek phone, much newer than the one Daddy had, similar to the one 𝐼𝐺𝐿 uses. We just need to wait. 𝐼𝐺𝐿 can't be expecting anything, you know. He presses the phone into Ed's trembling hands. Use this, okay. Don't let the old man know you've got it. But it's yours. Sensei will get me a new one, Ling says softly. Look kid, are you sure we can't get you out of there too? I just don't like the idea of leaving you there alone. I can't leave my brother there, Ed says, insistently. And 𝐼𝐺𝐿 he said he'd help get all back, and he's lying, Ling cuts in, sharply. He does that. He'll say anything if he thinks it's what you want to hear. But I can still use him, right? Ed clenches his fists. I'm going to get my brother back. 𝐼𝐺𝐿 has resources, and is invested in keeping all alive. I need that, and so I'm going to use him, the way he thinks he's using me. Ling laughs, surprise clear in his tone as he smirks. You really haven't changed. Ed blinks. I've only just met you. Sure, Ling waves him off, slinging an arm around his shoulder. Ed jumps at the sudden contact, but then settles into the half-hug, feeling suddenly, strangely warm. We're gonna pull this thing off, kid. That little girl will be safe in no time. Ed can't stop the tears then. Thank you, he sobs, swiping his fists under his eyes. Thank you. Then, there are arms encircling him. I've got you, a voice murmurs, and he doesn't know this boy, but it feels like he does. He can trust him. He doesn't know how he knows that, but he does, and I'm Edward, he chokes out, between sobs and waves of utter relief. Or Ed is better. The arms tighten around him. I know, Ling whispers. I know, Ed. I'm going to help you. Ed clutches at the boy that he shouldn't know, but somehow does. Who shouldn't know him, but who somehow does. He breaks, for once, held by someone who doesn't want to hurt him. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 Belrose is 17 years old. She's also quirkless. She's many other things, of course. Her favorite color is blue. She's intelligent, she loves to read, she's a grieving daughter, she's lonely. None of that truly matters, though. Not when she lacks what others have, when she lacks the very thing people define themselves by. Quirkless is a label that has haunted her since the day she was diagnosed. It's an identity she'll be saddled with until the day she dies. Maybe it'll be today. Would that really be so terrible? How sordid. She shakes her head, dismissive. Quirkless trash. She pretends not to hear the whispers. She ignores the jeers, the mocking laughter. She stops in the middle of the hallway, rifling through her locker in search of her English textbook. There's a wolf whistle, and she slams the locker door shut in response. She can hear stifled sniggers behind her, murmurs of awful words she only half catches, and she walks as fast as she dares through the corridors. She doesn't want to look as though she's running away, even though that's what she's doing, or maybe because that's what she's doing. In homeroom, Nokohara-sensei tells them they have a new student joining their class, a transfer all the way from France. He's tall and lean, with sandy blonde hair and bright blue eyes. Nokohara asks him to introduce himself. Jean Havoc. It's nice to meet you. His accent is thick and his Japanese clumsy, but his smile is bright and blinding. What's your quirk? A classmate asks, curiously. Havoc blinks, then grins a little sheepishly, glancing at Nokohara. I don't understand. He says haltingly, and their teacher clears his throat loudly in response. Havoc is not yet fluent in Japanese, he says severely, turning a heavy, crimson glare on each and every student. I expect you all to make him feel welcome, and assist him where needed. But sensei, how are we supposed to do that? A girl named Kori Mochizuki asks flippantly. None of us speak French. Nokohara frowns. Then this will be an excellent opportunity for learning, Mochizuki. That is why you're here, after all. Mochizuki scoffs, slumping in her seat, her lips pursed in an irritated pout. 𝐿ric looks lost. It's pitiable. 𝐒𝐿ric raises her hand. Sensei, I can speak French. She suppresses a flinch as Nokohora's sharp gaze lands on her. Bell rose, Nokohora's lip curls. This is your first warning for speaking out of turn. This happens often. Nokohora-sensei doesn't like 𝐒𝐿ric. Nokohora-sensei's sister was quirkless. Nokohora-sensei's sister committed suicide. These three facts, dragged reluctantly out of the doorman over countless hours of detention, are all interconnected, likely in some abstruse and needlessly convoluted way. 𝐒𝐿ric has never given it much thought. It doesn't matter, really, because everyone has some reason to hate her. Nokohora is one among many in that regard. My father was French, 𝐒𝐿ric continues, obstinately, pushing herself to her feet as she spits out. I speak French. I can help. What did I just say? Nokohora raises his voice. Sit back down. 𝐿ric still looks lost, his head swiveling back and forth between the two like a broken marionette doll. His brow furrows, and 𝐒𝐿ric doesn't know him well enough to be sure, but he looks almost concerned. She turns to him instead. They want to know what your quirk is, she says, entirely in French. Nokohora turns a brilliant shade of puce, pinching the bridge of his nose as he waves his other hand in the direction of the door. Go, he grinds out angrily, snapping his fingers loudly when 𝐒𝐿ric doesn't move. Don't make me ask twice, girl. She snags her bag from under the desk and makes her way to the front of the classroom, deftly sidestepping a few feet shoved unceremoniously into her path. 𝐿ric has begun spinning a sphere of water between his fingers, frowning in obvious concentration. Her classmates are watching in mild interest. A water manipulation quirk. He'll be fine. He doesn't need her help. Pretty cool, she mutters in French. 𝐿ric startles, and the sphere drops to the floor, drenching the entire front row, Nokohora, and 𝐿ric himself. Detention, bell rose, Nokohora calls after her as she storms out, the door swinging shut with a brisk thud. She briefly contemplates anger. She's tired though. Too tired for fury, or even sorrow. She hardly cries anymore. Perhaps she no longer can. Today will end, sure, but then there will be another day, and another. Today never stops, not really. There's never any rest. Existing is a chore. Sometimes, 𝐒𝐿ric wishes she didn't have to. High school isn't like middle school. Most high schoolers have learned to use their words, rather than their fists, not out of any particular kindness, or even distaste of violence necessarily, but because they are old enough to fully grasp that words can cut deeper than any knife. Words can break a person. Words are powerful. There are those who think calling 𝐒𝐿ric quirkless is enough to hurt her. It isn't. 𝐒𝐿ric is quirkless. When she was younger, when she'd believed life might actually have something to offer, the sneering tone often accompanying the word had hurt, but she's long since past that now. There are words that hurt. Words like worthless and useless and pathetic, words that are made to hurt, to belittle. Quirkless is synonymous with precisely none of these, and yet so many people use it in the same way, for the same purpose. It doesn't make sense. She eats her lunch outside, in a tiny little alcove at the back of the school, come rain or shine, because it's the best way to hide from the stares and whispers that follow her wherever she goes. There's never anyone else out here, so it's safe. Usually. Hey, 𝐿ric smiles widely as he sits down beside her. Are you alright? After earlier, I mean. Nokohora looked pretty mad. 𝐒𝐿ric stares for maybe a few seconds too long. What are you doing here? 𝐿ric winces. You said you could speak French. I really don't know much Japanese, so, what are you doing here? She repeats impatiently. 𝐿ric's smile falters a little. Eating lunch with you. Haven't they told you about me? 𝐒𝐿ric asks shortly. Told me about you. 𝐿ric raises an eyebrow, his tone nonchalant as he stares blankly at her. Were they supposed to? Look, she snaps out, crumpling her lunch bag between clenched fists. We're not friends. We can't be friends. So learn Japanese and listen to the others and don't come near me again. You'll soon find out why, so don't even try to argue. 𝐼𝐺 is quiet, his eyebrows drawn together as he examines her. She doesn't like the way he's looking at her, because she can't place it, because it's different to the way boys usually look at her, to the way anyone usually looks at her. But then again, he doesn't know. He hasn't been told, but he'll find out soon enough. Okay, the boy finally says, moving to stand. If that's what you want, bell rose. 𝐼𝐺 doesn't talk to her for months. He speaks to her again for the first time, just a few weeks shy of her 18th birthday. I did what you said to do, he tells her in near-perfect Japanese, expression serious. And I asked the others about you. She stares up at him blankly. So why are you talking to me? 𝐼𝐺 worries at his lip, hesitance clear on his face as he frowns. You know, not having a quirk is actually kind of common in Europe, he offers, after a moment. I mean, quirked people still make up the majority, but it's not unusual to know someone who is quirkless. And she'd known that. Of course. She had, it's just different, talking to someone who's lived it. 𝐼𝐺's expression is careful, almost gentle, and when was the last time anyone had looked at her with care? Her father had, before he died. He hadn't minded that she would never get a quirk. He'd loved her anyway. 𝐼𝐺 doesn't care that she's quirkless, either. Your friends aren't going to like you talking to me, she warns. They don't like me. They might not like you anymore. Let them, the boy smiles tentatively at her. If they're that shallow, I don't want them as friends anyway, but you know, I don't think they are. Not all of them. 𝐒𝐿ories wouldn't know. 𝐒𝐿ories, 𝐼𝐺 reaches towards her. Let's be friends. We're not in elementary school, she takes his hand regardless. She thinks the sun shines a little brighter, that day. 𝐺𝐸𝐵 shines brighter than the sun. 𝐒𝐿ories isn't the only one who notices. The other students at school listen to him. The whispers lessen, the rumors quieten down. Kori Mochizuki invites her to the mall with her group of friends. They don't speak much to 𝐒𝐿ories, but they don't make fun of her either, and Kori helps her find a top that brings out her eyes. Thank you, she murmurs, honesty bleeding into her words. You didn't have to do this for me, you know. You could have ignored me. It would have been easier for you. 𝐺𝐸 shrugs, squeezing her hand tightly. It wasn't right, how they were treating you, he replies, softly. They're not all bad, either. Just ignorant, I think. What did you even say to them? It's not really like I told them anything, not on purpose, I don't know. I wasn't going to act like them, and so I didn't. I'm not going to hurt you over something you can't control. 𝐺𝐸 glances down at her, lips pursed. They have gotten better, right? Mochizuki was nice to me, 𝐒𝐿ories agrees, hesitantly. Kori has never been cruel to her, though. Not like some of the others. She's never even agreed with the tormentors, or at least, not in earshot of 𝐒𝐿ories. They're all just people, raised by society's moral code, but they still chose. They still chose to hurt her, and maybe Kori hasn't, or maybe she has and 𝐒𝐿ories just doesn't know. Her insides twist with bitterness. She tries to forgive, but it's hard sometimes. Sometimes she doesn't want to forgive them. Sometimes, she hates them. Nokohara still dislikes her. That hasn't changed, but 𝐒𝐿ories wasn't exactly expecting it to. The other teachers have all been relatively apathetic towards her, something she's always felt grateful for, but Nokohara has had it out for her since she first stepped into his classroom, age 15 and fresh from the trauma of middle school. You need to become stronger, Bellrose, Nokohara says to her one day. Or they'll break you. The strong step over the weak. That's the way of the world. My best friend from back home is quirkless, 𝐺𝐸 tells her, when he finds her with tears in her eyes and fury in her clenched fists. And she's one of the scariest people I know. Quirkless doesn't mean weak. 𝐺𝐸 doesn't talk about home much. He doesn't talk about his family either, and, well, 𝐒𝐿ories doesn't exactly want to talk about hers, so she never asks. She's afraid she might have to reciprocate, that 𝐺𝐸 might finally realize that her weakness truly is a liability. For it was her quirklessness that led to her father's death. 𝐒𝐿ories is weak, no matter what 𝐺𝐸 seems to think. What's her name? 𝐒𝐿ories asks, not quite believing him. She thinks he might be lying, inventing a stranger to make her feel better. Strangely, it feels like a hope. Rebecca, Jean smiles, she's terrifying, honestly, but she's cool. Is she your girlfriend? She doesn't know what compels her to ask, but there's a strange, uncomfortable feeling in the pit of her stomach at the thought. No, Jean gives her an indecipherable look. We're just friends. 𝐿𝐿 is relieved. Okay, she asks in a shaky breath. Did you end up finishing the essay Tanaka-sensei set? Jean confesses a month later. I think I'm in love with you, he whispers, fists clenched, eyes watering. I'm sorry, 𝐿𝐿, I had to tell you. I thought I'd be lying if I didn't. I get it if you don't want to be friends anymore. What? She chokes, breathless with shock. Why would you say that? He flinches. I'm sorry, I can go, no. She practically yells, latching onto his shirt sleeve. Jean, come on, are you blind? Am I what? I love you, she hisses out, half angry at him, half with herself. I have for ages, you idiot. I thought I was being so obvious, you weren't. You're blind, she says blankly. Oh my God. You really didn't notice. If I am, then you are too, he counters. I'm pretty sure I've loved you longer than you've loved me, 𝐿𝐿. Wanna bet on it? She challenges. Not particularly, he replies, and then he kisses her. Love, 𝐿𝐿 decides, is something wonderful. Things go very wrong, very quickly, after that. It's late. 𝐿𝐿 has just finished her shift at work. It's dark and cold, and her heeled boots are digging painfully into her pinky toe. She has school tomorrow, but she's already considering calling in sick. She's exhausted and freezing, and she just wants to curl up in her bed and sleep forever. There's a shortcut home. Her mother says it's dangerous, and 𝐿𝐿 has been scolded many times for using it, because it cuts through the wrong part of the city, but it's late, and she's tired. She's walked that way countless times and been fine. She'll be fine. A pair of crimson eyes follows her. It's dark, but light enough that she recognizes him. His hand is wrapped tightly around her wrist. She can't escape. He's stronger than her, and the strong step over the weak. Nokohara-sensei is drunk, but he knows exactly who she is. I'm going to make sure this hurts, he rasps. And he does. That night, 𝐿𝐿 wakes in a cold sweat, vomiting all over her bed covers. She tells her mother she's caught the flu, and watches as the woman takes a hasty, wide-eyed step back. I'll call the school, her mother says quickly. Just don't come any closer, 𝐿𝐿. Nokohara asks her to stay after homeroom the following day. Tell anyone, he says sharply. And you'll wish you hadn't. Understood. Yes, sensei, she croaks. I promise I won't. She goes straight to the bathrooms to vomit. Kaori follows her in and holds her hair back, and 𝐿𝐿 breaks her promise. Oh God, Kaori whispers. We have to tell someone, 𝐿𝐿. Have you told Havoc? She shakes her head. It happened last night, she trembles. I haven't had the chance, and how am I even going to do it? I can't, Kaori, I'll tell him, Kaori interrupts fiercely, taking 𝐿𝐿's hand in her own. You don't have to. It's going to be okay. We're going to figure this out, okay? Okay, 𝐿𝐿 presses a shaking hand to her mouth. Jean and Kaori take her to the principal. Jean stands by her side, silent and grim-faced, a steady presence. Kaori tells the story in fits and starts, breaking down into tears halfway through. The principal is gentle, offering tissues and tea. The police are called, and the principal makes the three of them wait in her office. Bellero-san, she says gravely. I'm sorry this happened. If I'd known Nokohara was the type to do something like this, I would never have allowed him to step foot in this school. 𝐿𝐿 believes her. The school is one of the better-ranked high schools in the area, and one of the only ones with an anti-quirk discrimination policy. Myoga-sensei is worn, 𝐿𝐿 can see from the dark half-circles etched under her eyes, her thin, calloused hands, the way her fingers tremble. She is a woman willing to fight the system to allow children like 𝐿𝐿 to receive a complete education. The system fights back, 𝐿𝐿 knows. Myoga-sensei no doubt understands this too. Her mouth is set into a hard line, and her eyes are tired. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻 is arrested, but they both know it won't last. No matter what, he won't be allowed back here, the principal tells her. I want you to know that, Bellrose. Thank you, 𝐒𝐿ories whispers. I'm just doing my job. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿-sensei puts a gentle hand on her shoulder. There is no need to thank me. Jean cries, though he tries to hide it. I'm sorry, 𝐒𝐿ories tells him. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't want to, I know, he interrupts her, through heaving breaths. I know, 𝐒𝐿ories. Of course you didn't, I would never blame you for this. But you're crying, she whispers. I'm sad, he says honestly. And angry. I'm furious. It's a shame there are laws against murder, because I think I would kill him if not for that. Maybe that's why there are laws. He huffs a broken laugh. Probably, he agrees, swiping a hand under his eyes. He would deserve it, 𝐒𝐿ories says softly. She's surprised by how strongly she believes it. If 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻 were to die, perhaps she'd stop waking in a cold sweat, haunted by terrifying, crimson eyes. Maybe she'd be able to breathe again, without remembering the way he'd loomed over her, the heat of his rancid breath, his painful grip, if 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻 died, maybe she'd stop remembering. Jean doesn't speak any more about it, instead pulling her against him in a single, fluid motion, and 𝐒𝐿ories almost, freezes up. But this is Jean. She knows. She knows. Jean is safe. He wouldn't. He'd never, 𝐒𝐿ories, Jean whispers into her hair. He sounds so sad. 𝐒𝐿ories, it's going to be okay. He sounds unsure, out of his depth, lost, in a way that 𝐒𝐿ories understands perfectly. She's unsure. She's lost. He doesn't know if it'll be all right, not really, but that's okay. She doesn't expect him to, shouldn't expect him to. He's lying for her. It's only right that she does the same for him. I know, she murmurs back, pressing against him, giving reassurance. I know, don't worry. I'll be okay. I love you, Jean. She can feel him smile against her hair, something relieved, or uncertain, she isn't quite sure. She feels the words. I love you too, spoken quietly into a space only the two of them know to exist. There are no quirks, no bodies. There's nothing, besides words and ears to hear them with, and lips with which to whisper. There's only them, and nothing more. She wishes she could stay here forever. The judge, Fukuda-san, is severe. He is middle-aged and portly, a dark frown etched onto his face as he surveys the courtroom with hard eyes and a sharp tone. Settle down, he says, to the bustle of reporters. Reporters, because 𝐒𝐿ories is 18. Not a minor. Not anymore. Quirkless girl accuses school teacher. The headlines are buzzing. She doesn't see him. She doesn't see those crimson eyes. They draw a thick curtain around the witness stand, guiding her to look straight ahead as she walks towards it. She knows he's here, but she doesn't have to look at him. The prosecution lawyer slips inside the curtain, asking her gentle questions at first. Where were you? Why were you there? I was walking home, she responds. It was dark, it was late, I took a shortcut. Did you consent? No, I said no. I said no. I said, Ikawa-san holds up a hand, tell the court what happened, she says gently. In your own words, Bellrose-san. 𝐒𝐿ories can't. Ikawa-san pushes gently. She has to. It's her job. 𝐒𝐿ories understands. It's just hard. She opens her mouth, but the words won't come. Her breathing stutters with panic, and Ikawa-san retreats, lips pressed tightly together. The defense is invited to cross-examine the witness, Fukuda-san states. She hears footsteps. Haruka Shinsu brushes the curtain aside. He looks tired, worn. The article in the local paper had mentioned him. He has a small son and a wife. Two more people who never deserve to be swept up in this media storm. She wonders if he wants out as much as she does, but then, this is just another job for him, isn't it? This is her life. His questions are much the same, at first, but then, they take a different route. Why didn't you go to the hospital? Why didn't you tell your mother? They get worse. You're quirkless, are you not? Why would someone with such a clear physical disadvantage take a route known to be dangerous? Can you prove 𝐻𝐻𝐻 was there? Can you prove you were there at all? She stutters. I can't. Is there any evidence towards these allegations? Shinsu-san's words ring heavy in the courtroom. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 loses his job. Myoga-sensei makes sure of that. In the end, though, the verdict is decided upon. Not guilty. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 goes free. Jean holds her. Kaori rages. 𝐒𝐱𝐿𝐼 watches as the world crumbles around her. Things are strange. People she passes on the street know her. The trial was public. It was only of local interest, of course, but still, everywhere she goes, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 can feel the weight of 100 pairs of eyes bearing down on her. Some of them hate her. Most are just curious. A small number are kind. They smile at her, help redirect the prying questions she's littered with elsewhere. She's cornered, late at night, by a group of men who think they know her. Who think she wants this, quirkless, one sneers. Looking for attention, he doesn't get to say another word, before there's a flurry of white ribbon and fists, raining down on him from above. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 barely has time to blink before she's snagged around the waist and hauled over someone's shoulder, and then they're running away, and she's holding onto a black jumpsuit with clenched fists. She's set down gently behind a dumpster. Nobody will find her here, she realizes. It's well hidden, a dead-end alleyway, and she's here alone, with someone who may well have just kidnapped her. Stay here. The someone, a man, maybe a few years older than her, with long, dark hair and a disheveled appearance, stares down at her impassively. I'll come back, I promise. Why would he promise that? She thinks hysterically. Why would he warn me that he's going to? Who are you? She rasps, just as he turns to leave. Why did you? He blinks at her, uncomprehending. Before his eyes widen, Eraserhead, he replies quickly. I'm a hero. A hero. She watches as he races back towards the fight. Why would a hero help someone like her? They wouldn't. She runs. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 haunts her. He isn't dead. It's ironic, because she thinks if he were dead, it wouldn't be like this. She wouldn't be like this, always warily looking over her shoulder, always afraid. Afraid he might come back, or that someone else will take his stead. Sometimes, she sees him, even when he's not there. It's just glimpses at first, when she's out with Jean or Kaori. She'll see his coat, or the exact haircut he wears, or the lean of his gait. She'll see a flash of crimson eyes. She panics. She runs, and her friends have to chase her down, and it's exhausting. For them too, she can tell. She sees it in their expressions. They're kind, of course. They're never not kind, but still, there's always the faintest flicker of irritation, of annoyance, before it's buried under concern and calm tones and saccharine words. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 hates herself. She hates the burden she's become, the burden she's always been, ever since she was a little girl. Ever since that day, the skies were raining a sickening blend of acid and ash. She wasn't able to breathe, not with the way her daddy was pressing her face against the paving stones, his large shadow falling over her. He was whimpering, and she hadn't understood why at the time, but, where's Daddy? She'd said to her mother in the aftermath. Mummy, where is he? He's dead, her mother had told her, staring emptily at the wall behind her. You don't have a quirk to defend yourself with. He sacrificed himself to save you, 𝐒𝐿𝐼. What does dead mean? 𝐒𝐿𝐼 had asked, blinking in innocent incomprehension. It means his never coming back, her mother had told her. What sacrificed mean, Mummy? Her mother had looked at her, really looked at her, for the first time since the villain attack. It means it's your fault, she'd said, softly. I'm sorry, baby. It's your fault Daddy is dead. It's her fault. It's always her fault, somehow. That's how the world works, she's quirkless, and so, at first, it's only glimpses. Until it isn't. It's her fault. It's his fault. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 is there. He isn't supposed to be, but he is. Kaori stops beside her in shock that lasts for only a moment before she's spurred into action. She chokes out, frantically wringing her hands. 𝐒𝐿𝐼, we should go. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 is crying. She can't. His hands are on her, gripping her upper arms. His crimson eyes are sharp, his fingers even sharper. Let her go. Smaller hands grapple with those already clutching her shoulders. Help. Someone help us, please, he's here. He's here. She has to stop him. Except, it hurts. He's hurting her, and he's there. His face is bloody. There's BLD on his cheeks, across his eyelids, under her nails, there's screaming. It's everywhere. Is it her, or are there others? There are hands on her, binding her own together. There's crying, or maybe she's crying. Is she? Her hands are bound. Her cheeks feel wet, but that could be BLD. Her eyes hurt, but that could be the bright torchlight, brandished like a weapon in front of her. Go with them, 𝐒𝐿. Corey's voice filters through the haze. Don't struggle, please. It'll be all right. The words don't mean anything, but the voice, she recognizes that voice, and that does mean something. 𝐒𝐿 stills. There are hands on her, holding on, digging in sharply, and it hurts. She closes her eyes. They call her crazy. They call her insane. She isn't allowed visitors. She's too unstable, or so they tell her, but even if she were allowed to see anyone, she doubts they'd come. Not for her. Jean doesn't come. She waits, she believes, because he'd said he loved her. Nobody wants 𝐒𝐿. There's another doctor coming to see her. That's what they tell her. He'll be here specifically to see her. The nurses don't like it. 𝐒𝐿 hears them discussing it when they think she's sleeping. He isn't a mental health doctor, or even a medical doctor, not really. He's a quirk geneticist. A quirk geneticist. 𝐒𝐿 is quirkless. Dr. Hohenheim is seated across from her, a plastic table the only thing separating the two of them. 𝐒𝐿 is handcuffed to the table, because she's unstable. The doctor's eyes are gold. They are bright. A splash of color in the dreary world her life has become. Bellerose-san, Hohenheim smiles at her kindly. It's wonderful to make your acquaintance. Is it? The drab, cold walls say otherwise. The HNDCFFs say otherwise. 𝐒𝐿 doesn't say anything at all, though. She doesn't trust this man. Her stomach twists at the thought, though she doesn't know why. Should she trust him? She wants to. Why does she want to? Likewise, she finally murmurs, summoning the remnants of her courage. Why are you here? Hohenheim appears pleased, as if she's done something right, though she's not quite sure what. Straight to the point, I see. I don't know who you are, she feels the need to explain. And I know you sought me out. You're a quirk doctor. I know that, too. Hohenheim tilts his head. The nurses told you that much. They have loud voices. He chuckles. I see. I'm quirkless, she says, after a beat. He nods. I know. The reply is quiet, thoughtful. That's what I'm here about. He's watching her. Studying her. Waiting for something. For what? I don't understand, she says, finally. The doctor doesn't say anything for a moment. He's still looking at her, thoughtfully, appraising, eyes ever so slightly narrowed, and then he sighs. You know, I'm quirkless too, 𝐒𝐿-chan. She doesn't even notice the way he's swayed to using her given name, such is the surprise that courses through her, but I'm a doctor. He cuts her off, asking the very question about to pass her own lips. But I'm respected. Yes, she whispers. That. I'm not quirkless on paper, he tells her softly. I ask that you keep this a secret, child. If it got out, it could ruin him. Why did you tell me? She whispers. What if I say no? He raises a curious brow. Are you going to? She won't. Of course she won't, but he doesn't know that. He senses her confusion. If you were to say anything, he murmurs quietly. Do you really think anyone would believe you? They wouldn't. Nobody would. A crazy, quirkless girl, claiming that her doctor, a doctor who according to medical records, has a quirk, is also quirkless. She'd be labeled as delusional, at best. Manipulative, slanderous, at worst. Hohenheim isn't threatening her. This isn't blackmail. This isn't keep your mouth shut or else. No, this is the truth. He's telling her because it's safe, not because he trusts her. He doesn't need to trust her. 𝐒𝐿 sits on the lowest rungs of their society. She won't be listened to. I won't tell, she says meekly. I wouldn't have, anyway. I didn't think you would, Hohenheim replies, leaning back in his chair as he continues to gaze at her shrewdly. It isn't fair, is it? It's a statement, not a question. He knows. He knows what it's like. No, she says softly. It isn't. You wouldn't have been put in here if you had a quirk, Hohenheim smiles again, but this time it's cold. This place is a psychiatric hospital specifically for the quirkless. Did they tell you that? No, she whispers. Nobody ever leaves, Hohenheim murmurs. It's easier to keep you here, docile, than to actually treat your illness. It's cheaper too. In a society that bases a person's worth on their quirk status, it's the logical solution. Why waste money on a few individuals whose prospects are so low, they'll never be able to do enough good to pay it back in full? Quirkless people have to work harder than anyone else so as to not be a burden on society. The quirkless that are mentally ill may never manage this, or so the logic goes. A burden. That's all 𝐒𝐿 has ever been. She doesn't have an argument. There isn't one. Not for this. It isn't fair, of course, Hohenheim's voice is terse. The quirkless contribute less to the economy in taxes because employers are allowed to discriminate against them. Worth is measured by what you can give back to society. Those with an inconsequential quirk or no quirk at all can give back less, since what they can do, anyone else could too. A quirkless individual in a career with a high earning potential might even be regarded as stealing the job from someone who is more able to specialize in that profession. The corners of his mouth turn down, the light in his eyes no longer bright and warm, but cold, like ice. I'm sure you already know all this. She does. It's hopeless. It's always been hopeless. Why are you telling me this? She asks, shakily. So that you understand the situation you're in, Hohenheim replies softly. And so that you're able to give the offer I'm about to make proper consideration. Offer? She can't help but swallow nervously. What kind of offer? You've been branded as a danger to yourself and others. Hohenheim leans forward, placing both hands flat on the table, palms facing upwards invitingly. Because when you were approached and physically manhandled by a man who has previously assaulted you, you fought back. They called you unstable, because a quirkless girl has no right behaving in such a way, lest she hurt herself. That trial was a farce. Everyone knew it, including the judge, but the public backlash of prosecuting a quirked man over the alleged assault of a quirkless woman would be too destructive. There would be dissent, unrest, an uptick in villain attacks. That man was never going to answer for his actions. The law didn't protect you, and so when your attacker returned, you protected yourself. These are not the actions of someone unstable, 𝐒𝐿. I have to admit, your story caught my eye. His gaze sharpens, and he raps the table with his knuckles thrice. You're a survivor, child. You're strong, and my offer is this, strong. Nobody has ever called 𝐒𝐿 strong before. Help me raise this society to the ground, Hohenheim murmurs. I need strength like yours. I need unwavering loyalty, and we both know what needs to be done. This country, this world, it's diseased. I know how to cure it. I can even give you a quirk, if you so wish. This place is far too small for you, 𝐒𝐿, so. He reaches into his coat pocket, withdrawing a shining, silver key, the color of the HNDCFFS, keeping her chained in place. Here is your choice. 𝐒𝐿 can barely breathe. You mean it, she finally gasps out. You actually mean it. You believe me, you think I'm strong. I do, Hohenheim smiles warmly at her. He has a kind face, she thinks. His kind, and she hasn't known such a thing in a long, long time. Besides, it's a chance to make a difference, to change the world. It won't be easy. Hohenheim hasn't said as such, but she's no fool. Nothing on this scale is ever easy. Nothing on this scale can be achieved without bloodshed. Whatever it takes, she breathes, watching Hohenheim's smile grow wider. I'll do whatever it takes. Click goes the lock. Hohenheim has a daughter. She's a little thing at just 9 years old, with bright golden eyes, pale hair, and tiny fangs that peek out from beneath her upper lip. Her name is Himiko, and when 𝐒𝐿ories gives her a hug she beams, looking for all the world as though the older girl hung the moon and stars in the sky. The manor house is appealing. Hohenheim welcomes her, ochre eyes gleaming. She's wanted here, she thinks. She has a family here. Or at least, that's what it feels like. Himiko cries a lot. She's spoilt, just a little, but she never seems to have quite enough of the things that matter. Hohenheim keeps his distance. She notices, he's nothing like her own father had been, he's never warm, never soft, but he also never says no, either. Not to his precious, little Himiko. But she's sweet. She's loving, and 𝐒𝐿ories thinks someone must have taught her to be that way, and so she isn't worried. Not really. Papa, Himiko says one day, a half-hour before her bedtime. I want to play with Ling tomorrow. Hohenheim pauses, glancing down at the little girl. We've talked about this, darling, he says mildly. You won't be seeing Ling for a few weeks. Himiko scowls, her lower lip jutting out. But he lives here. She cries, her tiny fists curling, her feet stomping. It's not fair. You can't just say no when he lives here. No, he doesn't. Hohenheim puts a hand on his daughter's head. Sweetheart, please, this isn't the time to play pretend. Himiko's mouth drops open. But he does. Tears bead at the corners of her golden eyes as she blinks up at her father in betrayal. Papa, he lives here. He doesn't, darling. Himiko whimpers, reaching towards 𝐒𝐿ories. He does, she whispers once the older girl has picked her up, her little face tucked into 𝐒𝐿ories' shoulder as she heaves with sobs. Papa's lying. 𝐒𝐿ories doesn't know how to help. Maybe it's bedtime. She asks weakly, glancing towards Hohenheim. He never says no. She takes the child's hand in hers, but he's doing so now. Who is Ling? She asks quietly, as she's tucking the little girl into bed. He's my friend, Himiko whispers. But Papa took him away, and now he's gone. The words are chilling. Do you know where? 𝐒𝐿ories asks, softly. She doesn't know why she believes the child, and maybe she shouldn't, but Himiko doesn't look like she's lying. She looks hurt. She looks like she doesn't expect to be believed, and 𝐒𝐿ories worries. Himiko clings to 𝐒𝐿ories' hand and looks her dead in the eyes. Ling is below. 𝐒𝐿ories struggles to sleep that night. Himiko's quirk is frightening. When 𝐒𝐿ories first learns of it, she struggles to keep a straight face. She's worried her terror will show, so she just grits her teeth and smiles gently at the little girl in front of her. She isn't afraid the child will look to drink her blood. Himiko is too small to turn into a full-grown adult, after all, and the girl seems to have a sense for that, because she never even tries. No, 𝐒𝐿ories is afraid for her. She knows exactly what awaits a child like Himiko in their world. It's nothing good. Himiko is given blood though, to train her quirk, and Hohenheim brings bags for her from the hospital. She's a different child every day, around an hour before and after their dinner time. It doesn't bother 𝐒𝐿ories, but sometimes she wonders, because how is the girl ever going to be able to accept herself when the world will refuse to do the same? It's the sort of quirk usually labeled as villainous. So, 𝐒𝐿ories worries and wonders, and plays with Himiko and gives her cuddles when she's moody or sad. And then one day, Himiko asks her if 𝐒𝐿ories is her new mama. What happened to your real mama? 𝐒𝐿ories kneels in front of the child, trying desperately to keep the shock from showing on her face. She's down below, Himiko replies, smiling with her pointed little teeth. But Papa says I'm not allowed to see her, because she's sick and she's never gonna get better. Down below. Ling is below. Mima is below. 𝐒𝐿ories bites her lip. Are they dead, Himiko? She asks softly, is that what you mean? Not dead. Himiko places her hand in 𝐒𝐿ories' own. I can show you. The hallways are dark, the stairwell cold. The air inside the basement is clammy, like all underground spaces. They're not supposed to be here. It's a laboratory of sorts, the kind she might expect to see in a comic book. There's a set of sharp tools, laid out on a silver tray. Himiko pulls at her wrist. It's this way, she whispers. We can look, but we can't get too close. Mama is sick. 𝐒𝐿 swallows, fear roiling in her gut. She grips the little girl's hand tightly in her own. Suddenly, the world feels a lot darker, and so much vaster than she'd ever imagined it to be. How much does she really know about Hohenheim? Past the laboratory is another room, and then a corridor. It's a maze, and she finds herself stumbling, lost, trusting a 9-year-old child to guide her. It's starting to look like an extension of the hospital, with bright lights along the ceiling, spotless white walls and squeaky linoleum tiles. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 isn't afraid, though 𝐒𝐿 doesn't take much comfort in that. She knows firsthand how easy it is to become used to terrible things. They come to a door. The lights in the hallways are bright, but somehow the darkness of the underground still seeps through. The door is painted pale blue, a sheet of plain paper taped to the panels with the word Ling written in a child's hand. Ling. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 knocks at the door with her tiny fist. 𝐒𝐿 takes a nervous step backwards. Ling, are you there? I'm coming. The voice is young, and when the door slides open 𝐒𝐿 finds herself staring down at a boy. He's older than 𝐒𝐽𝐽, maybe 12 or 13 years old, with dark eyes and thick black hair. Who are you? He tilts his head curiously. 𝐒𝐽𝐽. His words are guarded as he glances down at their joined hands. Who is she? She's new, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 says, before looking up at 𝐒𝐿. Can you be my mema? 'Cause mine isn't good anymore. 𝐒𝐿's SCKS in a sharp breath. 𝐒𝐽𝐽's golden eyes are wide and guileless. She doesn't understand just how sad her words are. You have a mema, 𝐒𝐽𝐽. The boy, Ling, 𝐒𝐿 guesses, crouches down in front of the small child. He looks upset. She's still your mama even though she's sick. You've got to stop listening to him, remember? I told you. 𝐒𝐿 feels like she's intruding. But Papa said, no, he's wrong. Don't you trust me, kiddo? 𝐒𝐽𝐽 lets go of 𝐒𝐿's hand and throws herself into the young boy's arms. I do trust you, she mumbles into his shoulder. Ling's eyes are wet. 𝐒𝐿 kneels beside them. What's going on? She asks gently. You won't get it, his voice cracks. You're not even lust yet. 𝐒𝐿 doesn't understand. There's something going on here, something far beyond anything Hohenheim has told her. I can help, she tries, because she's the oldest here. She's supposed to be an adult. She's shivering from the quiet terror in their fragile words that seems to seep into her very soul, but she straightens her back and reaches out towards the children. I can help you, please, can you? The words are cutting, his eyes sharper than she's ever seen on a kid before. You're quirkless, I bet. Is anyone even gonna believe you? Believe me about what? She doesn't mean to snap, but she can't shake the feeling of wrong. Hohenheim, is he hurting you? She can't imagine it. He wouldn't, would he? They're children. Ling laughs bitterly, tears spilling over his lower lashes. You don't know anything, lady. Don't cry. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 reaches up, patting the boy's cheek. Please, Ling, don't cry, she sniffles, her lower lip quivering. 𝐒𝐿 moves without thinking, her arms coming up and around the two sobbing children. They stiffen, but then they're clinging to her, and crying, frightened little wails that tug at her heartstrings. What have you done? Her thoughts are muddied with despair. What have you done to them, Hohenheim? I can show you. Ling's words are muffled against her cardigan. I can show you, and you said you can help us. I don't know, 𝐒𝐿 thinks desperately. I don't know. But she nods. I can try, she whispers, fear pulsing through her veins as she presses closer to the children. I promise, I'll help you. Ling stifles a sob, rocking backwards and blinking up at her with wide, frightened eyes. You mean it? He asks hoarsely. You don't even know me. You're a kid, 𝐒𝐿 gives him a shaky smile. And you're scared. You think I can just stand around and do nothing? Ling stares. You sound like a hero. I don't have to be a hero to be a good person. Is that what you think you are? Ling laughs shakily. I really hope you stay that way, lust. My name is 𝐒𝐿. For now, Ling agrees. But not forever. She doesn't understand, and she says as much. You will, the boy promises. Soon. It won't be long now. They lead her down another corridor, just as hospital-like and clinical as the last. Each room has a number, the way it would if this were an actual hospital, but it still feels oppressive somehow. One of the rooms looks far more like a cell than the others. In place of a door, it has thick white bars from ceiling to floor, and a coded gate. 𝐒𝐿 can see a young boy inside, though she can immediately tell something is off. The boy is hunched over, gripping his stomach, his face screwed up in pain. Greed, is that you? A young voice asks tremulously. I'm hungry, Greed. Ling kneels beside the cell. Don't have anything with me, he says softly. Sorry, buddy. The voice, the child, begins to cry. I'm hungry, he sobs. I'm hungry, Greed. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 presses against 𝐒𝐿's leg, and the older girl hoists the child into her arms, taking a few steps back as she stares in horror. Ling glances up at her, a sad smile on his young face. It's gluttony's curse, he murmurs. He's always hungry, it's like he's starving, no matter how much we feed him. He's locked up. He has to be. Ling stands, glancing up at her. He'll eat anything. It's dangerous to let him out. He might. He breaks off, a dark scowl on his face. Hohenheim did this, he says sharply. Always experimenting, cutting us up, cause who's gonna miss us quirkless kids. But he was one of the lucky ones, you know. One of the survivors. Most don't survive the process. 𝐒𝐿 inhales sharply. The child in her arms shifts slightly, as though asking to be put down, but she tightens her grip. It's dangerous here. 𝐒𝐿. She asks breathlessly. Is she? No, Ling meets her eyes. She was born with her quirk. She's his biological kid. Still uses her for his stupid experiments, so I don't know how much good it's done her. 𝐒𝐿 feels sick. She'd never once doubted that Hohenheim was the girl's father, for all that they look alike. He takes a knife to his own daughter. There's more. The boy turns, trudging further down the corridor, and 𝐒𝐿 follows. 2 doors down, Ling begins to key in the access code to one of the rooms. 𝐒𝐿 peers in through the small window on the door and sees that in this room, another child is held. They're even younger than Gluttony, with wide, violet eyes and dark hair. Ling pauses to look up at her. Akui Curtis, he whispers. I don't think they like their new name. It's envy, though. If Hohenheim's around, you should probably call them that. Why are they locked in? 𝐒𝐿 asks, hesitantly. Ling's expression darkens. They tried to go home, he tells her. Hohenheim didn't like it. They're locked in until they can learn not to run. 𝐒𝐿 sets 𝐒𝐿 gently down. So they're not dangerous. Ling hesitates. No, he says finally. Not here, they're not. That's enough for 𝐒𝐿. As the door finally makes a buzzing noise, the lock lighting up green, she reaches out to turn the handle. The door swings open and a terrified child falls into her arms. Lust, they sob, trembling as she cradles them. Lust, you're here. Yeah, she croaks. She's not Lust. She's not, but to these kids maybe that's someone they need her to be. I'm here. It's gonna be okay. There are footsteps, reverberating against the stone floor, and they all stiffen. 𝐒𝐿 pushes herself in front of the children. Ling pushes back, stepping up beside her as a shadow falls over them. What's going on here? Hohenheim. Stay back. 𝐒𝐿 is shaking as she clenches her fists. She can taste her own anger in the air, taste the proof of his cruelty, because who but a villain would force a child to live in a single underground room as punishment for trying to go home? The man pauses at the threshold, his golden eyes narrowing as he surveys the group. You brought 𝐒𝐿 down here. She told me her mama was here. The words are rushed. Every breath she takes is erratic, panicked. Hohenheim stares at her. You're angry, he says quietly. Do you think this is my fault, 𝐒𝐿? Ling bristles beside her, opening his mouth to speak, but she puts a heavy hand on his shoulder and he deflates. Should I not? She asks lowly. Because from where I'm standing, Hohenheim, you're looking a lot like a villain. A villain, he repeats, his voice sharp. Yes. There's an odd tension in the air. She doesn't doubt he has the upper hand. The children are in no position to fight him, and neither is she. They're trapped, and if the man wanted he could lock them all up down here. But he doesn't. That much is clear. He wants them on his side, or at least, he wants 𝐒𝐿ories on his side. Children are moldable. If this becomes their normal, they'll have no real reason to question it. He must understand, then, why he can't take that route with 𝐒𝐿ories. He hadn't wanted her to come down here. He hadn't wanted her to know, because a child who doesn't know how they're supposed to be treated is one thing, but 𝐒𝐿ories isn't a child. This is wrong, she emphasizes. I think it's wrong, and if you want me to stay here with you willingly, you have to stop. Kids shouldn't be down here. They have to be able to live in the light, 𝐿𝐿oheim. The attempt at manipulation is clumsy, and she's sure 𝐿𝐿oheim sees it for exactly what it is, but that doesn't necessarily make it ineffective, and that's what she's banking on. Where else would you go? 𝐿𝐿oheim takes a step forward. You'll be sent to the institute if you leave, 𝐒𝐿ories. The only reason you were released is because I took you under my custody. I'll go back, she says softly. If I have to. To save them. And if I don't allow that. He steps forward again, until they are but a meter apart. You'll have to chain me, she whispers, shivering at the ice in his gaze. You wanted me here for a reason, right? I won't cooperate. I won't help you. You'll be alone. I'm not alone, 𝐿𝐿oheim looks at her pointedly. We're here because we're scared, you know that's not the same. 𝐿𝐿oheim doesn't respond. Ling, he addresses the boy beside her, take the children upstairs for me, please. Ling stiffens. And leave her alone with you. Do what he says, 𝐒𝐿ories says softly. Take them away from here. Get them away, at least a little bit. Help them. Are you serious? The boy stares at her. You can't be. He just threatened you, I know, she glares sharply at him. If you don't want to do what he tells you to, then at least do what I say, Ling. Please. She can see the way 𝐿𝐿oheim's gaze becomes assessing, as Ling nods meekly, leading the other children from the cold, clinical basement. I can control the boy. He listens to me. He'll do what I say. She stares straight ahead at the man. And you want that, don't you, 𝐿𝐿oheim? Come with me, 𝐿𝐿oheim brushes past her, continuing along the rows of rooms, towards another door at the far end of the room. Another room, she realizes, as he pushes it open. Bigger than the others, with a bed and a small washbasin and toilet tucked around a curtain half hanging open. There's a small shelf of books on one end of the room and a television set on the other, and a few decorations hanging on the walls. It's more lived in, she thinks. More permanent. But despite this, it feels worse somehow. More oppressive. Sadder. It reminds her of the small, padded cell she lived in during her stay at the psychiatric hospital. There's a woman lying on the bed, lithe and frail, with bedraggled blonde locks and small features. She looks like she might have been appealing, once, a long time ago. She isn't appealing anymore though, just sad. 𝐒𝐿ories gives a small sob. What have you done to her? She whispers. How could you? This wasn't me, 𝐿𝐿oheim tells her quietly, and some of the sadness is reflected in his own tone. This is Himiko's mother, 𝐒𝐿ories. She was hurt. Badly. Taken apart, and put back together wrong. Aratani has lost the capability to take care of herself. I looked for ways to heal her, but there's nothing to be done. He sounds angry, frustrated, at himself, maybe. At the world. 𝐒𝐿ories thinks that in his own way, perhaps he loved this woman. If that's true, 𝐒𝐿ories replies emptily. Then this is even more unforgivable. 𝐿𝐿oheim shrugs. She has done worse things, he says. She gave my son away. Gave him away. To her father, 𝐿�oheim's eyes are shadowed. He would be 8, now. I don't even know what he looks like. He's likely better off for it, 𝐒𝐿ories thinks darkly. That isn't what she says though. I want your world, she murmurs to him. The way you described it. Not whatever this is. 𝐿�oheim gives her a brief smile, but it doesn't reach his eyes. This is necessary. You'll see, one day. I cannot let gluttony roam free, for all our sakes, but I will refrain from using the underground rooms for the children. As for Aratani, he pauses, his eyes flitting towards the corpse of a woman. She is vital. She always has been. Remember, 𝐒𝐿ories. Some sacrifices are necessary. She is one of them. What is one person for a new world, child? You knew this path would be rotten, and yet you still chose it. Are you having second thoughts? 𝐒𝐿ories has always lived in the grey. She's never truly cared, not until Hohenheim. Her whole life has been a series of misfortunes, of abuse, and now she's been given a chance to fix it, to fix the world, to stack the deck. Hohenheim is mad, but is also brilliant. He's a visionary, forever looking ahead to a future he believes to be bright. It's all too easy for 𝐒𝐿ories to do the same. She truly believes he can do it, and that's the most frightening part of all. If he can do it, if he does do it, then no amount of sacrifice is too much. You've hurt her, 𝐒𝐿ories states, softly. Haven't you? Hohenheim's smile dips a little. I've already told you what happened to her, child. She's a wreck. This is hurting her, and you've done more. Those scars look self-inflicted, but I bet they aren't. And what makes you think that? Everything, her thoughts whisper. Everything you are. Everything you ever have been. She knows it was him, because it's too convenient. What's her quirk? 𝐒𝐿ories asks instead. Why is she here? Smart girl, Hohenheim praises. There's self-loathing in his eyes, but the recognition does nothing but sicken her. If he knows what he's doing is wrong, then this is all much, much worse. It's very similar to Himiko's, in that she requires the BLD of another to copy both body and quirk. Of course, my daughter cannot copy quirks. She is weaker than her mother, though that will be rectified in time. 𝐒𝐿ories clenches her first, shuddering in disgust and sallow fear. His words are clinical, detached, as though he isn't speaking of experimenting on his own daughter, as though he's standing with his back to reality. 𝐒𝐿ories searches his face, trying to detect traces of his previous pain and finds nothing but a blank slate. Perhaps, he's hiding it from himself. Did you love her? She finds herself asking, out of curiosity mostly. The woman lying on the cot doesn't so much as twitch at the question. Are you listening? 𝐒𝐿ories wonders, Aratani. I believe so, Hohenheim says. Perhaps another might disagree. But then, we all have different definitions of love. You've hurt her. I took what I needed from her, the man concedes. But I wasn't so cruel as to cast her out. That isn't the world I wish to create, 𝐒𝐿ories. The strong should not step over the weak, but raise them up by their side. But she wasn't weak before, was she? Aratani has been broken. She's an empty shell. Hohenheim has broken her. 𝐒𝐿ories has no choice. She has to stay, because Hohenheim is breaking people, and she has to stop it, to temper the choices he's making, because she wants what he wants, and maybe, some of the destruction can be mitigated. Tell me again, 𝐒𝐿ories whispers pathetically. What is the world you're looking to make? A world without discrimination, Hohenheim replies, his lips curving a little into a semblance of a smile. That's the most important thing, I believe. It's the reason most terrible things are done, after all. A world without the monster half the world lives in fear of. A world without anything to fear. Wouldn't it be good, 𝐒𝐿ories, not to feel afraid anymore? 𝐒𝐿ories feels afraid all the time. Somehow, she thinks Hohenheim understands what that's like, perhaps more than he'd be willing to admit. How many people will die? She asks, softly, not out of fear or even disgust, but because she needs to know. She needs to know how far he is willing to go, so she can understand how far she must be able to go. That new world. It sounds like paradise. As many as it takes, Hohenheim answers. I will drench my own hands in BLD. There is nothing I won't do for my goals. Just imagine what the world would be like without evil. Without him, his tone turns to disgust, and 𝐒𝐿ories wonders just who he is talking about. Perhaps the nameless monster. 𝐒𝐿ories wouldn't know. There's no sacrifice too weighted for a prize like that. It's appealing. It will be appealing. 𝐒𝐿ories looks at her own hands. How red will they become? What if I can't? she says softly. What if I can't do the same? I'm afraid, Hohenheim-san, I don't want to hurt anyone. I'll teach you, Hohenheim promises. I can teach you how to make sacrifices. And that is the fork in her path. 𝐒𝐿ories takes the road less trodden. Let me help her, 𝐒𝐿ories whispers. Please. Hohenheim eventually concedes. For you, he says. I'll allow it. 𝐒𝐿ories thinks that perhaps Aratani had loved Hohenheim. She can understand why the woman might have loved such a terrible man. Perhaps Aratani had believed in his vision too. 𝐒𝐿ories takes her to one of the manor's many bathrooms and helps her wash her hair. The woman is frail and thin, and 𝐒𝐿ories can count her ribs. She wonders if this is the price. If these people are the price of the new world. Of Hohenheim's world. You're kind, Aratani whispers, rocking back and forth, eyes roving wildly across the room. So kind. What's your name? 𝐒𝐿ories murmurs just as quietly as she helps the older woman towel off. Your family name, I mean. You must have one. Aratani's eyes widen, and there's a sudden clarity there as she reaches out, grasping 𝐒𝐿ories' wrists. My son, she rasps, is he, his okay? Is my son, I don't know your son, 𝐒𝐿ories whispers. But if you can tell me his name, I can find him for you, but she's already shaking her head. No, 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 don't bring him here. This place is bad. It's bad, don't. Just, okay, 𝐒𝐿ories holds the shaking woman. Okay, I won't. I'm sorry. Aratani Minoma. 𝐒𝐿ories blinks. That's your name, isn't it? What about his? It's mine, Aratani trembles. Mine, shush, 𝐒𝐿ories feels like crying. Sure, it's okay, Aratani. You know, I really like your name. It's so pretty. Aratani hums. Happily. When we're done here, 𝐒𝐿ories whispers. Perhaps I can bring your daughter to see you. She misses you. She speaks simply, though she knows that Aratani's problem is not that she doesn't understand, but that she cannot cope. Aratani looks at her, and her gaze is the clearest 𝐒𝐿ories has ever seen. She looks like him, she says quietly. It isn't safe. I'll hurt her. Okay, 𝐒𝐿ories says, holding back her tears. She has to learn. She has to learn how to make sacrifices. Okay. The first lesson begins with a man. He's tall, with a shock of violet hair and fear in his dark eyes. He's bound and gagged. He's writhing, desperate, afraid. Do you remember him? Hohenheim whispers, taking 𝐒𝐿ories' hand into his own. Shinsu-san. She chokes, half frozen with shock. What? Why? Hohenheim-san, why is he here? Nokuhara's defense lawyer. Appointed by the state. Has a wife and child. Tired eyes, and did he even want to be there? 𝐒𝐿ories remembers. He is the reason you're in this position, Hohenheim says gently. Or have you forgotten? Nokuhara is the reason I'm in this position, she stares at him blankly. I wouldn't forget something like that. Nokuhara is free because of this man. Hohenheim pulls her closer, towards the trembling figure. He was just doing his job, she whispers weakly. It wasn't his fault. People have a lot more agency over their lives than you give them credit for, 𝐒𝐿ories. Hohenheim takes a knife from his coat pocket, unsheathing the blade. The silver glimmers wicked sharp. This is a man who has shown willingness to turn a blind eye to the corruption within the system. He has no place in our new world. He pinches the blade between his thumb and fingers, offering the hilt to 𝐒𝐿ories. Take it, child. She backs away. No, she gasps shakily. He has a wife. He has a son, a little boy, please, his wife is dead, Hohenheim says flatly. She'd muzzled their child. I thought it best to dispose of her. Dispose of her, she's human, she isn't, but, muzzled. 𝐒𝐿ories whispers, horrified. And she stares at the man shivering against cold, stone tiles. Men like this, Hohenheim's lip curls. Don't belong in the new world, 𝐒𝐿ories. He sounds just a little like he's talking about himself, as well. She takes the knife. The boy, she asks dully. Where is he? The police likely have the child by now. So he's safe, 𝐒𝐱 closes her eyes. That little boy is safe, at least. The man before her has seen their faces. He can't be allowed to live. She should, 𝐒𝐱. Hohenheim reaches out and steadies her shaking hand. We'll do it together. Together, they draw a bloody line across the monster's throat. The second lesson is of her own making. She should have learned by now that nothing good comes of walking alone at night. She'd never considered, though, that she might run into him. Jean stands stock still in the moonlight. His eyes are wide with shock, his mouth agape, and he reaches for her. Stay away, she warns, and he flinches back. She has to learn to make sacrifices. 𝐒𝐱, he breathes. We thought you were dead. She thinks, the person you knew is dead. I wasn't, she says stiffly. They locked me up. Did you know? He falters, yes, but you disappeared. Well, I wasn't going to stay there. He stares at her with a peculiar expression. How did you get out? I can't tell you. 𝐒𝐱, no. She cries, and the sound shatters the quiet calm of the night air. You never came. You never visited. You just left me to rot, so I had to find my own way out. You don't get to know. You don't get to know anything. Her chest is heaving, and there are tears running down her face. Jean's expression twists. I couldn't, he whispers, and she can see the pain there. I wanted to. I tried to, but they wouldn't let me. Please understand, you should have tried harder, she chokes out, because she'd loved him and he'd left her. How hard had he fought for her? Had he fought at all? That's not fair. Fair, she spits. Life's not fair. Or maybe it is, for you, with your perfect quirk. Well, now you know what it's like for the rest of us. Jean looks shaken. He's staring at her like she's a stranger. She is. She should be. This is her sacrifice. He opens his mouth, and she braces herself for the rebuke, for the harsh words she's sure will come. Are you in trouble? He asks her, and his voice is urgent. You can tell me. I can help you. Please let me. Why? Why is he doing this? He seems emboldened by her shocked stupor, taking a step towards her. Corey's been looking for you, he says softly. She never stopped. Not even once. Not even when, his voice cracks and he winces. When I gave up. She never did, 𝐒𝐱. She knows people. People who might be able to help. I can give you her number. Wait, 𝐒𝐱 says shakily. Wait, Jean, he's already scribbling on a notepad he's pulled from his trouser pocket. Just, if you need it. I don't think it's law enforcement if that's what you're worried about. She knows some pretty shady people, but maybe they can help you be safe. He holds out the paper, folded messily. Please, just take it. He sounds so desperate. I don't have a phone, she chokes out. They took it away, and I never got a new one. Then take mine, he strides forward, and this time she doesn't back away. The paper and phone are pressed into her hands, and he holds them in his own, squeezing gently. They won't be able to trace the calls back to you that way, if anyone even bothers to look. It's probably better, honestly. Why are you doing this? She whispers. I don't understand. Because I love you, he says quietly. And I thought you were dead. Because I gave up on you, and I shouldn't have. He doesn't know who he's saying this to. He's holding the hands of a murderer, and he doesn't know. I've done bad things, she sobs. You've got to let me go, Jean. I've done bad things. He steps back, but the kindness in his eyes lingers. That's okay, he says softly. You're a good person, 𝐒𝐱. You wouldn't do anything bad unless you had to. I trust you. He turns, walking away. She whispers goodbye, sure he can't hear her, but he probably understands, regardless. They can't meet again. This is it. She's alone, now more than ever. She can never go back, after all. You promised to help, Ling whispers, one day, so softly she has to strain to hear him. You promised. They're alone, sitting side by side in the stone garden at the front of the house. What do you need help with? She murmurs, just as quietly. His eyes are wide and frightened. It's getting worse. He keeps hurting her, and she's so little. I don't know what to do. He doesn't think it's wrong, 'cause we're his, but I can't watch him hurt her anymore. 𝐒𝐿ories knows she has to learn to make sacrifices. She knows that to Hohenheim, that's what his child has become. A sacrifice, to satisfy his curiosity, to further his research. 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐾 isn't an acceptable sacrifice though, not to 𝐒𝐿ories. No child should be. I might know someone who can help, she says, closing her fingers around the phone Jean had given her. She might be able to get her out. Ling's mouth twists slightly. Can I go too? You'll be leaving 𝐴𝐼. But it hurts. Ling lets out a shaky breath, and she remembers for a moment that he's only 13. It hurts, and the old man keeps prodding and poking, and I can't. He breaks off, scrubbing at his face. I want to leave. 𝐴𝐼 won't want to leave. They like it here, and they like Hohenheim, but that's not fair, because I don't. He's right. Somehow, yelling at a kid about the unfairness of life feels inherently wrong. Besides, if there were a child to understand, it would be Ling. He's asking her to be an adult. He's asking her for help, because he's just a kid. It's okay, she draws him into a hug. It's okay, I'll get you out too. I promise. Even if this falls through, I'll find another way, okay? I'll find a way to get you both out of here. Ling shakes and grips her shirt, and he's so small. Sometimes, she forgets that. Her heart clenches. This isn't okay. I'll make it okay, she thinks. I'll make this okay. That night, she calls Kaori. It takes 2 weeks. 2 weeks of planning, of secrets and handwritten notes. 𝐒𝐽𝐽𝐾 isn't told. Ling is restless, and 𝐒𝐿ories worries he might tip Hohenheim off, but the man remains oblivious. You could come with us, Ling begs her. Please, 𝐒𝐿ories, come with us. Someone has to look after 𝐴𝐼, she reminds him. Ling makes a face. They're going to grow up bad, he tells her. You can't know that, she says softly. Ling, I do know, he says, staring up at her with exhausted brown eyes. He looks older. He looks like he's lived a long life, only to discover it wasn't the end. You'll find out soon, and when you do you'll probably turn bad too, and he's crying, silently shaking with suppressed sobs, but when she reaches for him he resists, stumbling backwards. Don't, he begs. Don't, I don't want you to change, 𝐒𝐿ories. Please. I'm not going to, she promises. Ling, I swear, I won't, it's greed, he snaps, voice suddenly sharp. Don't you get it? She stares, wide-eyed. You're going to change, and when you do we're going to be enemies, he says tremulously. Unless you come with us. I can't do that. I know, his smile is watery. Thanks, 𝐒𝐿ories. For what? For everything. The house is silent. 𝐒𝐿ories dropped some Valium in Hohenheim's coffee earlier, and he fell asleep in his desk chair. She hopes he doesn't notice. It wasn't much, but he'll be suspicious, no doubt, when he wakes up and 2 of his children are missing. Kaori is taciturn as they load the kids and their bags into the car. Her eyes are wet, but her mouth is pressed into a hard line. 𝐒𝐿ories, she finally whispers, when they are alone on the pavement. Don't tell anyone where I am, 𝐒𝐿ories says quickly. Not even Jean, if he asks. This place, it's bad, Kaori finishes. I'm smuggling 2 young children away from here in the dead of night, I kind of figured you know. Are they going to be okay? 𝐒𝐿ories asks quietly. Kaori hesitates. I don't know, her voice trembles a little. 𝐒𝐿ories, if I took them to the heroes, I could probably guarantee that, but you can't, 𝐒𝐿ories is insistent. He'll find them, just like he found me. You can't. The other girl exhales shakily. Have you ever heard the saying better the devil you know than the devil you don't? Not this devil, 𝐒𝐿ories replies. I don't know if there's anyone worse. Then come with us, her friend chokes out. Why would you? Because, 𝐒𝐿ories interrupts severely. There's also nobody better. You'll see, Kaori. Look out for me, all right? You'll see in time. Kaori's mouth opens, but no words come out. She throws her arms around 𝐒𝐿ories, gasping. Be careful. You have to knock me out, 𝐿𝐼𝐳 reminds her when she pulls back. Make it look like I fought Ling and lost. The look she gets is skeptical. I'm still not sure a 13-year-old would feasibly be able to knock you out. He has a hardening quirk. Kaori sighs, leading 𝐿𝐼𝐳 to the edge of the grass. I'll be gentle, she tells her. Please don't. Kaori guides 𝐿𝐼𝐳's head down, pressing a kiss to the side of her temple. Forgive me. There's nothing to forgive, 𝐿𝐼𝐳 reaches out and squeezes her shoulders. We don't have much time. Kaori's lips tremble. Goodbye, 𝐿𝐼𝐳. 𝐿𝐼𝐳 closes her eyes. There's a blinding pain, and then, nothing. The third lesson is also her last. Nokohara stares at her, bound and gagged. His eyes are wide with terror. Good, she thinks. Hohenheim presents her with a knife. It's the same one they used to slit Shinsu's throat. I have a gift for you, he tells her. Once we're done here. He doesn't deserve a merciful death, 𝐿𝐼𝐳 says softly. Nokohara thrashes on the ground, whimpering pathetically. He doesn't. Hohenheim's smile is oddly sad. What do you propose then, 𝐿𝐼𝐳? She takes a measured breath, closing her eyes. I'm lust, aren't I? Yes, Hohenheim replies slowly. Do you know what that means? Greed seems to think that I'm going to become bad. Hohenheim's lip curls. At the mention of the boy. He has a child's view of the world, then. I want Nokohara to hurt, 𝐿𝐼𝐳 whispers. Before he dies. I want to be able to hurt him, but I don't know if I can. I'm scared. Hohenheim seems to understand what she's asking. If that's what you really want, he replies, his brows furrowed in clear concern. It's dangerous. It's going to hurt. You may not survive the process. I want to try, she all but begs, and the man folds. 𝐿𝐼𝐳 learns the measure of true sacrifice. She learns what it means to sacrifice herself for a cause greater than anything she could hope to be. It does hurt. It feels as though she's being ripped apart, as though every cell of her body has been bled dry and born again. But she wakes as lust, and she remembers. She holds the knife against Nokohara's cheekbone. She says, smiling wickedly. I am going to make sure this hurts. And she does. Years later, she meets Ling again, at a park far too close to the manor to comfort. They meet as equals, as greed and lust, and she remembers what he was like when he was small and 13 and frightened. She sees the way he holds the little blonde boy, Ayakov's nephew. He should hate the child, for what the boy stands for. A powerful quirk user, a child who was handed everything but is squandering it in his grief. Ling shows no such hate, though. Instead he seems to care, in a way he'd never cared for Akui. He treats little Edward Elric the way he treated Himiko. Lust feels the sharp sting of resentment deep within her chest. She buries it, because that is undoubtedly what Ling has decided to do. When did he become so good? She remembers what it was like to be a good person. She remembers how she swore to protect him. 𝐿𝐼𝐳 was good. Lust isn't, but maybe she can try to be. Mum is holding Izuku's hand very tightly. She's smiling, but there's a tremble to her lips, and her eyes are watering. Izuku is dressed in his best coat and shoes. Mum is too, but she's bringing her larger handbag, and Izuku is pretty sure he saw her slip the kitchen knives inside it when she thought he wasn't looking. She's never done that before, but she's scared. Izuku feels almost guilty, because if he weren't quirkless none of this would be happening. She wouldn't be so afraid, but he also knows how upset she'd be if he told her this, so he stomps down on the feeling and buries it. There's a pro-hero scooting them today. Izuku had heard Mum on the phone last night, when he was supposed to be asleep. He's been sleeping in her room, ever since the incident. It's like she's afraid he'll disappear if she takes her eyes off him for just a second. She's always been like that, always been afraid of the bogeyman, come in from the streets to take away her precious son. None of the other parents seem so scared of such a thing, not like Izuku's mum often is, anyway. He's never really understood it, but Mum does always seem to be right about things, so he's never really questioned her. He understands, now that it's actually happened. Sometimes fear can be justified. Our 𝐒𝐻𝐈 will be here any minute, darling. Mum squeezes his hand, smiling gently down at him. It'll be a long train ride, So I've packed some snacks for you, okay? Did you bring your notebook? Izuku nods quickly. And a pen, he tells her. In case I think of anything else on the way. Don't worry, Mum. She reaches over, pushing his hair from his brow. You're such a good boy, Izuku. He beams brightly at the praise. Thanks, Mum. She opens her mouth to reply, but snaps it abruptly shut as the doorbell rings. She's tense, dropping Izuku's hand in favor of peering through the peephole. Izuku, honey, come here for a second. Izuku swallows nervously, stumbling forward a little. His mother smiles, but there's a deep crevice between her eyebrows, and her lips are pressed tightly together. She reaches out, pulling him up and into her arms. He's 11 now, and is pretty sure he's too big to be picked up like this. Mum's arms are shaking slightly, and her voice is strained as she says, "Why don't you take a look, darling, and tell me who you see?" Izuku braces his hands against the door to steady himself, before putting his own eye to the peephole. There's a man outside. His face is half covered by a mop of dark, scraggly hair. He's wearing a black t-shirt and jeans. Normal, civilian clothes, but then again, that makes sense, considering they're supposed to be keeping a low profile. There's an odd-looking white scarf wrapped several times around his shoulders, except Izuku knows it's not really a scarf. He doesn't know the proper name for it, but he does know who uses it. Izuku chokes back a shriek. Mum's arms tighten around him, and she doesn't let him go even as she lowers him to the floor. Who is he? She demands, panic clear in her green eyes as she clutches at his shoulders. Is he a hero, sweetie? He hasn't been in any of the hero rankings. He is. Izuku nods his head emphatically, an odd sort of excitement flooding through him. He is a hero. But he's underground, so you wouldn't know him. This is so cool. He's the one I was telling you about, Mum. He fights practically quirkless. His mother relaxes, the tightness dissipating as she takes a shaky breath. Oh, thank goodness, she breathes. What did you say his name was, darling? Eraserhead, Izuku beams. I get to meet Eraserhead. The train ride to the agency is long. The ticket man thought they were all a family, and gave them a discount. He must have thought Eraserhead was Izuku's dad or something, which is weird. Izuku doesn't remember having a dad, but he knows that at some point he did, and that at some point his father died, leaving Izuku and his mother alone. Eraserhead is really cool. He tells Izuku to call him Aizawa, because they're supposed to be inconspicuous right now, and Eraserhead is pretty obviously a code name, but he also answers all of Izuku's questions and seems interested in his hero analysis notebook. I have a friend who's going to be very impressed by this, Aizawa says seriously, the detective I'm taking you to see. You should show this to him. You really think so? Izuku whispers, disbelieving. His analysis isn't impressive. It's weird and stalkish, and for Dekus. Kaken hates it, and if Izuku was a good friend he'd stop, but he likes it too much for that. Sometimes, he kind of understands why Kaken is so mean. You don't think it's creepy? Mum startles beside him. Oh, Izuku. She puts her hand over his own, and he glances up to see her eyes wide with something akin to shock. Who told you that, honey? Nobody, Izuku says quickly, because if Mum found out it was Kaken, she'd probably cry. Well, this girl at school did once, but I can't remember her name. Izuku is good at lying. He'd read somewhere that telling half-truths is easier than telling outright lies. He keeps his breathing normal and his hands still. He tells himself that he believes his own fibs. Sometimes it works. Oh, his mother relaxes, taking his hand in her own. Well, that wasn't very nice of her, sweetheart. But you know, I think you're talented, and it sounds like Aizawa-san thinks the same. She glances quickly towards the man, who gives Izuku a short nod. It was just the one girl, right? And she hadn't said anything else to you? Izuku shakes his head. Well, try not to let it get to you, darling, Mum says kindly. In the grand scheme of things, the opinion of one person doesn't mean much. Mum is just trying to help. She doesn't know Izuku is lying. She has no way of knowing her words are painful. It's not her fault he hasn't told her the truth, after all. Because the thing is, it's not just one person's opinion. Everyone thinks Izuku is creepy and weird and a Deku. Yeah, Izuku agrees brightly. I guess you're right, Mum. He almost misses the way Aizawa's eyes narrow slightly, the bored expression sliding off his face for the briefest moment. Almost. He knows something is wrong. Izuku bites his lip and pretends not to care. Night Eye's agency is a large, grey building. It doesn't stand out particularly amongst the other large, grey buildings in the area, but Izuku supposes that's probably the point. He swallows nervously, tugging on his mother's sleeve. Mum, he hisses. You didn't tell me we were going to Night Eye's agency. He was All Might's sidekick. Aizawa coughs kind of loudly, but when Izuku turns to ask if he's okay, the man shrugs dismissively. Izuku can see the corner of his mouth twitching. Well, strictly speaking, darling, I don't think we'll actually be seeing Night Eye himself. Just an associate of his. I can organize a short meeting for you, Aizawa says in a neutral tone as they near the glass doors. Once we've sorted this mess out. I'm sure Sir Night Eye would be happy to meet a fan of his. Oh, Izuku pauses. You don't think he'll mind that I'm more of an All Might fan, do you? I mean, I really like Night Eye, and his quirk sounds so cool. Even though there isn't a whole lot about it in the public database, the applications of being able to tell the future are. He cuts himself off, remembering that people don't really like it when he rambles. It doesn't really matter. Aizawa doesn't look irritated though. If anything, he seems amused as he says dryly. I think you'll get along just fine, kid. They step into the lobby. It's spacious and clean, but it doesn't really look like Izuku had imagined a hero agency might look, and he can't help but deflate a little. Aizawa leads them up a flight of stairs and along a wide corridor. The walls are tall, and Izuku has to crane his neck to take everything in. They stop in front of a door that's just as oversized as the rest of the building. Aizawa pauses then, turning to look down at Izuku. You ready, kid? Izuku swallows. He turns back to his mother, who smiles at him encouragingly. It'll be okay, sweetie, she says, reaching out and squeezing his hand. Are you sure you don't want me in there with you? Izuku shakes his head quickly. I'll be okay. Mum had cried when he'd told her what happened. She'd composed herself pretty quickly, but Izuku doesn't want her to have to go through that again. It was almost unbearable to see her cry. The corners of her eyes crinkle with worry, and her smile wobbles a bit. Are you sure, darling? I'm sure, Izuku replies, clutching at her hand for a second longer, before withdrawing, taking a step towards the door. I'm ready, he tells Aizawa, smiling as brightly as he can. The man nods firmly, though something in his expression seems softer somehow. All right, kid. He raises his hand, rapping his fist against the solid wood 3 times. There are rapid footsteps, before the door is flung open, revealing a tall man, with spectacles and bright green eyes. He's smiling widely, and Izuku can't help but smile tentatively back. Detective Hughes, Aizawa begins, with a wave of his hand. This is Izuku Midoriya, and his mother, Inko Midoriya. Well, hey there, the man stoops down, his grin a little lopsided as he says. I heard from Shouter here that you have something to show me. Yes, sir. Izuku tugs his backpack off, clutching it to his chest. It's all in here. Excellent. The man reaches out and ruffles his hair, before glancing up. Midoriya-san, I hope you don't mind me borrowing your son for a little bit. Unless you're staying. I want to do this by myself, Izuku interjects quickly. Mum presses her lips together tightly. She looks as though she's trying not to cry. Be good, she tells him softly. I'll pick you up when you're done, okay? Oh, I can bring him to you, Hughes says cheerfully. There's a room down the hall you can wait in until we're done. We've just installed a new coffee machine too, so feel free to help yourself. I know this one does. He jerks his head towards Aizawa, who gives the detective a dead-eyed stare. Izuku stifles a giggle. Hughes glances down at him, his eyes gleaming as he whispers. If you think he's grumpy now, you should see him before he's had his coffee. Aizawa glares, though there's a glint in his dark gaze that looks a little like amusement. Is that all then, detective? I've got it from here, Eraser. Could you let Night Eye know that I've finished the report he asked for? Of course. Mum crouches down in front of Izuku. I'll just be down the hall, she whispers tearfully. If you need me, I'll be here, okay? He'll be in safe hands, Midoriya-san, Hughes says gently. You have my word on that. She gives the man a watery smile. Thank you, detective. Izuku watches his mother walk away, Eraserhead by her side. His stomach turns a little, because what if she doesn't come back? What if he gets taken again? What if, hey buddy? There's a hand on his shoulder, and Izuku is maneuvered until he's facing the detective. Hughes gives him a gentle grin. We can call her back here, you know. You don't have to do this alone. Not that you'll be alone, but sometimes it can help to have a familiar face nearby. Izuku bites his lip. He wants his mother. He does, but he doesn't want her to cry. It's okay, he says determinedly. I can do this. He looks up at the man. I want to do this. I want to help. Hughes frowns lightly. All right, kid, he says, and though the jovial tone is gone, the softness in his eyes remains. Come in and find yourself a seat. We'll get to the bottom of all this. Izuku follows him inside, clenching his trembling hands around the straps of the backpack. Okay, Hughes smiles reassuringly. Let's see that analysis of yours. There's something not quite right about Izuku Midoriya. Mas leads him to an empty chair, pretending not to see the minute flinches or the fear in the kid's eyes. Midoriya hands over the papers with white knuckles and shallow breaths. It's not much, he stumbles over the words. I analyzed what I could remember, and I thought it might help. I'm sure it will, Mas takes it gently. It's a page and a half long, written in a child's shaky hand. He skims it at first, but finds himself doubling back over, scrutinizing the notes, and the more he reads, the more he finds it difficult to believe that an 11-year-old wrote this. But the mother, by her own admission, isn't the analytical sort, and the kid's father passed away when the boy was still in diapers. There's nothing there that Mas hasn't figured out himself, but the level of depth is impressive, almost on par with his own report, and Mas has an analysis quirk. Izuku Midoriya is quirkless. He's also only 11 years old. Mas clears his throat, and the child genius startles violently, looking rather heartbreakingly like a frightened animal as he bolts upright. I'm sorry, he stutters. I can take it back, and just. What? Midoriya continues apologizing, as though he expects to be reprimanded for his intelligence, as though he expects to be hurt, and that's too much for Mas. He pushes himself to his feet, rounding the table and getting to his knees in front of the kid. Hey, he reaches out cautiously. The child tracks his movements, and Mas wonders, half hysterically, if the kid thinks he's going to hit him. Mas would never, but the dark reality is that there are people out there who would. He's seen that kind of flinch before. He's seen it from Roy, from Riza, from so many of his loved ones that he's grown to loathe the kind of person who would harm a child. Children are defenseless. They are smaller than adults, more vulnerable. They can't fight back. They deserve to be protected, not abused. I'm not going to hurt you, he takes the boy's hand and squeezes it gently. I promise. Midoriya's green eyes are impossibly wide, his lips pressing tightly together. His breaths are coming in soft, 2 fast gasps, and Mas walks him through a few breathing exercises, his own stomach turning in barely suppressed anger. I'm sorry to have to ask this, Mas says quietly, when the boy's shuddering gasps have turned to something calmer, more manageable. But are you safe at home? The kid tilts his head, blinking a few times. I don't understand. Mas winces. Does your mother hurt you? He asks bluntly, and watches as the boy's eyes widen in horrified realization. No, he breathes. She doesn't. You have to believe me, she would never. She loves me, Hey, it's okay, Mas soothes. It's okay, buddy. If you say she doesn't, then I believe you. I just had to ask, because you seemed afraid of me just then, and it's my job to follow through with things like that, okay? Midoriya relaxes slowly. Okay, he whispers. Mas hums, great, he smiles at the kid. So your mum doesn't hurt you? That's good, kiddo. Is there anyone else who does? The kids at school, are they nice to you? The boy bites his lip. They don't like me very much, he admits, softly. Do they hurt you? Sometimes, Midoriya picks at his sweater. 𝐭𝐻𝐻 makes them stop sometimes, as sometimes he joins in. He doesn't like me very much at school. 𝐭𝐻𝐻. 𝐼𝐴 frowns, because there was another kid involved with the incident, wasn't there? Katsuki Bakugo, if he remembers correctly. At school. 𝐼𝐴 asks carefully. I'm allowed to be his friend when I go to his house, Midoriya announces proudly, as though it's something to be proud of. 𝐭𝐻𝐻 can make explosions. He's going to be a hero. He's the one who saved me from the villain. The pieces begin sliding into place. Was 𝐭𝐻𝐻 always mean to you? No. It's because I became a useless Deku. Because he was diagnosed as quirkless. Alright, 𝐼𝐴 smiles. Alright kid, you're doing great. Because this wasn't supposed to become an impromptu abuse investigation, but here they are anyway. I just need to know whether, do you have a question? The kid has his hand in the air. 𝐼𝐴 suppresses a laugh. Ask away, you don't need to raise your hand. Is 𝐭𝐻𝐻 going to get into trouble? 𝐼𝐴 hesitates. Do you want him to? No, Midoriya shakes his head emphatically. It's not his fault, he just doesn't understand. Everyone says he's so great all the time, and he is, but they say I'm not, and the teachers always let him use his quirk on me. The teachers let him use his quirk on me. The teachers. It makes horrible, awful sense. Your teachers, 𝐼𝐴 says slowly. Allow another child to hurt you. They give permission. Midoriya stiffens. Kid, don't tell my mum. Midoriya cries, drawing shaky breaths as he quivers. Please, she's so stressed and scared. The attack scared her, and I don't want her to be sad. I have to, 𝐼𝐴 tells him, feeling his own eyes prickle with tears. I'm sorry buddy, but your mum needs to know about this. Midoriya stares, wild-eyed. Please, he whispers. Please don't. I have to, 𝐼𝐴 reiterates. But I'm going to make this okay. You don't need to worry about anything, understand? I'll talk to your mum. We'll work something out so she doesn't need to be scared anymore. You'll really do that? I promise. Midoriya looks at him, then, his eyes almost unsettlingly bright, and 𝐼𝐴 can't help but feel as though he's being judged. He stays still, keeps his hands uncurled, and his posture open. The kid relaxes, stops shaking quite so much. Okay, he whispers. You can tell her. 𝐼𝐴 makes to stand, but the child reaches out, grasping his sleeve. Wait, he rasps. Can we wait, please? I want to show you something else. Aizawa-san said you had an analysis quirk, and I thought, maybe, you could say if it's any good. And oh yeah, the analysis. 𝐼𝐴, in his tide of fury, had honestly forgotten about that. It was exceptional, he tells Midoriya and watches as the child's mouth falls open. You're exceptional, kid. Your analysis skills are on par with my own. There's a brief pause as the kid gapes at him, and then a sudden flurry of movement as he twists in his chair, hanging half upside down over the armrest as he rummages through his backpack. 𝐼𝐴 grabs onto the chair as it starts to tip, his heart leaping into his throat. Please be careful, he rasps, because that was dangerous. The boy thoroughly ignores him, in favor of moving a notebook in his face. You work with Night Eye, right? I've analyzed his quirk a little bit, and maybe, if I'm close, he's not speaking in full sentences anymore, and 𝐼𝐴 can't help but wonder whether that's due to nervousness or something a little closer to passion. He takes the notebook carefully, before sitting back down at his desk. He blinks a little at the title, Hero Analysis for the Future. You want to be a hero? Midoriya flinches again. I know I'm quirkless, he whispers. Hey, 𝐼𝐴 interrupts, because the kid looks like he's about to cry again, and he doesn't know if he can stomach that. You know, coming here today was pretty heroic, don't sell yourself short, kiddo. The kid stares, poleaxed. What? You came all the way here to help us out. Quirk or no quirk, that seems like something a hero would do. Midoriya starts blinking rapidly. He pauses, his eyes brightening with something that looks a little like hope. Do you think that someone without a quirk could be a hero? 𝐼𝐴 has met a number of quirkless people. It's a side effect of the line of work he's in. Quirk discrimination is one of the main reasons people end up on the wrong side of the law, and yet, this is the first time he's ever been asked that question. Most without a quirk are lucky to get a job at all, and looking at the boy in front of him, just 11 years old, and clearly so clever, with so much untapped potential, that knowledge hurts. Maybe that's the reason Mars gives the answer he does. Listen, Mars says seriously. I can't give you a definitive answer to that. Becoming a pro is a tough path to take, and you need to understand, it's very dangerous. People die, and they die often. If you're asking whether a quirkless person has the capability to work as a pro hero, I think that's up to the individual. I definitely don't think it's impossible. The system will work against you though. It's wrong, but you'll need to be prepared for that. Throughout his soliloquy, he watches the kid's eyes widen, green eyes unsettlingly bright. He's struck, then, by the unsolicited thought that no matter what this boy does, the whole world will likely witness it happen. So, the kid swallows heavily, his hands quivering. So you're saying that the system itself is the obstacle. I'm not just useless. There's that word again. Useless. As though a child could ever be useless. Never, Mars says firmly, his heart clenching as he leans forward, taking the kid's tiny hand in his own. Never tell yourself you're useless. Never let anyone convince you of that, because you're not. I promise you're not. The system is wrong. What you're going to be facing is quirk discrimination, and a lot of it, but that is never, ever going to be your fault. Mars has witnessed firsthand the destruction brought by such corruption. He's seen lives ruined, people broken, beaten down until there's nothing left but spite and hate and burning anger. Izuku Midoriya has been broken, beaten down, hurt, by those who should have been raising him up, but when Mars looks at him he doesn't see spite. He doesn't see hatred, or burning anger. He sees raw determination, and when the kid utters the words, well, I'm gonna be a hero then, he sees a future worth hoping for. A future Mars wants to be a part of. Let me help you with that, kid. Did you know Sasaki has a new best friend? Roy leans against Mars' desk, sporting the biggest shit-eating grin he's ever seen. I heard you were the one who introduced them. The kid had been starstruck meeting Sir Nightai, but Mars privately thinks he'd been more enamored by Nightai's collection of limited edition All Might merch. He also suspects that, despite the song and dance Sasaki made over Midoriya's analysis skills, the man was actually won over by the kid's uncanny ability to imitate the #1 hero. The kid is brilliant, Mars replies. And an All Might fan. I just had to point him in the direction of Sasaki, and they were as thick as thieves. What have you created? Roy jokes. Mars knows he's joking, but, if we're lucky, one of the greatest heroes the world has ever seen. Roy blinks, and for a moment he doesn't speak. When he finally does, his tone is contemplative. He impressed you that much? Mars turns back to his desk, pulling out a stack of papers and handing them to his friend. Look at this and then tell me I'm wrong. Roy leafs through them with a stunned expression on his face. Mars, what is this? A full rundown of our quirks, exploitable weaknesses, takedown strategies, and new special moves to consider. This information is sensitive. Roy's knuckles are white. Mars. I know. What did you tell him? He's a kid now, but we have no idea what he'll become in the future. This is dangerous. Even if he doesn't do anything malicious with the knowledge, who's to say someone else won't exploit him? That's just the thing. Mars cuts him off. Everything I told him is publicly available knowledge. He'd only have had to check the quirk registry to find that out. Everything else there, that's all him. Holy SHD. Do you get it now? Mars asks. Roy, for his part, sinks into a chair, passing a hand over his face. What do we do? He says weakly, this is why you introduced him to Sasaki, isn't it? Mars is half bleeding heart, half stone-cold analyst. Sir Nightai is exactly the kind of man who would never let a child like that stray from the path of good. He wants to become a hero, Mars says quietly. You know, I don't think I've ever met anyone more determined than that kid. I doubt we have anything to worry about. A hero, here. Roy's gaze bores into him, his words suddenly caustic. And what happens if he decides he doesn't want to be a hero, Mars? What will you do then? Mars sometimes forgets how much his friend has been through. We're not like them, he steadies his voice, even as anger rears its ugly head, not at Roy, not for this, but at those who took his best friend and broke him, molding him into something they could use, turning him into a weapon. He'll always have a choice. All right, Roy's mouth is pressed into a thin line. I mean it, Mars pushes gently. They'll be moving to a safe house nearby, so we can keep an eye on things, but the kid'll go to a normal school. He'll have a normal education, but Roy, he's quirkless. Things are going to be tough for him wherever he ends up. At least he'll have connections in the hero industry, if he does choose that route. Roy exhales slowly. All right, he repeats. I'll believe you. Thanks, Mars clears his throat, hastily changing the subject, because the look in his friend's eyes is maybe a little too far away for comfort. I actually did need to talk to you though. Have you spoken with 𝐤𝐿 recently? Roy raises an eyebrow. Socially, or is this about the vigilante running rings around him? Try vigilante duo, Mars grins vindictively. He's going to be so mad he missed this. The call comes late at night. There's signs of a scuffle, Mars notes. There are coins scattered over the floor of the telephone booth, and whoever was here left the door wide open. The forensics team lifts fingerprints from the receiver and handle, but that's almost certainly a dead end. A child is unlikely to be registered on the system. The assailant might be, though he isn't holding out hope. How many people have the number to the main office? Night Eye's yellow gaze is sharp, but there's a wariness there that Mars himself wears at times. One person can only do so much, and they are both guilty of trying to shoulder the weight of the world. Did you keep track? Too many to pin down. There was a log at first, but it got buried under everything else, Mars replies, tiredly. Night Eye narrows his eyes. We'll keep looking. They'll have left something behind. There's always something. But will it be enough? Mars swallows heavily, taking a step away. He needs to breathe. A child. That scream, half muffled and wholly heartbreaking, had unmistakably come from a kid. The street lamps flicker, their orange glare dulling momentarily. Across the street, two figures move quietly by. If he'd blinked, he would have missed them. It looks an awful lot like they don't want to be noticed. He sprints at full pelt towards them. The taller of the two is a woman, with a head of long dark hair falling over her shoulders. The other is a child, surely. They are certainly small enough to be. The hood is pulled over their head, their face shadowed. A child. It was a child's scream. Stop! Mars shouts, as they hurry past. He reaches out, snagging the sleeve of the woman. Stop, I'm with the police, and then he stops in his tracks because he's seen that face before. Shadows fall over him, suffocating, too thick to breathe. He can't see anything. The chill curls around his limbs, and he can't help but stumble, crashing painfully to his knees. There are shouts and pounding footsteps behind him, but they stop just short of the swirling black smog. Mars. Are you in there? He tries to reply, but his tongue is pinned to the base of his mouth. Mars. The world clears, ever so slightly, and he gasps for breath, glancing wildly about. Nothing. There's nothing here. Mars groans, slamming his fist against the hard ground. They are gone. They are fin gone. Mars. Roy kneels beside him on the pavement, taking hold of his shoulders in a tight grip. What happened? That smoke, what was it? A quirk, Mars rasps. It was someone's quirk, and there was a kid there. You're wasting time. You have to go after them. Roy leaps into action immediately. I want 2 search teams. Cut off any exits if you can. We're looking for a child and someone using a shadow quirk. He barks out orders with a ferocity Mars would find alarming if he weren't used to it. He sits back on the cold stone tiles in stunned silence. A woman and child. A woman who should be dead, and a child cloaked in shadow. Nothing comes of the search in the end, but then again, Mars never expected anything more. As if they would ever be that lucky. He doesn't forget though. He wouldn't. 2 days later, the Belrose case is officially reopened. Ed doesn't hear from Ling for almost a full week. He doesn't know exactly what he'd been expecting, but it wasn't radio silence. It's enough to set him on edge, nerves taut and heart racing uncomfortably, but it also helps as a distraction, something else to occupy his thoughts beyond bloody treatments and Nina and all. A different, more welcome anxiety. It works well enough during the day. When he sleeps, Ed has night terrors. He wakes screaming, vision red and blurred. He always thinks it's BLD, at first, the wetness that fills his eyes, covering his cheeks and burning his skin. He doesn't realize he's crying until 𝐒𝐽𝐽 already sitting on the edge of his bed, pressing a cold towel against his face. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 always goes eventually, but Ed wishes they would stay. He doesn't like being alone. When 𝐒𝐽𝐽 leaves, Ed stares at the phone Ling gave him and thinks about calling someone, anyone. How easy it would be to dial the emergency number and ask for a hero. No heroes, he remembers. No heroes. He can't risk all like that again. He cradles the device, holding it close to his chest like a child would their teddy bear. The only tangible proof he has that there's someone else who understands, who's been where Ed is before. Who's escaped. Ed is envious. He wants. He can't leave, though. He still needs 𝐒𝐽𝐽, because despite everything, the man is still his best hope for getting his brother back. But Nina deserves more than this. She deserves something more than what little of the world Ed can show her, with how tightly they are both being held against the wall. The funny thing in caring about people is that often, they end up caring for you too. Ed can be used against Nina in precisely the way she can be used against him. She's only 5 years old, and yet learning the same lessons he is at age 11. Caring for others hurts. Sometimes Ed wonders if it's worth the pain, but then he remembers Nina, and he realizes he never, ever wants her to think it isn't. He has to save her, before she has the chance to break like that. So even though Ed can't leave, he'll do everything in his power to make sure Nina can. He doesn't get contacted until the following Tuesday, a text from an unknown number that sends his pulse into a rapid thrum. Meet me at the park tonight, L. Ling. He can't, not right now. He'll be caught for sure, but maybe. Tomorrow is Wednesday, and he'd promised, hadn't he? He'd promised Nito that he'd be there. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 doesn't have to know why he's going, after all. There's a chance he'll let Ed go, especially if he brings Nina with him. Nito looks like 𝐿. That shouldn't affect him as much as it does, but at this point shoulds and should nots are somewhat meaningless. There aren't any laws but 𝐒𝐽𝐽's in this house. Ed gnaws at his lip until it bleeds and then types out a short response, tomorrow, E. There's no reply. You said you'd teach me, Nito says quietly, as they watch Nina and Alexander tussling in the long grass at the very end of the park. Your quirk, I mean. You said I had to learn. He looks at Ed with uncertainty. You know, I don't usually have to do that. My quirk's different. Ed tugs at a tuft of grass. The roots give way, and is left with a clump of mud in the palm of his hand. He pulls, and the mud disintegrates, filtering through the gaps between his fingers and leaving him with the fragile green stems. You try, he commands, holding out his other hand for Nito to take. Only with the grass, though. Don't touch anything else. Anyone else, he means, but he's sure the other boy understands. A look of concentration comes over Nito's face as he lifts his own grass stem. He closes his eyes, and Ed can see the moment he pulls, the dust floating from the boy's hand. By the time Nito opens his eyes to look, his palm is empty. It takes precision, Ed says softly. And practice. It's dangerous, especially on living things, because you could really hurt someone. Nito still looks shocked. I tried to make sure it only took the mud, but I couldn't stop it, Ed. You didn't know, Ed explains. Where the dirt ended and the roots began. You probably could have stopped when it got to the leaf if you'd been expecting to lose some of it, but you weren't, and so I panicked. Nito manages a tremulous smile. I dusted it all. It's strange, because Ed has always been afraid of his own power. He's seen other people's fear of it, too, but their fear always extended to him. Nito is afraid of himself, just like Ed. Because if he can copy a power like this, without knowing how destructive it could truly be, then he really is dangerous. Just like Ed, do you still want to learn? Ed asks, cautiously. Nito looks for a moment like he's going to say no, but then he shakes himself, a sort of resolve coming over him. I think, he says softly, I think I have to. If I can learn to use a quirk like that, then maybe. He doesn't finish his sentence, but Ed understands. It's a long shot, but if 𝐻𝐻 is able to master Ed's power, his ability to handle complicated quirks, dangerous quirks, might improve, and that can only be a good thing. You want to be a hero, don't you? Ed comments idly, lying back against the soft grass. Training your quirk will help you. 𝐻𝐻 hums, shooting him a sideways glance. Will you help me? Ed rolls his eyes. I already said I would. You said you would teach me how to use your quirk, 𝐻𝐻 replies, clenching his fist around a handful of weeds. He pulls them from the dirt, and Ed watches as the mud clump disintegrates, and then half the stems and then, nothing. 𝐻𝐻 drops the leaves, crumpled but still intact, on the ground beside him. I'm asking if you'll help me become a hero, Ed. Ol used to ask that, Ed remembers. He remembers what he'd always replied, too, and it really wasn't all that long ago, but for some reason it feels like years. I'll help you, he says softly. I promise. Maybe you could too, 𝐻𝐻 pushes, sounding almost hopeful. You could be a hero, Ed. Is it ungrateful of him to hate those words? So many others long for that to be said to them, for that confirmation that their dreams could maybe come true, and here Ed is, throwing all that away. Ed doesn't even really have a dream. He used to want to be a doctor, but doctors don't save people. Not really. They just keep them alive long enough to die another day. Ed just wants to save Ol. He doesn't want to be a hero, he just wants to save Ol. Well, maybe Nina, too. She seems happy, with Alexander, with him and 𝐻𝐻. She isn't the same little girl he'd first met, lonely and desperate for someone to play with. 𝐻𝐻 is like Ol. Becoming a hero will save him. Some people are like that. Ed wants to save 𝐻𝐻. I'm not a hero, Ed says, I can't be. Heroes want to save everyone, and Ed just wants to save the people he cares about. But I'll help you become one, Ed finishes. I promise, 𝐻𝐻. The smile 𝐻𝐻 gives him is small, like he'd been hoping for more, but still, it's a smile. That's enough for Ed, play with us. Nina comes barreling over, Alexander in tow. Come on, she grasps onto one of 𝐻𝐻's hands with both of hers and pulls at him. Come on, big brother. She giggles at the stunned look on the older boy's face. I want to go on the swings. 𝐻𝐻 turns to Ed with wide eyes, as though he's expecting him to refute what Nina just called him. But Nina needs all the friends she can get, and maybe Ed does too. Yeah, Ed pushes himself to his feet. Hurry up, big brother. He sends a considering glance towards the swing set. There are 2 swings hanging from the metal bar. One for Nina, of course, and then. I'm going first though. 𝐻𝐻 smirks. That's what you think. He kneels in front of Nina, who knows exactly what he's asking her to do, climbing onto his back with an excited whoop. He twists his head, grinning pointedly at Ed. Catch you later, little brother. And then he's running towards the playpen, with Nina giggling delightedly on his back and Alexander bounding along beside them. Ed's mouth falls open. Don't call me little. He yells, sprinting after them. I'll beat you, he thinks furiously, feet pounding against the grass. That swing is mine. After the sun has set and 𝐻𝐻 has gone home, Ed settles on the same bench where he'd first met Ling, pulling Nina up beside him and letting her lean tiredly against his shoulder. When are we going home, Ed? She whispers, rubbing her eyes with her chubby baby palms. Soon, Ed says quietly. I'm just waiting for someone, Nina. We'll go home soon, I promise. No treatment today, Nina says, not exactly happily, but without the frightened quivers that usually accompany declarations that she does have a treatment. Ed feels a tension he hadn't even known was there begin to dissipate. That's good, he glances down at her. That's really good, Nina. They can't stay too long, or someone will come looking. His almost certain lust is hovering close by, and every shadow seems suspicious right now, but he doesn't think she'll tell 𝐼𝐻𝐻 about Ling. She hadn't the last time. Hadn't even told him about Ed sneaking out, although Ed suspects that was a one-time deal. He can't push too much, but they can surely wait just a little longer. It's dark when the older boy appears, hovering by the tree line, drenched in shade. He holds out his hand, beckoning Ed towards him. Come on. Ed helps Nina clamber down from the bench, clutching her little hand in his own. He pulls her with him, Alexander following loyally, his warm body pressing against Ed's side as they walk. Ling's face is drawn. He looks tired, even as he gets to his knees, giving Nina a small smile. You must be Nina, he says, shaking her tiny hand. Who are you? She asks, eyes wide, before turning to frown up at Ed. Eddie, who is he? Nina's only 5, and she knows how to keep secrets, but she's still so little. Ling had said he'd run away. Would 𝐼𝐭𝐽𝐿 want him back? If he knew how close the other boy truly was. Ed hesitates. I'm Ed's friend, Ling says quickly. Nina blinks. What's your name? I don't have one. You don't have a name. Nina stares at him, aghast. But everyone has a name. Ling's smile dips slightly. Well, perhaps you can think of one for me, he suggests, gently. You can give it to me the next time we see each other. There's gonna be a next time. Nina visibly brightens. If you're Ed's friend, does that mean you can be mine, too? Because Nina didn't get to have friends, locked away in the manor. Nina didn't get to have anyone. Before Ed feels a familiar anger bubbling up inside him. He shoves it down, pasting a bright grin on his face and watching as Ling does the same. Of course, the older boy says warmly. Shall we shake on it? You're gonna like it, Nina tells him fiercely, grabbing onto his hand and shaking it vigorously. I promise. Ling's dark eyes gleam with amusement. Then I'll hold you to that. Ling's not really here to see Nina though, and when he pushes himself to his feet his gaze catches hold of Ed's. There's something wrong, Ed thinks. He recognizes the look on the other's face, stretched thin and close to breaking. He sees the same thing in the mirror most days, but that's to be expected, because most days he truly is close to breaking. I have something for you, Ling says, and though there's an attempt at joviality his words fall flat. A gift. From Sensei. A gift. That's strange, from a man Ed has never met. Stranger still is the tension in Ling's shoulders, the wariness in his eyes. Ed doesn't know Ling though. Nothing should be unexpected, not really, but last time he'd gotten the impression that this sensei was someone Ling admired, looked up to even, and surely that shouldn't translate to this pale-faced, gaunt, trembling-lipped visage of the older boy. He almost looks like a different person. I'll be having what I gave you back, Ling holds out a hand. His shaking, Ed notes, only slightly, but enough that he can see the fine tremors in what should be a steady movement. Slowly, Ed places the phone in Ling's faltering grasp. In return Ed is handed a black carrier bag. It's a new phone, Ling tells him softly. It has my number, and Sensei's, but you can use it as your own. Just don't let Hohenheim know you have it. If he finds out you've been in contact with Sensei, he'll probably kill you. Ed's breath catches, because what? Why? He breathes, tightening his fists reflexively around the bag. Why, 𝐼𝐭𝐽𝐿? He wouldn't kill me. He wouldn't. Ling's mouth twists. His stare is grim. He would. No, Ed shakes his head, because that doesn't make sense, not after everything 𝐼𝐭𝐽𝐿 has done for him. Everything 𝐼𝐭𝐽𝐿 wants from him. Except, a small voice inside him, one that sounds suspiciously like Daddy, whispers unhappily, except he wanted all, didn't he? He's using all. He doesn't need you, not really. There's something about all. He said all was going to help him. At the time, Ed had been angry that his uncle saw his brother as nothing more than a tool, but if Ling is right, if 𝐼𝐭𝐽𝐿 really wouldn't hesitate to kill him over something like this, then 𝐼𝐭𝐽𝐿's use for all is also his little brother's protection. He wants me, but he doesn't need me. Ed shivers at the thought, because that makes Ed disposable. Ling steps closer. You have to be careful, kid. Do you understand? His voice is sterner than before, his eyes too. He looks confident suddenly, the way he looked before. It's jarring enough that Ed can't help the way his eyes widen in momentary fright, the small stumble he takes backwards. He can't know about that phone and he can't know you're talking to Sensei. Ed seeks in a sharp breath. He hesitates. Did he ever meet your Sensei? 𝐼𝐭𝐽𝐿, he realizes abruptly, with a sudden, sickening clarity, must be truly afraid of this man. Ling frowns. I wouldn't know. I'd assume so, but He pauses, worrying at his lower lip, a strange expression falling over his face. A lot of people know of sensei. Sometimes, that's enough. Enough to make a man like 𝐼𝐼𝐽𝐽 fear him. And you want me to let him take Nina? He's seized by sudden terror. He doesn't know this man. He doesn't even really know Ling. Not well. Not enough, and if even 𝐼𝐽𝐽 is afraid of him, then, no. This isn't happening. We're leaving, he announces suddenly, reaching out and grabbing Nina's little hand in his own. Don't follow us. Lust came with us today, so she'll stop you. It's a bluff, because even though it's probably true, he doesn't know for sure. Wait, Eddie. Here's my friend, Nina cries, as Ed drags her quickly away. Eddie, it's okay? Ling's voice is calm as he addresses Ed, his sharp gaze boring into Ed's frightened stare. It's okay, kiddo. Sensei's going to talk to you. There's no reason for you to trust us, but there will be, okay. Just don't lose hope. We're going to help you. Wrong, Ed's breath rushes out of him in a terrified squeak. This is wrong. Alexander growls. Ed clutches at Nina's hand and runs. Late that night, the glow of his phone, stuffed inside his pillowcase in a panic, wakes him. He squints at the soft, blue light with bleary eyes, blinking in momentary confusion before he remembers. His hands tremble as he unlocks the device, heart skipping a beat as he reads the deeming words. Edward, do you have a moment to talk? Who is this? He types back, mouth dry, breaths coming in quick and fast. He doesn't even wait a minute before he gets a reply. You may call me sensei. There are 3 of them, big and brawny, each scowling darkly, their eyes glancing shiftily about the alley suspiciously. Hitoshi was just trying to walk home from school. Can you please just let me go? He asks hopelessly. He won't get a response, but he has to at least try. The biggest, meanest-looking thug sneers, his mouth tightly shut. He raises a hand, and Hitoshi is slammed into the brick wall by an invisible force. The man waits another beat, before saying slowly, "Stop talking, brat." Hitoshi stops talking. Thing lay off, kids like 11 or something. The smallest of the 3 steps forward, eyes narrowed as he pushes his way to the front. You know what we're here for, kid. What are you doing, Yuto? Hitoshi thinks desperately. Yuto is trembling, for all the lip he's giving. He's only 18. That's old, to Hitoshi, but it won't mean much to these men. He'd taken a risk, defending Hitoshi like that, and now the 11-year-old was going to throw it back in his face. I'm sorry, Yuto. I won't do it. Hitoshi blurts, before clapping a hand over his mouth, watching in horror as the young man's face contorts. There's hurt in his green eyes, and he moves forward a few paces, towards Hitoshi and away from the thugs. I'm doing this for you, Yuto hisses lowly, leaning over until his breath ghosts Hitoshi's ear. For us. Just this one thing and we'll be golden, Toshi. Don't you want to get out? Hitoshi does. He wants that more than anything, but, the thugs behind them shift threateningly. I don't think I like your friends, the boy whispers, matching Yuto's volume. He hopes neither of them have enhanced hearing as their quirk. That wouldn't be good. Means to an end, Yuto says under his breath. Whatever. You don't have to do it, but I had to ask. I'm gonna hit you now, okay Toshi? Meaning, if he doesn't, Yuto will be doubted. If Yuto is doubted, they'll drop him from the gang. He won't be paid, and he won't be able to rescue Hitoshi. It might hurt now, but things will be better later. That's the way it is, for people like them. Or, Hitoshi could just agree. It would be so easy. Yuto would have enough money, could get him out. They could be a family. But Hitoshi wants to be a hero. Selfish. It's selfish to put his dream above Yuto, above his family. Maybe the only family he has, that either of them have. But if he does this job, if he gets caught or even just noticed by the authorities, that dream will be lost before he's even had the chance to try. Hitoshi turns his cheek, make it count. Yuto's stare is frustrated, you're an idiot. Sakurai, one of the thugs sneers nastily. Is the brat coming or not? Yuto flinches minutely, no, he says, almost shakily, before drawing his fist back. Hitoshi closes his eyes. Seeing it coming is always the worst part. It still hurts. Why are they even making you use this thing? Hitoshi presses his lips together. Oh come on, Yuto rolls his eyes, you think I'm actually gonna care? You will, Hitoshi replies mulishly, if you know. You're gonna hate me. I don't want to tell you. I'm not going to hate you, his foster brother frowns, fists clenched around the metal contraption in his hands. You get that this is wrong, right? It doesn't matter what your quirk is. It's still wrong. You wouldn't say that if you knew, Hitoshi whispers hollowly. I would, Yuto scoffs, I'm not a thing psychopath. Of course it's wrong. Hitoshi swallows, he starts and then stops, I can't. Keep it down, the older boy hisses sharply, do you have any idea how much trouble we'll be in if they find out we're down here? Twice as much for me, for letting you out of this torture device. Sorry, Hitoshi reaches for the muzzle, I'll put it back on, Yuto quickly moves it out of reach, like hell. But nothing. This SHT is fed up. Just be quiet. Hitoshi swallows. Yuto is right. His foster brother could get in so much trouble if they find out he takes Hitoshi's mask off, and it'll be Hitoshi's fault. It's brainwashing, Hitoshi whispers, barely audible in the still quiet of the night. I ask a question, and then if you answer, I can, you could brainwash me, Yuto finishes, his tone unreadable. That makes sense. Can you control it? Hitoshi nods hesitantly, I don't have to brainwash anyone. Yuto hums quietly, thoughtfully. Are you? Hitoshi asks, before stopping himself. You're mad, he says flatly, no inflection in his voice. Did I say I was? Yuto responds, tiredly. I'm not mad, not at you anyway. You're just a kid. It's not your fault things are fed. Besides, his tone lightens, that's one hell of a useful quirk. Useful. Hitoshi whispers in awe, before flinching in realization. Sorry, hey, it's fine, the older boy scoffs, I know you won't do anything, Toshi. You're too much of a scaredy cat to try. He sits back against the kitchen counter. Hitoshi can't make out much of his face. The lights are out, the faint moonlight shining through the small, cracked window their only source of light, but he thinks the older boy is glaring, his cat-like eyes gleaming sharply, and yeah, I reckon it's useful. I mean, imagine if there was a villain attack. You could just ask them for their tragic backstory and you got 'em in the bag. You know villains love talking about that SHT. You could be a hero, kid. But I am a villain, Hitoshi blinks hard, I'm bad. You can't be a hero if you're bad. There's a snort. Yuto is laughing, pull the other one, kiddo. Hitoshi feels like crying, it's not funny, he whispers fiercely, I can't be a hero if I'm a villain. Maybe you don't get it, but, whoa, Yuto cuts him off disbelievingly, you mean you really believe that, that you can't be a hero if you're a villain? Not that, Yuto waves his hand dismissively, you think you're a villain. For real. Hitoshi blinks, his eyes burning, everyone says so. Well, they're wrong then, Yuto says simply. Wrong. They're wrong. Hitoshi asks in a shaky breath, are you sure? He asks desperately, forgetting himself, how do you know? The boy beside him shifts, draping a long arm over Hitoshi's thin shoulders. Because I know villains, he says softly, I know what they're like. They're not like you, Toshi. You're not like them. I don't think you ever will be, he shrugs. Me though. Probably gonna end up one when I leave here. You. Hitoshi startles, before jabbing his elbow into the older boy's side, but you're good, Yuto. Yuto, who always makes sure the villain kid gets his share of dinner. Yuto, who helps him take off his mask because Hitoshi's small fingers can't quite get the hang of it. Yuto, who doesn't care that Hitoshi is dangerous. That he has a villain's quirk. That Yuto isn't a villain. I'm already 17, Yuto says quietly, once I'm 18 I'll have to leave. Only family I've got is deep in shady SHT. There's nowhere else for me to go, kid. Not really. Hitoshi bites his lip, but I don't have anywhere to go either. Will I become a villain? You won't have to, Yuto states firmly. When I've got enough money, I'll get you out. We won't have to be villains then, just let me get enough, okay? You can have a normal life Toshi, I swear, And he pauses for a moment before speaking again, something almost soft in his voice. If you did become a hero, enrolled in a hero course you'd be able to get out for real. They wouldn't let a hero graduate become a villain. Hitoshi's mind is spinning, you'd really do that? He whispers in awe, you'd help me. Yuto laughs quietly and it's a bitter thing, what else would I do? At least this way, I'll be doing something good. And I could become a hero. Hitoshi presses, I could save people. I could save you, Yuto. Yeah. Yuto sounds pleased. Why not, kiddo? We'll look after each other, alright? Alright, Hitoshi breathes, settling back against the older boy's side. Get some sleep, Yuto says softly, I'll wake you when it's time to go back. Hitoshi drifts. Hey, kid. There's someone shaking him. Hitoshi comes back to himself with a gasp, the evening light made even dimmer by the shadowed alleyway. For a moment, everything is grainy, but then the world becomes clearer. There's a man beside him, maybe a few years older than Yuto, with long indigo hair pulled into a loose ponytail. A few escaped strands curl defiantly over his forehead, but he doesn't seem bothered, even as they brush his cheeks. His eyes are amber, bright with an assessing gleam as he stares down at Hitoshi. He looks, Hitoshi thinks, exactly like a hero. You okay, kid? The hero asks slowly, his brow furrowing as Hitoshi only blinks in response. Hey, he clicks his fingers sharply, you with me? Hitoshi pushes himself into a sitting position, suddenly aware of a painful throbbing at the base of his skull. What happened? You don't remember? The man reaches over, prodding the back of Hitoshi's head gently. It hurts. Hitoshi whimpers, staring in shock as the man's fingers come away bloody. Sorry, the man says, wincing a little at the expression of pain on Hitoshi's face. Might need a hospital, kiddo. No. Hitoshi says quickly. He can't go to a hospital. If the wardens find out they'll think he was fighting, and then, you're bleeding, the man tells him, as though Hitoshi might not have noticed, that warrants a hospital visit, kid. The police will be here any minute, I'm sure they'll give you a lift. The police? Hitoshi asks, eyes wide. Why the police? His head hurts. The man beside him is speaking slowly, he's sure of it, but the words still seem muddled somehow. The man smiles pityingly, for them, he points down the alleyway, towards 3 men, tied up and gagged. There's a woman beside them, leaning against the wall as she casually spins a knife between her fingers. Her face is almost completely covered by a black mask, and her hair, brown with streaks of pale pink, is pulled tightly behind her head. She's tucked well into the shadows, and if Hitoshi hadn't been looking directly at her, he wouldn't have seen her at all. Not that she keeps his attention for long. Yuto, he rasps, staring at the older boy in shock. Why is he tied up? Let him go, he demands sluggishly, rising to his feet and moving forwards with unsteady steps. Whoa there, the man stands with him, grasping his elbow. Kid, let him go, Hitoshi hisses, as flashes of memory return full force. Must have been one hell of a concussion, he thinks, almost dryly, to forget something like this. Which one? The man asks, placing his other hand on Hitoshi's shoulder as he stumbles dizzily. The smallest, Hitoshi nearly says. Yuto won't like that though. The youngest, he amends, because the other 2 men look to be at least into their late 20s, maybe even older, and Yuto is still a teenager, albeit a hardened, somewhat mean-looking one. The man holding him doesn't speak for a moment. When he does, his voice is soft. You mean the kid that hit you? You saw that? Hitoshi blinks. The alley had been deserted, he's sure of it. But maybe he isn't remembering right, we were passing by. There's probably more to it than that, Hitoshi thinks, but the man doesn't seem interested in divulging. He catches Yuto's eyes, almost flinching at the fear held within them. Please let him go, he whispers. I shouldn't, the man says, giving Hitoshi a considering look, he's a villain. Hitoshi's breath catches in his chest. Assault, the man continues. Battery, and of a minor no less. Sounds like a villain to me. His smile isn't quite callous, but there's a hint of malice in his expression as he grins down at Hitoshi. "He's my brother," Hitoshi whispers, and even though that isn't quite true, it sort of is. Yuto's eyes grow wider still at the admission, because it's never something they really speak about, but something that's always there, nonetheless. Because they're not always kind to each other, they're nothing like what Hitoshi thinks loving might look like, but they're still family, and that means something. The man's smile disappears. There's a wariness in his eyes, and it's not so much that it wasn't there before, but that he'd clearly been hiding it. Perhaps for Hitoshi's sake. "Is that so?" he asks quietly, and then, "He's not doing a great job of it, kiddo." "He's trying." Hitoshi's eyes sting with sudden tears, the rush of adrenaline, of courage, dissipating all at once. If Yuto leaves there'll be no one, and Hitoshi will be alone. "Please." It isn't the man who moves then, but the woman. She pushes herself from the wall and crosses the short distance towards Yuto, her knife still in her hand. In the distance, Hitoshi thinks he can hear sirens. The police. He'd almost forgotten. He swallows, watching as she strikes the blade through the rope binding Yuto's hands and feet. Yuto stands, face ashen, mouth pressed into a tight line. His eyes flicker between Hitoshi and the two heroes, hesitation clear. He doesn't want to leave Hitoshi alone with them. "Go," the woman says, "we'll make sure the boy is safe." Hitoshi watches as his brother turns, disappearing into the winding back alleys of the city. The two men still bound and gagged on the ground glare hatefully at him. They aren't going anywhere but a jail cell. They both almost certainly have prior records. Nearly everyone Yuto hangs around with does after all. The sirens are louder now, piercing in a way that's becoming increasingly uncomfortable. Hitoshi watches as the woman makes her way over, ignoring the muffled growls coming from her captives. "We have to leave," she addresses the man. "The police will be here soon." "The police?" Hitoshi says slowly, staring blankly up at them. But you're heroes, aren't you? Why would you need to leave?" The man's smirk widens. "They're heroes. They shouldn't be running from the police, especially after apprehending criminals. It doesn't make sense. Unless they're not heroes. Civilians can't use their quirks offensively. Hitoshi would know. He has to be so careful, after all, and for all he knows, that's exactly what they did, but that would make them vigilantes." He breathes, eyes wide with disbelief and dumbfounded realization. You're. The man reaches out and ruffles Hitoshi's hair. "Try to stay out of trouble," he advises, like a hypocrite. "Your brother too, yeah. Don't get mixed up in this SHT, kiddo. It's a dangerous world." They turn away as if to leave, and Hitoshi can't stop himself then. "Wait," he cries, stumbling towards them despite the way the world tilts threateningly. At least tell me who you are." Vigilantes go by aliases, just as heroes and villains do. They have to, with enemies around every corner. Vigilantes are hunted by both sides, simply because they refuse to choose between them. A vigilante without an alias will either be captured or killed, without fail. "Call me Apollo," the man says, without looking back. It sounds like he's smiling though. The woman doesn't say anything at all. "Thank you for saving me," Hitoshi whispers. Right before they leave, the woman holds out her hand. A flower blossoms from her palm. She sets it down between the two criminals, watching impassively as their eyes glaze over, their bodies keeling over with a dull thud. When the police finally arrive, all they find is an 11-year-old boy, beaten and bruised, and two men both tied up and gagged, sleeping soundly next to a single red rose. "It's them," the first officer says, with a grimace. "I guess you had better call it in, Tamakawa." Tamakawa scoffs. "It's my responsibility now, is it?" He grumbles, sounding rather put out as he fishes in his pocket for his communicator and turning the dial to line 2. "Tsukochi," he says briskly, expertly steamrolling over any response the man might have thought to give. "We've had another sighting. Those vigilantes Eraser's been tracking. They were here, detective."